Chapter 10: The Whack Pack. I've always been fascinated by people on the fringe. So it was natural that as soon as I got a radio show, I started cultivating these very special people as regulars. To me, they're much more interesting and compelling than any stupid celebrity who's touring to promote his latest mass media drivel. And with repeated exposure on my shows, these unusual people actually become stars. Before we had him on the show, Fred the Elephant Boy was an adult virgin working in some crummy job in Manhattan and living in Queens. Now, after we've made him a star in his own right, he travels around the country introducing professional wrestlers when he's not working in his crummy job in Manhattan and living in Queens. But at least we got him laid. On the following few pages, we present a pictorial gallery of my famous Whack Pack. These are the true stars of my program who, by virtue of their unusual talents, have attained a special status on my show. Long may their tongues aflutter, long may their neurons misfire, long may their penises burn. King of all messengers. Chris Gillio. Defining characteristic: has a regular job, wife, and kids. Origins: made a phony phone call to Donna and played it on Howard's radio show. Greatest accomplishment: was on CNN Live during the coverage of the World Trade Center bombing aftermath. Told CNN he was trapped on the 80th floor. Claimed that a gas leak from firemen caused an explosion in the building. When asked why he wasn't evacuating the building with the rest of the people, he said he was waiting to talk to Stuttering John or Baba Booey. Future ambition: to produce a cassette of his greatest prank phone calls like his hero, Captain Janks. Captain Janks. Thomas Cipriano. Defining characteristic: adopted the twisted persona of his commanding officer in the Army. Origins: made the first phony Howard Stern call to the Larry King Show. Greatest accomplishment: the time he sneaked past the screeners of Jerry Lewis's MD telephone impersonating Larry King and asked, "What do you think of Howard Stern?" Future ambition: to move out of his parents' house. Kenneth Keith Kallenbach. Defining characteristic: the ultimate airhead. Origins: wrote a letter to my TV show and claimed he could blow smoke through his eyes. When he attempted to do it, all he could do was vomit. A television first. Greatest accomplishment: blowing up his genitals at a bowling alley in Union, New Jersey, during the taping of my TV show and getting thrown off the set by producer Dan Foreman. Future ambition: to move out of his parents' house. Siobhan, pronounced Siobhan. Defining characteristic: he cross-dresses. Also has a third nipple. Origins: wrote a letter to the show and went on transsexual dial-a date. Frequently propositioned me when he was trying to be a woman. Greatest accomplishment: asexual for over 3 years. Future ambition: to retain his penis. Fred the Elephant Boy. Fred Schreiber. Defining characteristic: his speech impediment. Origins: was recommended to Baba Booey by a fellow employee who thought he'd be great on the show because of his speech impediment and because he was a 28-year-old virgin. Greatest accomplishment: finally got laid after a second dial-a date. Worst moment: was walking across the room at Captain Janks's house and tripped over the phone cord. He fell face first into the phone and his nose disconnected the call while Janks was next online with Larry King to speak to Governor Mario Cuomo. Future ambition: to get laid for the second time in his life and to move out of his parents' house. Vinny D'Amico. Defining characteristic: eats live worms. Origins: came up to the radio show and told Baba Booey he would eat a mouse if he was allowed on the show. Greatest accomplishment: eating a live mouse in a club in Manhattan after choking it and dipping it in olive oil. Worst moment: was prevented by armed agents of the ASPCA from doing the same thing at the taping of my live U.S. open source show at the Nassau Coliseum. Future ambition: to stick his head in a ceiling fan while it's on. Don't try this at home. Vinny Mazzio. Defining characteristic: so desperate for a laugh as a stand-up comedian that he sets his penis on fire when bombing at local comedy clubs. Origins: gave me a picture of himself lighting himself on fire. Greatest accomplishment: setting his genitals on fire and frying an egg over them at the underwear and negligee party. Worst moment: immediately after setting his genitals on fire and frying an egg over them at the underwear and negligee party. Future ambition: to get a laugh without burning himself. Dr. Marshall King. Defining characteristic, not wacky himself but he gets people to do wacky things. Can get beautiful semi-naked babes to think they're having an orgasm every time they rub their noses by giving them a post-hypnotic suggestion. Origins, found at listener's K-Rock house party in Westchester. Greatest accomplishment, getting two beautiful semi-naked babes to sit on my lap and orgasm simultaneously. Future ambition, to work your parties and bar mitzvahs. Rachel the Spanker. Defining characteristic, can smoke cigarettes using her vagina. Origins, send me a dirty postcard in which she fantasized spanking me in the studio. Her fantasies were fulfilled. Greatest accomplishment, sucked my toes, attempted vaginal insertion of my big toe while under the console. Nude. Future ambition, none that we know of. Daniel Carver. KKK guy defining characteristic, was fired from his job because of his Ku Klux Klan membership and the lunatic race messages on his telephone hotline. Origins, his KKK hotline was often played by me on my radio show. Greatest accomplishment, was center square on Homeless Hollywood Square's game show on my TV show. Worst moment, on our Butt Bonko video segment, Guess Who's the Jew, he scored 0. Future ambition, to cleanse his race of niggers, kikes, faggots, and Mexicans. The Cobasa Queen. Defining characteristic, is able to deep throat thick, 12-inch basses. Origins, came to open call for Super Bowl girls. Recommended by her friend, the Snake Queen. Greatest accomplishment, got a Naples, Florida, affiliate to drop my TV show after she deep-throated a thick, 12-inch bassa. Future ambition, to become the Watermelon Queen. Celeste. Defining characteristic, drags her foot. Origins, called radio show. Greatest accomplishment, had sex with a blind man for our TV show. Worst moment, getting dropped by nurses and breaking her hip after undergoing radiation treatment for cancer in a hospital. Future ambition, to live a long and healthy life. Melrose Larry Green. Defining characteristics, holds up signs at the intersection of Melrose and Highland in Los Angeles at least once a day. Origins, hounded Gary and Stuttering John in a coffee shop until they noticed him. Greatest accomplishment, at a gas station, he ran into rap star Ice-T, who admitted to being a big fan. Larry said, "Of Howard or me?" Ice-T answered, "I never heard of you, but I like Howard." Worst moment, not getting on the show for months, therefore his celebrity dried up. Future ambition, to be an unpaid Los Angeles correspondent for the Howard Stern Show, or Mayor of Los Angeles. In memoriam. Ted the Janitor. Defining characteristic, worked as a janitor and had a great sense of humor about sex. Origins, I discovered him because he let me into the building every day and laughed at my jokes. Greatest accomplishment, told Robin he wanted to play road with her on national TV. When asked what road was, he said, "That's where Robin lays down on the ground and I blacktop her." Worst moment, dying. Future ambition, does not apply. The power of negative thinking. Celebrities who irritate me. Chapter 11. Oh, man, my blood is boiling just thinking about all the self-indulgent, narcissistic, self-important celebrities who walk around and act as if they're God's gift to the planet. I hate these arrogant jerks. They have a carefully cultivated showbiz good guy veneer that masks their insincerity and greed. With me, what you hear is what you get. That's why my listeners love me so much. I'm not afraid of the truth. I'm perfect. And that's the truth. You ain't made it until you get hit by Howard Stern. Tony Orlando. Oprah Winfrey. I have no idea why people like Oprah Winfrey. She just stole Phil Donahue's format and she gets all these poor slobs to go on TV, spill their guts, and she doesn't give them a dime, she just speeds off in her Rolls Royce after the show. She's a big dolt with an empty, oversized head and $250 million. She's always testifying before some committee in Washington on child abuse and telling about how she was molested by everybody in her family, uncles, cousins, guys coming in the door, you name it. No wonder she had to go to Capitol Hill, she had to get out of that house. And there's Teddy Kennedy going, bend over, Tubby. I wondered if her family sent around one of those Xeroxed Christmas newsletters. Imagine the possibilities. Here's a parody we made up on the air. Hi everybody. Just wanted to let you all know what's gone on for the past year. Guess what? Oprah got raped by her uncle and then her cousin came over and molested her. Then a few family friends stopped by and they molested her, too. The rest of the year went okay because in March, Uncle Al nailed Oprah in the seat. But, other than that, everything's fine. Dad is now working on a new project, and Mum is making quilts. The good news was that in November, Grandpa couldn't get it up, so Oprah was spared that humiliation. We'll check in with you next year. Happy holiday. I don't know about all these stories. Oprah's got a sister who claims that Oprah was just promiscuous, so we don't know what the hell was going on. But if she was abused, it's great how she was able to take that tragedy and turn it into a positive by getting rich on other people's abuse stories. I'd love to follow the life of a person who's gone on, Oprah. This person admits to performing bestiality on a cat and, after the first euphoric 15 minutes of being on national television fades, realizes that Oprah pays her guests nothing to ruin their lives in front of millions of people. And I love the topics she comes up with. I remember one time she had a woman on whose husband was a doctor. They were in the middle of a messy divorce and this woman had to go into the hospital for surgery, and while she was having her uterus removed, her husband came in and sewed up her vagina. And Oprah said, "He sewed up your vagina?" "Yes, he sewed up my vagina." "He sewed up your vagina?" "He sewed up my vagina." It seemed as if she said vagina 20 times. I had never heard the word said that many times in my whole life. Then this woman went into a detailed description of how her plumbing still dripped all day because she had no more bladder control and it hurt to have sex. Every minute detail. Where does Oprah come up with this stuff? Women who cook their fetuses for Thanksgiving dinner, on the next, Oprah. Dial 1-900-HI Oprah if you're a woman who has cooked her own fetus for a Thanksgiving dinner, because I want to speak to you on my show. I want to get you up on stage. I want you to tell me your story for free, and then I'll just walk right away after we're done taping. Men who wrap their penises Christmas morning for their kids. If you're a father who's ever done this or you're presently serving time for doing this, I would appreciate your calling and letting me know. Trapeze artists who have left a testicle up on the high wire, on the next Oprah Winfrey Show. If you're a trapeze artist who had this happen to you, dial me up at 1-900-HI Oprah. Arsenio Hall. But if you think Oprah's bad, check out Arsenio Hall. So many of my black friends tell me they wish they were yellow, they're so embarrassed by this triangle-headed moron. He is everything that is wrong with show business, with that phony backslapping, kiss-ass sucking up to anybody who comes on the show. And fuck me if I'm wrong. But since when does someone use the word posse and not get kicked out of Hollywood? I wanted to vomit the one time I saw Arsholio on the Oprah Show. Those two show business phony balonies. Why can't there be just one honest TV talk show host? You know, Arsenio, all you do on your show is suck ass. I imagined Oprah would say, "Well, you a blood-sucking rip-off, honey. Phil Donahue invented everything you ever done." The honest Oprah Show. Boy, would that audience go wild. Instead we have this world-class no-talent sycophant Arsenio, who packs his show with that kiss-ass audience that woofs at anything he says. Spy magazine did a great piece on that a while back. Spy actually clocked the woofs. Listen to these jerks. When Arsenio said that Haiti's new president resembled MC Hammer, they woofed for 12.74 straight seconds. When he impersonated his uncle eating grits, they woofed 15.89 seconds. Try that at home. Woof for 15.89 seconds right now, without stopping. There. Don't you feel like a total moron? I was a guest on Arsenio's old Fox show. That's probably where our feuding began. I had done a few TV pilots for Fox and the total idiots who run Fox had no idea what to do with me. Meanwhile, the producer of my show was producing their late-night show and Arsenio was the lame duck fill-in after Fox fired Joan Rivers. For some reason, the producer thought that if I appeared on the show, He would show the excs that I was bankable and they'd go to series with my pilots. I flew out to do the show for one reason and one reason only, to trash the shit out of Fox. I went out to LA with Baba Booey and everybody was thrilled to see us. We got the full Hollywood hug treatment. Then we went backstage and they had lavish gift baskets in the dressing rooms with monogrammed junior robes and soap left over from Joan Rivers. Nice big spread of food, the works. Okay, I was the first guest. Time magazine called my first guest an equal opportunity offender. The FCC called him on the carpet for his blue-tinged broadcast on WXRK. Let's welcome the meanest, nastiest, dirtiest DJ in the whole wide world. My man, Howard Stern, Arsenio said. We shook hands and I sat down and surveyed the set. So, how does it feel to be part of a failing show? How long before you get the pink slip? I was going right for the jugular. You know, Eddie, you're great, I said to Arsenio, hoping to antagonize him about Eddie Murphy, the man who made Arsenio's career. Eddie, I love your concert shows, I said, continuing the goof. Seriously, I don't watch this show because I usually go to bed early. I would never do a show for this stinking network. I think this network blows. It'll last another 6 months and be off the air. Calm down. Arsenio was getting worried. Hey, I'll leave, man, I don't need this gig, I threatened. Robin and I on the set of my never-aired Fox pilot. Arsenio asked me what I had against Fox and I told the history of our pilots. Fox blows. They did the M's and they came in 3rd place in the ratings. How can you blow the M's? I wouldn't be surprised if Fox drove Joan Rivers' husband, Edgar Rosenberg, to his death. The poor man was going out of his mind, was he not? The audience was going wild. Arsenio tried to get me off track by going to his prepared questions. I grabbed his stack of lame questions and gave him some index cards of questions I had prepared on my own. Is it right that a person comes over to this country and becomes a citizen just so he can own a TV network? Arsenio read from my list of questions. That Australian Rupert Murdoch, all of a sudden he comes over and he's gonna own a network. Arsenio, you don't own a network because you're black. But you've been in this country longer than Rupert Murdoch, I exclaimed. Arsenio read the next question. Do you think Arsenio Hall is talented or does he have a picture of one of the Fox executives with a donkey? Howard, we can't do these questions. Arsenio pretended to faint. I looked at the camera and ignored Arsenio. If Letterman is watching, I love you. I think your show is the best. I'm not even going to watch myself, I'm gonna watch the Letterman show tonight. The segment ended. Arsenio told me to leave the set for now and then he would have me back on after completing a segment with a South African band. Then a page came up to me at the break and said, "Follow me." So this page took me and Baba Booey back to the dressing room. Empty hallway, empty dressing room. No producer, no Arsenio, it was like a ghost town. Gary and I were standing there thinking, what happened? Before I knew it, 2 security guards escorted me and Gary out. Nobody said a word. No, you were great, no, you sucked, nothing. They show us to the limo and we got in to go out to the airport and the limo driver was cracking up. You were great, man, he said, you fucking showed him. He's a fucking arsehole. I was pissed. Just because I trashed Murdoch, the Fox network, and Arsenio was no reason for me to be thrown out of a building. So I went on Letterman and said that doing the Arsenio Hall show was like being on the set of Blackula. The next thing I knew, Arsenio was trashing me a few nights later in what had to be the lamest monologue ever. What's his name? He feigned forgetfulness, snapping his fingers. Howard Stern, the DJ from New York. Oh, my man is a slimeburger to the max. Slimeburger to the max? You call this comedy? What a monologue. He's the reason why a lot of women are gay, Arsenio went on, and Howard was on Letterman. I'm surprised they were able to get all the chapstick off Letterman's pants during the commercial, because he kissed my man's butt for 10 minutes. That was it. The gauntlet had been hurled. I began a systematic attack on him. I played tapes of his various appearances on awards shows and analyzed them as if they were the Zapruder Kennedy assassination film. Arsenio laid off me, but then he made the foolish mistake of getting in the middle of a controversy between me and another genius, Chevy Chase. Arsenio had Chevy on his show, and while he was smart enough not to put me down, he gave Chevy a forum for a diatribe against me. The next day I went ballistic on Arsenio. Notice how Arsenio was afraid to even mention my name when he brought this up. He knows better. He knows I bitch slapped him a few times on the radio. He's well trained. He's my boy. He knows to shut his big gums about me. He knows I would go on a tirade and ruin his life. You dope. You remember that, Arsenio, the last time I started talking about you. You fool. You learned to keep your mouth shut. 'Cause now I'm on in California and you'd have to be a stupid fool to open that big Gumby mouth of yours. You're my boy. You do what I tell you. You heard him though with Chevy Chase. My boy did okay. 'Cause I got you trained like a pack mule. But that little comment you made to Chevy that he shouldn't waste his time, that could be interpreted as sarcastic. That implies to me that I'm not important enough to have Chevy Chase's time wasted on. Don't ever let me hear you say, I don't know why you waste your time. You hear me? I got you trained like a dog with your big blackened gums. So be careful when my name crosses your stupid German Shepherd mouth. You just keep banging those broads who are stupid enough to get in the sack with you. Imagine banging Arsenio, thinking he might marry you. First of all, if you're a stupid white broad, he's never gonna marry you, it's bad for his image. So go ahead, keep spreading your legs. And you, put your hat on straight, you phony twerp. He puts his hat on backwards at the YMCA every day. He's supposed to be a street guy. You're not street. You're a loser. I bet you he gets the AIDS virus, with all those broads he's doing. That's the plague. I don't wish it on anyone, Robin interrupted. I was uncontrollable. I didn't say I wished it on him. All right. I wish it on him. I wish the AIDS virus on him. Now you've gone too far, Robin said. I know you don't mean it. Why not? I don't like him. Nobody needs AIDS, Robin said. Okay. I was amenable. Then I wish painful testicles on him. I know what that's like. That would hurt worse than AIDS. The next day, the media went crazy. Reporters were outraged, entertainment anchors clucked through their broadcasts. In LA, a dumb talking head said, enough is enough. When is local radio station KLSX going to give us all a break and show how it's turned the door? But I was unrepentant. What kind of gossip is that I wish Arsenio Hall would get the AIDS virus? I bet you 99% of the people you polled would wish Arsenio would contract some disease. We went to the phones for our own poll. If you had a choice, would you rather see Arsenio Hall healthy or with the AIDS virus? Needless to say, Arsenio got no calls that supported him. He was definitely my bitch. I had trained that dog well. When he went on the Larry King show and my name came up, Arsenio had this to say. Howard Stern is an interesting guy. He's a gentleman. I had on my show and we had words on the show and he said some things, but Howard's one of the nicest guys in the world. He's a happily married man, a good husband, a talented guy. Howard and I don't dislike each other. Howard and I, on the air, for some reason, act like wrestlers. You know how wrestlers are. You don't believe they're like that out of the ring. He does a lot of things to create controversy and he does it very well. I don't hate the man and I don't think the man hates me. As a matter of fact, we talk very kindly to each other during commercials. Good dog, Arsenio, good dog. Woof, woof, woof. Larry King. How this guy has a television show and a radio show and a newspaper column is beyond me. But when you analyze it a bit, it isn't that formidable a feat. First of all, his television show on CNN is actually a game show. Everyone watches to see how long it'll take one of my fans to penetrate Larry's idiot screeners and mention my name in the context of a question. Larry, Dubok, you're on the line. Caller, hey, Larry, Howard Stern's penis. Larry, next caller. Montreal. Caller, Howard Stern. Baba Booey. But for me, Larry's special talent shines through in his regular USA Today newspaper column. I have never seen a greater collection of lame non-sequiturs and idiot savant pearls of wisdom week in and week out. I always had a great time on my television show whenever I'd slick back my hair, put on my suspenders, don my bigger, craggier nose and be Larry King for a night. As a guy, I like him a lot. He's a family man, he goes home every night. His show is not my kind of show. He's the best tasteless broadcaster in America. Larry King. Here I am in full Larry King makeup barking out marriage proposals every 15 seconds. People ask me how I write columns. Whatever thought comes into my mind, I just type it. Picking my nose in traffic is the most fun I have. Call me a no talent. But wasn't it a bitch coming to the blackboard with a boner? Why can't I remove the mattress tag? What is it about a junior high school girl in a Catholic school outfit that makes me want to wear a hood and get a net? Did Mrs. Brown really have a lovely daughter? I wet my TV guide many times watching Miss Kitty in Gunsmoke. What the hell is my daughter's name? I've been married so many times I'm confused. There's nothing quite as beautiful as the buttocks of a college quarterback. One time on my radio show, I even gave Robin a quiz to see if she could tell which words of wisdom were Larry's and which were mine. Let's see how good you discerning readers are at this. A short Larry Kino stupid quotes test. 1. How about a hooray for whomever invented Q-tips? 2. I miss those little Hershey's kisses. 3. Isn't it about time we all started recycling toilet paper? 4. Sliced alone must have terrific smelling hands. 5. The tougher the Food and Drug Administration gets, the better I like it. 6. They should outlaw shorts on fat women. 7. Terry Garr is the finest little actress in this country. 8. Tony Danza plays light comedy as well as anyone on television. 9. Circumcision must hurt like hell. 10. I've never had an overnight delivery service disappoint me. 11. Maybe it's just me, but toe fungus isn't funny. Time's up. If you thought Larry King wrote quotes 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, and 11, you're really far gone and you can no longer listen to my radio show. Kathy Lee Gifford and Regis Philbin. Is this a great country, or what if two mediocrities like these can make it? Let's skewer Kathy Lee first. Hey, that's the one thing I wouldn't mind doing with her. She's got a hot little bod, and I must confess, I've masturbated to her. But I'm sick of living through her pregnancies, miscarriages, and births. I really pissed her off when, while she was pregnant with Cody, I suggested on the air that it would be a great movie plot if she were carrying the demon seed. She was going to give birth to Satan's baby. She must have been listening because a mutual friend once said to her and Gif, "Hey, do you guys listen to Howard Stern?" Kathy Lee turned white. "How could you bring up that horrible man?" she screamed and went running, crying, into the bathroom. I consider that a compliment because I don't consider myself a man. Then Gif said to my friend, "How could you do that?" "What did I do?" my friend asked. "He called my baby the demon," Gif wailed. Then she had the kid, and that's all we heard about for the next year on her show. She was on every morning showing pictures of the baby. What was coming next? Pictures of the afterbirth. Would she be wearing the goddamn umbilical cord as a necklace? Then she decided to write a book. She had a pretty good life up to that point, but she shrewdly figured that misery sells, so she had to come up with some hardship in her life. Okay, she wrote about her first husband, a real born-again great guy. She said this guy wasn't making love to her much. Now he had to be thrilled to be reading this in her book. What did that mean? He couldn't make love to her much. What is she implying? What was everyone going to think? If she was such a great born-again Christian, why was she saying anything about this guy? If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Turn the other cheek, isn't that what Jesus says? So I was reading her boring book and I found out her real name was Kathy Lee Epstein. Huh. A Jew. Who knew she was a Jew with that whole Christmas rap? That's why I encouraged my audience to call her Kathy Jew Gifford. In the morning, in the evening, ain't we got fun? But the worst part of that stupid book of hers was that ridiculous miscarriage story. The book was basically a bore, and I guess she needed pain to sell, right? and apparently she had a miscarriage. A few weeks into a second pregnancy with Gif. Anyway, she dropped this clot into the toilet bowl and she freaked out so much that she made a nosedive into the bowl to retrieve her little baby. What was this woman talking about? That wasn't a baby. That was a guppy. And then she wanted us to believe that she dived in. I guess Kathy needed some controversy and adversity to sell a book. But if I were writing about my miscarriage, it would go something like this. I cry when my husband plays with himself and everything dries up. I realized that could have been our baby. So I dive into the garbage can and get that soiled Kleenex. I'm so glad I dived into the toilet and saved our little clot. What a cute clot it is today. It can even do the backstroke now. We have the smartest, most intelligent blood clot in the world. We called him Aquaman, because he lives in our toilet. Meanwhile, Kathy Lee never had a minute of adversity in her life with a puss like that. She even told a story in the book about dropping a ring into a toilet after she peed. And what did she do? She went into her little lost girl routine and had an assistant reach into the piss and retrieve the jewelry. What a tragedy. Then she had to go right out and get pregnant again. Hey, poor Gif looks to me as if he's 177 years old. Did he need this aggravation? Plus, he had to be afraid he couldn't pork her for like 4 months while she was pregnant. Hey, to a guy his age, 4 months can be a death sentence. So she was about to give birth and, frankly, I was surprised she wasn't filming the birth as a special. Now, it was time to name the kid. Again, I suggested Beelzebub on my show. But she wanted a cute name starting with a C to go with Cody. We offered Cucumberhead and Cokehead and Ghoulie, but Kathy Lee picked Cassidy. But as vile as Kathy Lee is, Regis is 10 times more despicable. And he was the subject of one of our finest hours on the radio, the Danny Philbin Radioton. It all started when we found an article in the Inquirer. There was a picture of a sad-looking guy in a wheelchair. I began to read the copy. This legless student is the son of TV's Regis Philbin, ignored by his rich dad and living in a slum. Regis is pulling in at least $2 million a year, and he's basically ignoring his crippled son. I read on. Millionaire talk show host Regis Philbin has a legless wheelchair-bound son who's desperately trying to scrape by on a $300 a month disability check, but Regis isn't lifting a finger to help him. It seemed that Danny was one of the children from Regis's first marriage to a woman named Catherine. Regis had gotten out of that marriage with a lump sum payment of $30,000. While he was sending his daughters from his present marriage all over the world, he was barely giving this poor kid anything. Occasionally, Danny would get a package of old shirts that Regis had gotten from his show's sponsors. Danny was trying to get through college, but he suffered from internal infections, kidney problems, bladder troubles, and liver disorders. A light bulb went off in my head. We would have a radioton for Regis's son and present the money to Regis on the air. We dispatched Gary out onto the street with a wireless microphone, a big tin can, and a sad picture of Danny. Meanwhile I read on. Philbin personally declined to comment on how he treats his first family, but his attorney stated that Philbin denies he has failed to support his son and said the talk show host has complied with and far exceeded previous contractual undertakings regarding his son. Danny told an insider, "I want to love my father, but I don't even know him. He's just some man I see on television." By now, Gary was outside. He had fastened the blown-up pictures onto a sandwich sign and he had a big bell. He rang it and screamed, "Why does Regis ignore his kid? Please help." In a short 15 minutes, he had collected $230.76 and one Subway token for poor Danny Philbin. Meanwhile, the phones were ringing off the hook with donations. Sam Kinison, with whom I was feuding at the time, called in with a $500 pledge. It broke the ice between us. Fred the Elephant Boy rang up with a $10 donation. I tried to call the green room at Regis and Kathy Lee's show to ask their guests to contribute, but I couldn't get through. A bus literally stopped traffic in the middle of Madison Avenue when the driver left to make a contribution. We read the tote board, $2,561. We've filled in 3 toes on our tote board for Regis's son, only 7 more to go, I announced. I called an artificial limb company. The receptionist told me that a new pair of legs cost between $6,000 and $20,000. But a consultation was only $75. When it was time to get off the air, we had collected $4,387.76. Baba Booey collecting cash for Regis's son. The next day Gary spoke with Danny Philbin. While he was very appreciative of our efforts, his lawyers had advised him not to take the money we had raised. He told us to thank our listeners for thinking of him, but there were other people in the world who needed the money more. He said it was Regis's responsibility and that's a hell he has to live with every day. We sent the checks back and donated the cash to charity. But we got a great song out of the whole story. It was a parody of Creedence Clearwater Revival's Proud Mary. Roll him into traffic. Left a TV job in Los Angeles. Headed to New York to work for ABC. Left my crippled son like a worn-out doorstop. I thought that pathetic anchor was through with me. That wheelchair leech is a liar. Embarrass me in the Inquirer. I'd like to roll him. Roll him. Roll him into traffic. Flipperfoot lives in a pest hole, while my two normal daughters live in luxury. Is it my fault that this Goldbrick defective didn't get his check from me until last week? That wheelchair leech is a liar. Embarrass me in the Inquirer. I'd like to roll him. Roll him. Roll him into traffic. It apparently is lost on Stern that he's fuller of himself than Rush Limbaugh squared. Ed Bark, Dallas Morning News, December 7, 1992. Rush Limbaugh. I gave this fat pig his whole career. He was so lousy at radio that, at one point, he had to give it up and take some lame job. Then he heard me and suddenly he was back on the radio trying to do me. But he blows. Look, anytime you see a guy who weighs like 300 pounds, you know we're not talking about emotional health. As soon as one of these fatties gets thin, all his problems come spilling out. Typically, they'll say, I use the fat to build a wall around me. I was abused as a young child, though I suspect that Rush's excuse is that he just likes to eat. There's always a reason for someone being that fat and it ain't glands, man. There's a whole wave of conservative disc jockeys in our country who don't have a true agenda unless it's to be dull and boring. And Rush is one of them. One of his big subjects is women. Women are feminazis, women are wrong to have abortions. Blah, blah, blah. I love these fat pigs who sit back and pass judgment on women. They all say things like, these women who say they're raped are just lying to get abortions. Let me tell you what I hope happens to any guy who's got a big enough mouth to tell women that they can't have abortions. I hope they, collectively, while walking down the street, get pulled into an alley, sprawled over a garbage dumpster, and boned right up their fat fucking asses. Then they'll be crying, we got raped in the ass, good for you, you pigs. Then they'll be the ones screaming that they want to have abortions. Yoko Ono Lennon. One of the celebrities I've ragged on for the longest time is Yoko Ono Lennon. I just thought she was some whacked out so-called artist at first. She would do crazy things like go on The Mike Douglas Show with John and call up random people on the phone and tell them that she loved them. Some artist. Some spender, too. I read in the Inquirer that she even went out and invested a fortune in cows. After John was killed, it seemed as if she was putting out anything she could get her hands on. Wait, I think John once recorded something while he was on the pot here in the Dakota. Where's that tape? Sean, don't touch any tapes. I take tape, I buy cow. 2 tape worth 2 cow. Sean, stay away from tape. And she sponsored a little fucking garden in Central Park, across from where they lived, and she called it Strawberry Fields. On the anniversary of John's death, Yoko is compelled to run down there to make an appearance with the same 7 retards who show up every year. Yoko takes 3 of her biggest bodyguards, comes out of her building, runs across the street to Strawberry Fields, says, hello, and scurries right back inside her multi-million-dollar apartment. A few years ago, I sent Baba Booey out to interview her for my television show and he wound up getting fantastic tape that we aired of Yoko almost getting run over by a car trying to avoid him. But the height of Yoko's arrogance came when she went to the United Nations for a live celebration of John's 50th birthday. She figured out a way to get the broadcasters of the world to simultaneously broadcast her hollow tribute on more than 1,000 radio stations to more than 130 countries. Luckily for listeners who seek the truth, all this happened during my airtime. I was pissed off at Yoko even before this phony ceremony got underway because she was interrupting a hot lesbian dial-A-date segment. I had a semi-boner when, all of a sudden, we had to cut live to the United Nations to hear this bogus tribute. People of Earth, Yoko the Martian began, how are you? How's life been for you? Today would have been the 50th birthday of my husband, John Lennon. I couldn't control myself. The good news is he doesn't have to sleep with you anymore, I said. I talked over the whole ceremony. I would like us to remember and celebrate his birthday as a day of love, as he was a man of love. She droned on. I imitated her droning voice. I didn't know he was John Lennon when I met him. Yeah, right. She followed him around for months. Homewrecker, I yelled, you stole John away from his real peace-loving wife Cynthia. You're a homewrecker, not a head of state. You're a rich foreign groupie, not the Pope. Let's use the power of dreaming, Yoko continued. The power of dreaming? Okay, I dreamed that you would just shut your mouth, I hissed. Yoko went on, making me vomit. Let's dream of peace, birds flying in clear air, fish swimming in clear water, and, a stitch in time saves 9, I said in my best Yoko voice. Yoko pretentiously went on. And on, for a dream we dream alone is only a dream, but a dream we dream together. Wasn't Cynthia Lennon dreaming that she could be together with John? Her husband? I yelled over her stupid droning voice. Predictably, they started playing John singing, Imagine. This was too much for me. I don't have to listen to that. I've got a lesbian in the studio. Hey, lesbian, can I spank you during Imagine? I asked. We're supposed to be listening to John Lennon now, Robin, the cop, reprimanded me. I'm not listening. Cool. Yoko's merchandising everything of John's. Coffee mugs, everything. Hey, Yoko, imagine there's no royalties. It's easy if you try. We'll just take him away from you. We'll see how much peace you're into. You think John Lennon, if he were alive, would put his name on mugs? I was telling her off. I was the only one speaking the truth. Then a moron listener called to complain that I ruined her John Lennon moment. How did I ruin your moment? You could have turned to another one of 1,000 stations. I create 4 hours a day for you, you thankless bitch. She called me a motherless fucker, and hung up the phone. I'm wise to the whole scam. I'm not getting suckered into this, I said. Everybody else wants to kiss Yoko's ass? Go ahead, not me. Not this boy. No way. Hey, Yoko, if you didn't trip off Cynthia's husband, you might be scrubbing men with a sponge for $20 a pop, doing the Chinese basket trick. Linda McCartney. Yoko isn't the only ex-Beatles wife we've exposed. A while back there was a bootleg tape circulating of Linda McCartney singing back up at one of Paul's concerts. There's another witch for you. Here's one of the world's greatest musicians. He married this photographer. Now he can't pick up a guitar without this bim singing along and pounding on the piano. Apparently, this even pisses off their own crew, because, rumor has it, it was a technician who circulated this tape of Linda isolated from the rest of the group. She was so off-key it wasn't funny. We started playing it on the air and the next thing we knew, we got a cease and desist order from Linda's attorney. But the damage was done. I had unmasked another hypocrite. I'm actually a Howard Stern fan. I listen to him all the time. It's a voyeuristic show where you wouldn't listen to it in the car with someone else, but oh, great, I'm alone, I'll listen to Howard to see who he's trashing. It was usually me. John Tesh. Michael Landon. Another showbiz hypocrite who pissed me off was Michael Landon. Did you see the homages paid to him when he died? All the news programs showed him walking down the road as an angel from his TV show, Highway to Heaven. When was this guy an angel? I'm sure at least 2 of his ex-wives thought he was going to hell. And he has this great image as a family man. Family man? This guy had 9 children from 3 different wives. He was a guy in his 50s having children with his 3rd wife. He wrote family shows, meanwhile his family was in total disarray. 3 different wives. He was a family's man. He made a bunch of sappy shows about the family he would have liked to have. He couldn't be an angel, so he acted as one. Phil Donahue and Marlo Thomas. It's funny, but most of the celebrities I really hate are talk show hosts. Take Donahue for example. I read that book by Phil and Mario's butler, Desmond Ethel. Phil had a wife and kids and did what every other Hollywood guy does. He got himself the Hollywood wife. The trophy wife. But according to Ethel's book, she turned out to be a fucking shrew. This is some woman, this Mario. All wrapped up in her little feminist causes. But when you think about it, what has she done for women? This yent is always busy with the specials and the books about children's this and children's that. First of all, it's easy to write a children's book. I have to make up stories every night for my kids. Last night I made up one right on the spot for my daughters. Once upon a time there was a daddy who ripped out a cat's uterus. Then he ripped off its clouse. Then he chopped off its head. And it lived happily ever after. The moral of the story is, life sucks, shitty things happen to you along the way. But still you go on. Boom. You got a book. Big deal. But what I love about this Mario character is she's an expert in children's things. Hey, it was a good career move. She bombed as a movie actress, so she does these dopey children's projects. But she's never had any kids of her own. She was on Donahue's show once and some nice woman in the audience asked her why she hadn't had any children, and Mario got this disgusted look on her face as if she'd just been asked when her next menses was due to flow. She said something like, "Is there a polite way of saying it's none of your business?" The whole audience gasped. All she had to say was, "Gee, it's a very personal thing," or, "I really don't want to talk about this," or, "I got dust bunnies on my uterus," whatever. But, is there a polite way of saying it's none of your business? Is that how you talk? With that shrewd mouth? With everything handed to you on a silver platter from your father? Don't go on the show if you don't want to answer that, you big jerk. And if you don't want to answer it, at least be polite to people. Imagine how Phil's first wife would have felt if she had tuned into this show. This hot bag of wind Mario was up there talking about how Phil loves women. Meanwhile she was the actress trophy he'd picked up on his own show. Every once in a while the camera would flash to the old fat slobs in the audience. Why isn't Phil married to one of them, since he can see right through to the inner beauty in people? Would Mario have looked at him twice before he was famous and successful? And she was up there pissing all over his audience and he was loving every minute of it. Yet when our friend Jessica Hahn was on his show and Phil was interrogating her about being raped by Jim Bakker and she said, "I prefer not to answer that," he pressed Jessica for answers. Hypocrites. These are the very same people in show business who thumb their nose at me. Hey, I sleep easy at night compared to you two. Johnny Carson and his 2 ass kissers. I'm amazed how reverential people get when they talk about Carson. Oh, Johnny's a genius. Hey, let's be honest here. Johnny's no genius. The guy who invented penicillin, Fleming, he's a genius. Johnny deserves his place in history as a guy who was a goofball on TV. Period. I look at Johnny Carson and I see just another Hollywood phony. I love that crying routine on the air when his son died off the side of that cliff. Let's face it, this was no further of the year. You love your kids? Well, how about that little mulatto love grandchild you've got whom you refuse to acknowledge? That's why you're crying, you're guilt-ridden, in my estimation. And lay a few shekels on that first wife of yours, while you're at it. I love slamming Johnny. He hates my guts. On my TV show we presented our own version of The Last Tonight Show, starring Johnny Carson. I was made up to look like Johnny and one of my TV writers, Big Al Rosenberg, played Ed McFat. Dan Foreman, my producer, played a bizarro Doc Sevier ensign named Dan Formanson, who led the all-lesbian orchestra, which was composed of the largest-breasted spoke-as models we could find. What a fitting tribute to a showbiz giant's career. After I was introduced, I went into the monologue. Hey, I haven't heard that much screaming since my first wife, Jody, didn't listen to me. Ed, you look particularly bloated tonight. I couldn't help but notice you broke wind tonight in your first hi-ho. 30 years, Ed, and your only contribution to the show has been 4 freaking letters. Hi ho, you big leeching worthless no talent fucking piece of shit. Hey, let's welcome Dan Formanson, our band leader. What happened to you? That suit is the color of Ed's vomit. Our first segment was the last appearance of the great Snack the Improbable. Ed went into the intro, from the east, a man whose ass is bright, wet, red, and chapped from being constantly kissed, Snack the Improbable. Seems salabim, I said. Ed handed me the first envelope. Punchin' Jody, I said, holding the envelope up to my forehead, how I spent most of my time with my first wife, Jody. Ho 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 ho, ho 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 ho, ho 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 ho, Ed chuckled incessantly. May you be feeling up Jenny Jones when her breast implants explode, I said. The next answer is Black-Eyed Peas, I guessed, closing my eyes. What would peas look like if they were married to me? Ed went wild with laughter. Ed, you smell like crap, I said. May your brother share Pee Wee Herman's buttered popcorn, you fat fuck. Ed handed me the last envelope. The answer is cauliflower, I. 289. Said and opened the envelope. What did my first wife, Jody S., ear look like after she lost the car keys? Then, to hammer home the point, we brought out my first guest, my first wife, Jody Carsten. A middle-aged non-beauty of an actress came out. Christ, you're still a pig. I know exactly why I divorced you. How long were we married? I asked her. Too long, she said. I leaned over my desk and gave her a right cross to the jaw, sending her sprawling. The segment ended with Ed and me both beating the crap out of her. He is Howie. As Johnny. Howard Carsten with Sar. Then we brought out our next guest, as Sar Gabor. Mind you, our policy when we were doing the TV show was that the guests were completely kept in the dark as to what they were doing. So when Sar walked onto the set, she had no idea she was part of a Johnny Carson sketch. She was floored. Take off that damn mask, she hissed at me. Every time Sar opened her mouth, Fathead started chuckling away like a banshee. I thought Sar was going to belt him one. After I tried to get Sar to model some S&M garb, it was time to end the last Tonight Show. I can see by the liver spots on the back of my hand, it's time to go, I said. You are such a big fat jerk, Ed, I can't say I love you. Over the years you've been loyal and faithful, though, and done what I've told you. I have one last request. I want you to kiss my bony ass one last time. But I mean really kiss it. I came out from behind the desk and walked over to Ed and pulled down my pants. Sar was so horrified she couldn't even look. Ed thrust his face between my butt cheeks. Come on, you big marine. I want you to kiss it with your tongue. Sar was hysterical. We went to a close-up of Ed and his entire nose was dotted with fecal matter. We faded to brown. But what really got me pissed off about Johnny and his 2 no-talent ass kissers was the way they dumped all over poor Jay Leno when he took over the show. Jay Leno is one of the nicest people in the world. But he made a grave mistake. He didn't mention Johnny on his first show. Who knows with Johnny? Are you supposed to mention him or not supposed to mention him? What a crime! So this disturbed little man, Johnny Carson, who should be having the time of his life in retirement banging away at that beautiful young babe he's got out there in Malibu, sat idly by while his 2 henchmen, Ed and Doc, went to the Arsenio show, where they kissed Arsenio and conferred the mantle of The Tonight Show on him. These 2 ungrateful no-talent scumbags, Ed and Doc. Why did they do this to Jay Leno? The Tonight Show was so bad to them? Do you think Ed McMahon would be hanging around those nubile, Star Search candidates if he hadn't sat on that couch like a fat lummox and brayed for 30 years? And that Doc Sevier Ensign stood there like a brick, night after night, conducting that cockamamie orchestra? A gorilla could have conducted that stupid orchestra. This underhanded attack on Nice J really boiled my blood. I got on my radio show and went after Johnny first. I hope Johnny gets some sort of cancer. You know how his scalp is always pink, with the brown spots? I hope that it turns out that he goes to the hospital and they find out he's got brain cancer and it eats out through his skin. And I hope Alexis leaves him and marries me. Me and my wife. NBC made this guy a multimillionaire and Jay kissed his ass, and right away he's pissed at NBC and pissed at Jay Leno. How can you be pissed at Jay Leno? He's like a puppy. There couldn't be a better ass kisser in the US than Jay Leno, but now Jay's his enemy. I decided to get some help in my campaign against Johnny. I decided to pray to Jesus, on the air. Jesus, my friend, who died on the cross for me. Jesus, dear sweet Jesus, please take away everything Johnny has except his liver spots. Amen, sweet Jesus. And make Alexis horny for Jay Leno. Jesus, if you please, Jesus, my favorite nailed-up person, I pray to you to let that fat Ed McMahon burst open and let that curative from that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger burst out of his belly. I pray that Johnny loses all his money and his big Malibu house and that his wife gets pregnant with Branford Marsalis' love baby. Jesus, please grant me this, you've come through for me before. Dear God, I am a sinner. I give my life to you in Jesus' name. Jesus, my pal, stuff Doc's trumpet up Johnny's butt. Amen. But it wasn't enough to go after Johnny on my radio show. I had to do more to address this injustice that was being heaped on poor Jay Leno. So I decided to do The Tonight Show. It became, with all due modesty, one of their most memorable episodes ever. I had insisted, as per usual, on the #1 slot. After a lot of negotiating with Jay's then producer, Helen Kushnick, they agreed. But for a few days before the appearance, they were trying to get in touch with me for a pre-interview. I don't do pre-interviews. Pre-interviews mean one thing: somebody is sitting there, editing your material. So I avoid them. In fact, I avoided it until 15 minutes before the taping. They were frantically calling me at the hotel, but I had all my calls held. My appearance has become the hottest ticket in the show's history, next to Carson's last show. I had been on the air in LA almost a year, but I had never actually visited there. Everybody wanted to see the human oddity in the flesh. So it was literally 15 minutes before taping, just enough time for me to go in and get some makeup on, when we pulled up to the studio. I got out of the car and there was a long red carpet waiting for me. Helen had the entire Tonight Show staff lined up outside cheering for me. They had cameras following me as I walked in. She had pulled out all the stops. Entertainment. Big demand for tickets to Howard Stern's Tonight Show appearance. Burbank, California. NBC is having no trouble filling the seats for this evening's taping of The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. One of the guests is morning radio launchmeister Howard Stern. His fans have swamped the network with ticket requests. About 100 people camped out overnight at the studio in Burbank, California, to get tickets, and an NBC spokeswoman says there have been more requests from network employees for tickets to this show than there were during Johnny Carson's final week. App NPO 72490-0410 PDT. I got in my dressing room. 15 seconds later the door opened and Jay popped in and sat his ass down. Howard, I got to talk to you, I got to talk to you. But we got to do it quick, I have to go warm up the audience. I couldn't believe my ears. Jay, you do the fucking warm up? What about being a big star? What about building anticipation? How about a little showbiz? It reminded me of the night I went to see Joe Walsh at the Westbury Music Fair and Joe just walked out on stage as his own opening act. So now, Jay finally had me cornered. Howard, I don't want you talking about Johnny Carson. You can't. Jay, I'm very uncomfortable with this conversation, I interrupted. I'm gonna tell you the way I operate. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna talk about. Now that you told me not to talk about it. Quite frankly, all I had planned to talk about was Johnny Carson. Now I had a dilemma. I was planning to do a whole rap on how Johnny now looked like the Crypt Keeper from Tales from the Crypt. I was going to paint liver spots all over my hands to do this rap, but, out of deference to Jay, this one time, I backed off. I decided to blast Carson by going after his two no-talent henchmen. It was time to do the show. Jay introduced me. He's radio's #1 shock jock. The audience started going wild. We're here to prove once and for all that we here on The Tonight Show are not members of the cultural elite. Howard Stern, ladies and gentlemen. I walked out, The audience was primed. They were going crazy. Jay, there's plenty to discuss, is there not? I'm excited to appear on the new Tonight Show. This is truly marking a new beginning by having me on. I think hell in a handbasket would be a good description, Jay said. It shows a loosening up of the Tonight Show, if I may say so. Let me address a few things. I'm going to tell you a secret. Jay talked to me backstage and asked me not to talk about Johnny Carson. Is that true, Jay? Jay started squirming. The audience went wild. Jay told me not to talk about Johnny, and I certainly understand why. Jay is involved in a controversy. I'm not going to talk about Johnny, so keep it in your pants. But I am going to say something. I tuned in Arsenio the other night, and this moron. Arsenio, who couldn't even do stand-up comedy. Jay, true or false? Is Arsenio a good stand-up comic, Jay? No. Say it, Jay. Say the truth. I will tell you, he's pretty good, Jay said, lamely. I pounced all over him. That's a lie. Ask Branford. This is the problem with this show. You have no killer instinct. He's a crummy stand-up. Anyway, I tuned in the other night and he called Jay a punkass. What do you think about somebody calling you a punkass? Well, I think it, just hurts the person saying it more, Jay said meekly. I couldn't believe him. This guy was too nice to be true. You're a lamb, Jay, you're a lamb. I jumped up. Hey, Branford, what about you? You're a team player. What do you think about Arsenio? That's between y'all, Branford said. Nobody on this show has a killer instinct. Is it he's a black guy and you're a black guy, Branford? So what? He's out to ruin you. The audience was howling. Let me continue. I quieted them down. I got a lot on my mind. The amazing thing to me, Jay, is here you're a nice guy. I never heard you say a bad word about anybody. And I tuned into Arsenio and I see Ed and Doc, who should really have come on this show. The Tonight Show has been pretty good to those guys. Ed and Doc are two of the biggest loads on 2 feet. The place exploded. Jay hid under his desk. Howard has his own agenda and you sort of follow along. Jay Leno. Here I was on the set of The Tonight Show, destroying those two phony icons and cleverly complying with Jay's bullshit edict that I not talk about Johnny. But Jay looked worried. Hold it a second, Jay. I'm not talking about Johnny, I'm talking about Ed and Doc. Here you got two guys, they said, for 30 years he sat on this couch like the big fat blubber that he is, and he's making a great living. What's his problem with Jay? Why would they go on the Arsenio show? They did not talk about me. Jay got defensive. And then, Ed comes out and starts kissing Arsenio? I jumped to my feet. I stared the camera in the face. Ed? If you're watching me at home, let me tell you something. You can be nice to this guy, Jay Leno. There's a certain relationship with The Tonight Show that you should have. And Doc? You stood there in pink outfits leading that lousy band and did nothing. Doc? You're a crummy musician. Ed and Doc. Two idiots. The hell with them. You don't need them, Jay. You don't need them. By now, Jay was fingering me under the desk. Just kidding. The camera was on Branford. He was cracking up. The crowd exploded. This show is terrific, Jay. I don't care what Ed does. These are two no talents that have absolutely nothing on the ball. They were lucky to have jobs here with Johnny. The hell with them. Let them go kiss Arsenio's ass. We don't need them. Screw 'em. Screw 'em. The roar was deafening. We were making showbiz history. We went to a break and I leaned over to Jay. He looked pale. How's it going? I asked, always paranoid about my appearances. I couldn't judge this one, even though the crowd had never gone crazier. I never think I'm doing well, so I just keep pushing it and pushing it. That's why all this shit comes out of me, because I just think people want more. I think I'm not going far enough for them. Meanwhile I'm completely over the line. But Jay was sitting there, ashen-faced. I don't know if you should have brought up that stuff about Ed. Can you believe Jay was ambivalent about this stellar appearance? He should have been fingering me under the desk. Meanwhile, Helen was brewing a fondue in her pants. She was so ecstatic about this appearance. We came back from the break and Jay steered me away from Ed and Doc. But I had really knocked him for a loop. For the rest of the show, his timing was off because he kept looking over at me on the couch, figuring he had to deal with me if I exploded. Meanwhile, he was interviewing some actress from a sitcom and I was sitting on the couch with Lyle Lovett, pretending I was making out with him. Then I pretended to snore during this girl's rap. The whole show was off the wall. By the end of the show Jay looked as if he'd been through a war. "I want to thank my guests, I think," he said. Think? He should have blown and reamed me. He should have fucked and sucked me. After all, I said everything he wanted to say but couldn't. Chevy Chase. This one is a really sad case. Here was a guy who was part of one of the coolest things around, the early Saturday Night Live crew. Groundbreaking, irreverent, creative. They would make fun of all the Hollywood establishment people like Cary Grant. And what happened? A little success and they became the very people they made fun of. Chevy Chase is pathetic. He's palling around on golf courses now with Gerald Ford, the doofus president he used to make fun of. Maybe all those painkillers Chevy took from those pratfalls affected his mind. He sure wasn't thinking straight when he decided to start a feud with me. It started on Larry King's show. Chevy was a guest and one of my fans called in and said, "Howard's turn." Out of the blue, Chevy attacked me. "Chevy, is that guy Howard Stern? Boy, he's an ass. Can't stand him." "Larry, have you seen his show?" "Chevy, I've never seen it, but I've heard him on the radio." "Larry, and?" "Chevy, he's a very funny guy, got the brain of an egg timer." They went to a break and this Chevy moron continued to obsess about me. It was clear that he was one of those guys who probably listens to me every morning, lying there in bed, beating off to my every word. Probably all of his friends were talking about me and how I had the kind of buzz that Chevy remembers from way back when he started on Saturday Night Live. But now he was bald and bloated and bitter and jealous. Listen to this guy talking about me when he thought he was off the air. "Chevy, boy, that Howard Stern is such an ass. I mean, really nothing. Just nothing there, nothing. If he was just funny. Makes that Morton Downey look like Joyce Brothers." Well, my fans called me up and played me the satellite feed of the Larry King Live show. And better yet, they called in and gave me Chevy's home phone number. Richard Belzer happened to be my guest at the time and Richard had been an old friend of Chevy's. We decided to call Chevy on the air. A woman with an accent answered the phone. We identified ourselves and asked her to tell Chevy we were on the phone and we wanted to speak to him. I even said, "Thank you," at the end of our request, which will be relevant later in the story. We waited a long time. Belzer and I filled the time working out possible scenarios for the call. Finally the woman came back on. She said that it wasn't Chevy Chase's house. An obvious, bald-faced lie. "No, it is," I insisted. "What, you had to go figure it out? I don't understand why you're saying that." "I know it isn't Richard Belzer's. Here, his good friend. Can you just please get him?" "Note," I said, "please." Again, she was gone. We started riffing on Chevy and his toupees. Hey, now everyone in California, when you see Chevy Chase on the street, go up to him and say, "What's with your toupee, man? Why don't you take that thing off?" I suggested. After another interminable wait, I decided this was a job for Barbara. Booey. I wasn't going to wait all day for the woman to check to see if Chevy lived there. Gary dialed again and politely explained to the woman that he had spoken to Chevy at this same number the day before. Gary established that the woman worked there. He asked to speak to Janie, Chevy's wife, another friend of Belzer's. Within seconds, Chevy was on the line. "Howard Stern is an ass. He's really a nothing. I can't stand him." Chevy Chase. Howard, Chevy, hey, Chevy. Chevy, who is this? Howard, it's Howard and Belzer and we'll live on the air. Belzer, hey, shove. Chevy, Howard and who? Howard, Belzer, Richard. Chevy, Howard Belzer, Belzer, and Richard's turn. Howard's turn and Belzer. We're doing a radio show. Trying to talk to you. Why are you bad-mouthing me? Chevy, Howard who? Howard's turn and Richard Belzer. We're on the radio. Chevy, what? Whose radio is on? Belzer, yours. Howard, Larry King told me to call. Why are you bad-mouthing me? Janie, hello. Chevy, I've got it, Janie, hang up the phone. Janie, listen. He's not bad-mouthing you. It's early in the morning. Chevy, hey, Janie, get off the phone, please. Get off the phone. I want to deal with this. Howard, all right. Chevy, Janie, please hang up the phone. Will you please hang up the phone? We're on the radio. Janie, I understand that. Chevy, Janie, please. Janie, why is Howard saying things about you when you're a very nice person? Howard, no, he's a nice guy but he's being real mean to me. Janie, he's not being mean to you. Howard, do you want to hear what he said about me on Larry King? At this point, Chevy was flipping out and did not want his wife involved in this nonsense. Chevy, Janie, get off the phone. Howard, Chevy, I've always been nice to you. Chevy, hey, Howard, is this you? Howard, hey, we're on the air. Chevy, I've got news for you. Howard, what? Chevy, I didn't badmouth you. But I do have some news for you. Howard, what? Chevy, this is my home and I don't like you. Okay? Is that clear? Howard, all right. Chevy, so don't call my house again. Howard, okay, fine. Chevy, see you later. Howard, bye. Who cares? We hung up. Did you hear him turn on his own wife because of his deferred anger toward you? Belzer was amazed. I couldn't believe how much Chevy lacked a sense of humor. For someone who's done some of the greatest jokes in public, bad-mouthed executives at important dinners. Then you call him up and here's a chance to have like a great moment and he's the most humorless. Belzer was astonished. We started speculating on why he was so grim. Perhaps it had something to do with the reviews for his Invisible Man movie. It probably was because he realized that I was 1,000 times more relevant to today's humor scene than he was. I would have let it rest at that, but then a few days later Chevy went on Arsenio's show and lied. He called my home early in the morning and berated my housekeeper. A lovely El Salvadoran woman, beat up on her basically over the phone, to get me on live, at 7:45 in the morning. I thought that had a lot of class. I guess the guy's basically an egg-timer. I'm not fighting with him, I just don't like him. When a guy calls your home and talks to your people that way, you'd be upset. Oh, so now he's upset because of the way we treated his people. What's the story here? Get a life. Get a sense of humor. The only good thing about this whole sorry incident is that Chevy is going on the air any day now with his own talk show, and if it's still on the air by the time you're reading this chapter, I'm sure his glaring lack of a sense of humor will provide me with lots of material. Oh, and Chevy, say hello to Gerald Ford for me, babe. You old rebel you. Madonna. I tried to be nice to Madonna. I really did. In fact, before she became Madonna I kind of dug her. I remember back Indiana 19881 even called her up at home when somebody gave me her home phone number and I left a 20-minute message on her answering machine. I said all kinds of nice things to her. Hey Madonna, it's Howard's turn. How ya doing? Don't get mad, somebody gave me your phone number. I heard you were a fan so I figured I'd call. Hey, I love your videos. I even rented Who's That Girl and Shanghai Surprise. And I'm gonna tell you something, your body looks great from all that running. Hey, we'd love for you to do the show. Tuesday would be a good day because Wednesday's Jessica Hahn and Thursday's Gilligan, so tomorrow would be best. Let's face it, it would help the ratings, and since you like the show, you want to see us get good ratings. I figure you got a good sense of humor. That's why you'll understand this call, because if some idiot disc jockey was calling my house I'd be pretty annoyed. But I have to do it because if it's my job. I have to be a jerk or people won't listen. Just like you have to wear bras with the metal tips on them like an opera singer. We have so much in common. You have to do stuff for your career and I have to do stuff for mine. I mean, I'm on the radio so I can't have hairy armpits and stuff. I have to do outrageous things that people can hear. Know what I'm saying? Oh, and that penthouse thing. Forget about it, man. Your body is so much better now. I didn't think that was a big deal. I thought you handled it real well. You didn't get upset, you didn't threaten to sue. You admitted you did the pictures. Hey, who the hell needs you to show up here? We're talking to you anyway. Madonna couldn't make it in the next day, but it wasn't until she got really big that I really got annoyed with her. So by the time her documentary Truth or Dare came out, I had had it with this jerk. If there's a mountain called egomania, she finally climbed to the top of it with that piece of garbage. Could you believe all the crap in that flick? How about those stupid prayer circles? Imagine if we did a live show again and I said, okay, everyone, come into my dressing room and let's form a prayer circle. Robin would have me arrested. And Madonna had 4 prayer sessions in that friggin' movie. Just once I wanted to hear God answer her back, hey, sweetheart. This is God. You know, there's like an AIDS epidemic. Don't you think you can stop wasting my time praying about a stupid concert? I'd rather clean monkey shit in a circus than be in that prayer circle. And how many ways could she humiliate the people she worked with? That one woman came to her and said that she was in a hotel room drunk and she passed out and she woke up and her ass was bleeding and this cunt face started laughing at her. You'd think Madonna would have the decency to turn off the camera and say, I can't use this in my film. This is this woman's revelation, not mine. What kind of woman allows that to be aired? Meanwhile, Madonna didn't reveal any aspect of her own life that wasn't cunningly calculated. Hey, let me see her ass bleed a bit. If she picked her nose and put it in the woman's mouth, I'd say, at least there's something of Madonna. She had a sore throat, that's real intimate. You see her go to the doctor's office to get her throat sprayed. Hey, if you're pretending to be intimate, let me see you on a b-day, cleaning yourself out. Then she made fools out of her old girlhood friend and all the confused homos in her troupe and she even showed her brother in a bad light. How demeaning. You should be ashamed of yourself. How about the way she put down Kevin Costner because he came backstage to compliment her on her show? But she didn't like the word he used to praise her. Miss Hip here sticks her finger down her throat behind his back just because he said her concert was neat. She is so hip. She's the hippest, man. God, does she make my skin crawl? Thank God I don't work for someone like that whose ass I'd have to kiss. I'd rather just be tied up and let ants seek me. Who's that girl? It's me striking one of my many Madonna poses. In fact, I was so incensed over her stupid movie that we decided to do the ultimate Madonna documentary on our TV show. I donned a Madonna wig and one of those stupid bust ties with the spiked bra cups and black garters and the spike heels and voila! I was Madonna, sprawled across a big bed. Hi, I'm Madonna and I am so outrageous. Robin, do you know why America loves me? Because I'm constantly changing my attitudes and styles. Because I'm so outrageous. Let me show you why. Boys, come to Madonna. 2 leather boys in leather bikini briefs and chains and studded collars walked over to me like robots. Yes, Madonna. Boys, I want you to hold hands. Yes, Madonna. They obeyed. Robin, I'm playing with homosexuality right now. Boys, I want you to sit on my bullet bra. They each sat on top of one of my spiked bra cups. I was suffocating. Boys, get up. Watch this, Robin. Boys, I want you to put your genitals on that frying pan there and turn it on and burn them. Do it for Madonna. Yes, Madonna, they repeated and walked over to 2 hot plates. They'll do anything. You say? Robin was incredulous. Yes, we must break all sexual boundaries. Smoke started rising as they burned their genitals on the frying pans. I'm so outrageous, aren't I, America? Robin, have you ever done this? I pulled a humongous booger out of my nose. But that's not outrageous enough, Robin. How far are you going to go, Madonna? Robin asked. Monty, come to Madonna. I ordered our bald cameraman to come up to me. I think all bald men should have boogers attached to their bald heads. I pressed my booger onto his head. Thank you, Madonna, Monty said. Why are you so emasculating, Madonna? Robin wondered. Because all heterosexual men should be taught a lesson. Do you believe how wicked I am? Can you do this, Robin? I lay back on the bed and grabbed some matches and lit a fart. This will outrage all America. The flames shot up into the air. I am so wild. I am woman. I am child. I am virgin. I am whore. I am good cook. I am bad cook. I am so wild, sometimes I wear my underwear on my head. I pulled a pair of panties onto my head. Try it, Robin. I kept doing outrageous things. I rubbed myself all over with a porno tape. I wore my left shoe on my right foot and my right shoe on my left foot. I breastfed my father. I even had our producer Dan Foreman come out on a dog leash and I made him bark and roll over. I was totally outrageous. Robin, there's only one thing left that I can do. I want to cut myself open and eat my own guts. You're going to eviscerate yourself? Robin was shocked. Boys, I want you to sit on my bullet bra. I'm Madonna, I'm outrageous. Yes, I've always wanted to rip at my own belly. I clawed at my belly and pulled my guts out. And to eat my own guts. I stuffed my mouth with my entrails. This is it, Robin shouted, Madonna has finally crossed the line. Oh. Oh. Oh, I moaned orgastically. Are you dying, Madonna? Robin asked. I've done it all. I've done it all, I screamed as I swooned. That was some bit. That fart lighting scene cost us our first NBC affiliate when JIT in Hartford cancelled our show. But it was worth it. After all, Madonna and I are artists and we'd do anything for our art. Sharon Stone. This loser is the newest one on my case. I can't figure these dumb bims out. It took this bitch 33 years to find the right role for herself, that other crazed lesbian ice pick killer who forgets to wear her panties at police interrogations, and now she wants to jeopardize everything by getting into a vendetta with yours truly. Come on, bitch. I'm waiting for you. The nerve of her. This jerk opened her at Yap to Us magazine and claimed that I got her so upset at a Letterman show that we were both on that she had to leave the building and then be chased down and persuaded to come back and do her spot. I thinks Turn's a loser and I don't need to follow some guy that was dissing me when I was supposed to be first up, she said. Okay, let me tell you the truth about what went down. I was scheduled to be the first guest. I'm always on first, or I don't do the show. That was her first lie. Then she said I dissed her. All of a sudden, this blondie was talking like Public Enemy. This is what I said about her on Letterman. If she had any brains at all, she'd understand that it was actually a compliment. Dave, I was back there in the green room looking for Sharon Stone. She is one hot babe. I went to see Basic Instinct where she crosses and uncrosses her legs, so for one split second, you see something under her mini dress. Now I'm a guy. I must see maybe 2 pornos a week. I'm honest, Dave. I'm a married man of 17 years and I never cheated on my wife. I might masturbate 5 times a week cause I'm one horny guy and I've seen all the porno you can see. People who listen to me send me all kinds of porno things from Germany, things with animals. Disgusting. So for me to get horny over Sharon Stone in an R-rated movie, that's an accomplishment. There, that's what I said to Dave. Hey, there's no greater thing in the world than telling a woman who's playing a sex object who's trying to get guys excited that you masturbate to her. So where did I diss her? You stupid confused bimbo. You got a great body but nothing between your ears. You dumped wit. Wait until you start getting those crow's feet, and you haven't got long to wait, cause you've been knocking around Hollywood for years. I'm a loser, huh? I've got an audience of 16 million people a week. Meanwhile you were in Total Recall for about 7 seconds and King Solomon's Mines on TV with Richard Chamberlain, not to mention that porno you had to do for Playboy. You couldn't get noticed until you did the nude shot for Playboy, you big jerk. Now you did some shitty bomb of a film, Sliver, And you went and ran off with someone's husband on the set. You're the loser. The Letterman audience was more excited to see me than you. That's why you wanted to walk, you big crybaby. Even Dave said you were a crybaby. I don't have to spread my legs to get an audience excited, I can use my brains. You stupid bimbo skivosa. In 5 years you'll be dried up like a piece of shit in the desert. You'll look like a Tootsie Roll. Then you'll see how long that producer husband of yours keeps you around. Hey, if you want to keep your career going, I'll give you one piece of advice, keep your legs open and your mouth shut. Sinad the Baldy. I hate to pick on people who should be locked up in mental institutions, but this Baldy deserves anything she gets. The nerve of this woman coming here and disrespecting our country and our flag. It was enough to make us hire a men's choir and bring them into the studio to sing our own version of The Star-Spangled Banner. Zero say bald Sinad. Go jump in a lake. Frank Sinatra was right. We should kick you in your ass. You tone-deaf fathead. You've got some set of balls. You know talent runt. Go back where you came from. Why do you attack our country and our flag? Put a bag on your head and a sock in your mouth. Go put on a wig and go get some breast implants. Then kiss our big fat butts. You skin-headed bitch. I guess our parody got to her, because soon afterward, Sinad decided she wanted to retire from showbiz. Well, on our TV show we got a nearly bald Irish woman and we envisioned some new jobs for Sinad. We showed her as a carnival barker, a Hare Krishna, a nun, and a squeegee woman washing car windshields. But the job most suited to Sinad seemed to be a cashier at McDonald's. Hello, my name is Sinad, you ugly capitalist pig. What do you need to fill your bloated, disgusting, imperialist American belly today? For all we know, she's now in training in the Ronald McDonald College. Roseanne and Tom Arnold. I saved these two for last. I never really wanted to get into a feud with Roseanne and Tom. This is not a fair fight. Even though they outweigh me by tons, it isn't fair to match wits with two people whose minds have either been institutionalized or fried by cocaine. And I was one of the only people who defended Roseanne and got the joke when she did her version of The Star-Spangled Banner. But when they kept appearing on talk shows trashing me, calling me a no-talent jerk and a racist and an anti-Semite, I had no choice but to respond. After all, I'm only human. Okay, let's take Tom first. Here is a guy whose only talent appears to be getting it up for this fat slob. I would love to see the erection he gets for Roseanne. That must be one sick, evil hard-on. And believe me, he must have talent to be able to go through all those rolls of fat looking for her gross triangle. I mean, I would have sex with sand before I would have sex with Roseanne. Can you imagine the smells that must come out of her? Did you ever smell a big fatso like that? I don't see Roseanne spending 3 hours in the shower just to get all those hard-to-reach places. Plus, I can't see her shaving down and stuff. I imagine a big forest down there, a huge thatch that he has to weed through. Hey, I'd be on coke too if I had to go through that thatch, not to mention deal with the folds on her legs and her body cheese and stuff. It's frightening what this guy has to go through for his money. Hey, this guy is the Yoko Ono of the 90s, okay? Nuff said. Next mental case. Me, as Tom Arnold. Sometimes I actually feel sorry for Roseanne. I've always said she was talented. It's just that she's fucked up, big time. So where should we start? Should we start with the incest allegations? Is that the emotional time bomb that propelled her into a loony bin? Or are the allegations of incest a symptom of her unstable mental condition? I don't know, but I find it disgusting that this woman can use her power of celebrity to exploit that platform and make wild, unsubstantiated charges that don't have to be proven in a court of law, and wreak havoc on other people's lives. Did her father play hide the soap in her butt? Did he make her comb his other hair? Did her mother get her off every time she changed her diapers? I don't know and I don't care to find out. Hey, it's supposed to be Incest Survivors Anonymous. Anonymous doesn't mean all over the cover of People magazine. His fans are plumbers masturbating in their trucks on the way to work. Roseanne Arnold. I was so sick of reading interviews of Roseanne and Tom that I conjured up a fantasy interview of Roseanne. Howard, you say that you just remembered all these childhood episodes of molestation by your father that you were repressing, yet a year ago, at your wedding, you claim your father molested your daughter? Grosson, I just want to share these experiences so maybe it'll help other kids, so they don't turn out like me, big and fat and stuck with a guy who I'm not sure if he's chasing me for my money and stuff. Howard, remarkably. Now Tom says he was molested at 7 as a child. Grosson, well, it all comes out under hypnosis, you'd be surprised. I remember now. Oh, yeah, that bastard. When I was born, the doctor picked me up like a bowling ball. Howard, your doctor molested you? Grosson, he explored my tiny baby places with cold, intrusive doctor instruments. It was at that moment I decided to eat too much my whole life. Howard, I read something about your aunt. Grosson, oh, yeah, my aunt used to give me oatmeal enemas. But, you know, I didn't realize it was wrong at the time. Boy, those enemas would make me scream. Howard, they were too hot. Grosson, no, too lumpy. Why can't they make a smooth oatmeal and stuff? Howard, you said you had an incident when you were 10? Grosson, it's true. When I was 10 I got my first period and stuff and my mother used to make me wear barbed wire tampons. But they weren't half as bad as the ground glass suppositories. Howard, didn't your grandmother also abuse you? Grosson, yeah, she used to make me run in a bathroom and sing to her while she took a dump and stuff. Then I had to wipe her butt with Q-tips. And she was incontinent. It was so gross. But hey, I'm just trying to be honest. Howard, recount what happened to you when you were 17. That was particularly interesting. Grosson, when I was 17, right, I was on my way home from a gang rape and all of a sudden a flying saucer landed in front of me and it grabbed me and stuff. And they put tinfoil on my breasts and tried to cook me in a microwave. Those space guys didn't even know not to put tinfoil in a microwave and stuff, but anyway, they made me mate with a giraffe. But it didn't hurt until Mike Tyson came along and punched me in the uterus and stuff. Hey, I'm just trying to be honest. Howard, tell us about your last memory of abuse. Grosson, oh, this came out recently under hypnosis. I was molested by the Loch Ness Monster and the Easter Bunny. And then Santa Claus was also there. Howard, you're saying that you were in a foursome with the Loch Ness Monster, the Easter Bunny, and Santa Claus? Judy Tenuta, as Roseanne, with me, the loving husband feeding his bride. Grosson, huh. This was about the time I was in the loony bin. Howard, I find that story hard to believe. Grosson, I got photographic evidence and stuff. Santa even let Rudolph take a turn. Boy, those antlers hurt. Hey, did I ever tell you about the time the pig farmer violated me with his pitchfork? Howard, I think that's enough for now, thank you, Grosson. Grosson, yeah, well, Tom still hates ya. You're third rate to him. Okay, let's assume that all of Roseanne's incest stories are true. Even granting that assumption, there is still no excuse for the way she conducted herself as her career was on the ascent. If you analyze it, Roseanne is despicable in that she did the same thing as all these phony guys do when they dump their wives who stood with them through thick and thin and leave their families and get their trophies. Hey, Tom Arnold is far from a trophy. He's not even a merit badge. But she's just like these guys who, as soon as they get a little money in their pocket, dump the old bat. I've got to admit, it's somewhat tempting to do that. But I love my wife, and my wife loved me when I was a bum. She was actually proud of me and brought me to her parents' house, even when I had no job. And her parents treated me like a human being even though I disgusted myself. I wanted to be in radio but I had no voice, no delivery, nothing. But they treated me as if I was normal. So when I get tempted by one of these little bims, I look at my bim and I know she's the best bim on the planet for me. I'm never going to do any better. She truly loves me. And true love is a hard thing to find, remember that. I trust my wife, and I'm so paranoid I don't trust anybody. I know she would never betray me. Any woman I would meet now I could never trust. So I feel bad for Roseanne's first husband. He actually married that fat slob and lived in a trailer with her. And raised children with her. Howard Stern doesn't bother us. We chuckle at him. He's amusing sometimes. It's not the stuff he says about me, it's the racism and sexism and stuff that I hear him say. He'll make jokes about incest, which I think is sickening. I don't want anyone from our shows going on Howard Stern, and I won't let them. Tom Arnold. Look at Roseanne. He must have really loved her to marry something like that. Let me quote Roseanne from a recent article in the magazine QW. Tom just came into the room and wants me to say how much I hate Howard Stern. What a fucking arsehole. He's a racist pig, and he gets away with it by having that stupid black woman sitting next to him, excusing all of it. He's a racist, sexist, homophobic fucking pig. His only fans are plumbers jacking off in their trucks on the way to work. If that's what America's coming to, I hope you print that in your magazine. You probably don't have to worry, I've said this to other magazines and they didn't print it. If I get a hold of him, I'm gonna shave his fucking head for him, so he'll look like the skinhead he is. He's an anti-Semite, too. And he's an ugly son of a bitch. He's uglier than Joey Ramone. I've said this to other people and I've been censored from day one by these stupid press people. They censor me because I'm a woman of opinion. Say hi to everybody out there in New York. Be sure to say, Howard Stern is a fucking pig. So this is our new role model? A woman who gives her firstborn up for adoption, dumps her husband, spends time in a loony bin, and attacks the nicest, sweetest, most sentimental radio personality on the planet? They say you can tell a lot about a culture by the heroes it keeps. More and more and more hate mail. The last thing people need from you is political advice. You are the standard left-wing Jew Democrat. You are even worse. You are a one-issue swine. Abortion. What a dumb Jew. Too bad your ugly Jew mother didn't abort you. You didn't abandon Jerry Brown because he did not come to your show. You hated his statement that he would run with Jesse Jackson. You Jew bastards are still angry about his Hire Me statement. Your whole life is Israel and abortion. You'd better face it, Jew swine. No matter how you try to persuade your audience, the president will still be Bush. We are a Christian nation. And in spite of the fact that you Jews can run Hollywood and the media, we shall overcome. All the new Jew babies can scream Democrat the moment they pop out of the Jew bitches box. But it will do no good. The Democrat Party is dead. The Democrat Party is now in the hands of all the scum of the earth. The Jews, and niggers, and queers and lesbians. The Democrat Party is dead. Howard Stern. You are probably the most evil piece of Jew dreck in the area. You hurt anything that is not Jewish. Your life is harming others with your evil talk. That spade, nigger darky, no talented Brillo-headed colored person you laugh with, makes us vomit. She only kisses your family and Jews in general. She even mocks her own kind. But try, as she might, she will never be white. Her only talent is to laugh like an idiot. She looks like a little black boy on her face, and her reformed breasts look like when they are released, 20 cockroaches will crawl out from under them. Not even her own kind can deal with her. So she keeps her nose up the foul-smelling Stern ass to make a living. Without Stern, at her advanced age, she could not even make a living selling her foul body. You say all priests are gay. Well, just look at those ugly-looking, dirty-smelling Jew bastard rabbis with the little box hats on their foreheads. And all the Jew faggots who head the Jew groups, and the rabbis who are queer and who molest little boys and girls. Speak about your own kind, you mokey bastard swine. Your bitch mother and dog father must be the devil to have whelped a piece of slime like you. If it were not for the New York fag Jew, you would have no ratings. You will never make it across the country, because there are no Jews across the country. Jews only foul the air in New York, Florida and parts of California. The only thing you cause is hatred. We are thankful your ugly, stinking Jew wife dropped her Jew fetus. One less Jew bastard. You've been a bad girl, haven't you? Spanking, stripping, shaving, butt bongoing, and beyond. Chapter 12. I find it one of the great ironies of my life that when I was single, I couldn't get most women to even look at me, let alone sleep with me. But then, as soon as I became a popular radio personality, all these women start coming out of the woodwork. Unfortunately, by then I was married and I wasn't about to break my vows. But thank God I have an outlet to sublimate these deep, dark desires. I have a show. He looks like a chicken. 95% of what he says is about sex. Take the sex away, and he has no act, and he'll go nowhere. It's a shame, because he does have talent. Jack Parr. As far back as Washington, D.C., I realized that there were enough men in the same boat as me, so that bringing vicarious sex to my show would be a good career move as well as a great means to satisfy my sexual longings. We started out with a version of phone sex. Women would call in and tell us about their sex lives. Then, we wanted to see what these girls looked like, so we invited them down to the studio. But seeing them wasn't enough. I had read an article about some French broadcasters who had actually had sex live on their show. Not to be outdone by a nation of sniveling cowards, I put the call out for a woman to come in and have sex with us. I was married, but Fred, one of my writers, was single. And sure enough, one girl came down. She wasn't half bad looking either. At DC 101 we had a big horseshoe-shaped console. So this girl came in, and because we were in a glass-enclosed studio, I grabbed a remote mic and Fred, the girl, and I got under the console. We started off by making noises that simulated sex. After a few minutes, this girl got into it. She started getting into it way too much for me, but this was the first time that I saw Fred get sexual. They started making out and he was ripping his pants off. She was ready to go all the way right there under the console, but I pulled the plug on it at just the right time. It wasn't until we got to WNBC in New York that we were actually able to get women to come in and take off their clothes on the air. It happened for the first time on our first Christmas party show. We had listeners call in, and if they had some weird talents, like being able to belch Christmas carols, we had them come up to the studio. We put out some booze, and the next thing we knew a girl was running around the studio throwing off her top. It was insane. It was like watching a librarian on a vacation in the Caribbean. 2 coladas and she's bumping and grinding with a little native guy on the beach. Then Monday, she's back at work. But we had our first taste of nudity and there was no stopping us. In fact, a few months later, I decided that until we could get girls to come down and take off their clothes for us, I would punish the listening audience. After the show's opening theme, I came on the air in a grave monotone. You people are being punished today. Until a naked woman agrees to come on this program, until a woman in our audience comes down here and takes her clothes off for me, you people will be punished. We'll just sit here until you get it together. No bits, no fun, just boredom, I said. We got a false report that a Swedish blonde named Ina was coming down to strip at 4 o'clock, but she didn't. Then I really began to torture my audience. I played a Partridge Family record. I played Judy Collins singing "Send in the Clowns," complete with dogs whimpering and babies crying in the background. Now we're going to play How Much Is That Doggy in the Window? And you people can sit and listen to it. Don't turn it off, I ordered. It only got worse. A few Steve Rossi songs, You Light Up My Life, The Night Chicago Died. It got so bad that Robin even tried to recruit some women on the NBC studio tour to strip, but to no avail. Later that afternoon, a woman called up and promised to come down the next day. One condition, she said, as long as Robin is in the room. I don't want to be alone with you. I don't want to touch you, I just want to look at you. I haven't seen a new naked body in 10 years. I just want to look at you so I have something to fantasize about. Is that too much to ask? I said. Meanwhile, we finished the show with Bobby Vinton, Nancy and Frank Sinatra, Gene, Harper Valley Tar, I Am Woman, Candyman, and The Ballad of the Green Berets. The next day we hit pay dirt. Waiting for us in the studio was not 1, not 2, but 3 girls. One was a comedian named Maria, up from Philly, who promised to play Dial a Date naked. The second was a red-headed stripper named Destiny, and the third was Kathy, an incredible blonde. She was a natural breathtaking beauty, a girl next door who was about to do the wildest thing she'd ever done in her life. In fact, she was so shy about taking her clothes off that she brought along a male friend and made him take off his clothes, too, before she would. It was wild. Knowing the hypocrites in management at NBC all too well, I immediately made the studio a closed set. I had Gary, who had just started working for me around this time, tape newsprint all over the glass windows. Then I assigned both Gary and Fred to keep everybody out. I didn't care if the general manager or the program director or even Grant Tinker showed up. They weren't getting in. 3 naked girls. 3 naked girls on my show, I screamed, and Fred began to play some strip music. Maria's pants are off, I began a play-by-play. Destiny is bumping and grinding and taking her clothes off, Robin reported. The guy is naked. Kathy is naked, I exulted. This is disgusting, Robin said. This is great, I corrected her. I put Maria into a chair so I had an unencumbered view of her 38C assets and we began her dial-A date. Just then there was a commotion outside the studio door. I later found out that most of the NBC executives were outside trying to get in. And one of the NBC corporate lawyers was adamant. He demanded to be allowed in. I'm sorry, Gary said, we're not allowing anybody in here. I need to be in there, goddammit, the suit exploded, I'm a lawyer. I need to hear if something obscene is going on. This guy was out of control. There was no way he had to see what was going on. His job was to listen, not to look. But man, did he want to look. He created such a fucking scene that he really came off like a dirty old man. The censor turned on his slimy heels and stormed away. Here was a guy who was in charge of lecturing me on decency looking every bit the peep show customer. My mother said I'd never get a naked woman in here. I was gloating, I've got 3. I called her up. Ray, I'm totally disgusted. Howard, she's got a D cup, just like you. I told you I'd get a naked girl down here. Ray, and when your daughter gets older, you're gonna have her listen to this nonsense. Howard, Emily doesn't think I'm her father. I told her her father is a Harvard professor. We went back to dial-A date and Maria made her choice. Then we got another girl to strip for Greg the engineer, who missed the initial nudity. It's really weird, Robin, during the whole thing with all those girls taking their clothes off, I was not really that turned on, believe it or not, because I love my wife, I said. Why lie to me, Howard? Robin asked. SSSHH. Allison just called up and she won't even go on the air with me, I said. Allison had sounded really pissed, I just wanted to test myself. I wanted to see 3 naked women to see if I was really in love with my wife. You had some question? Robin was ruining everything. There was just one little iota of doubt. Every once in a while, a man questions himself. And as I'm looking at all these naked girls, I'm saying, I love my wife. My wife has a beautiful body. She's my friend, she's my lover, she's my confidant. Was anyone buying this bullshit? Just in case they weren't, I added, this is proof positive that I love my wife more than anything in the world. And I can look at more naked women and not be turned on. But looking was soon not enough. Like a desperate junkie, I had to seek new highs. I started spanking women on the air. Girls would let me undress them. First I'd pull down their pants, eventually I'd remove their panties. They'd get over my knee, arch their back, and I would make them ask for a spanking. As I slapped, I made them ask me for more. You've been a bad girl, haven't you? Yes, they'd eventually reply. Then they would ask me to spank them harder. Are you sure you want this? Is this what you really want? Yes, they would moan. I even spanked Jack Nicholson's Playboy centerfold girlfriend, Karen Mayo Chandler, after he had done the very same thing. Then it got kinkier and kinkier. I invited guys to come in and spank their wives in front of me, then it was girls spanking other girls. I was slowly running out of perverted things to do. Enter Tila, the transsexual, fresh from the Donahue show. She was so voluptuous she'd fooled the James Bond movie producers, who featured her as one of the Bond girls. I've got to admit that for a guy without a penis, she was pretty good looking. Hey, Tila, pull down your panties, I want to see how real your phony vagina looks. That's not real private parts. That's a surgical scar with a scab on it. Oh, yeah, you couldn't tell the difference, she said in her deep voice. I sure could. Pull down your panties. Let me examine you. It can't smell very good because it can't clean itself. There must be deposits in there from everyone since the James Bond movie. I really pissed her off. She came over to my side. Take off your pants first, she said, let me see what you've got. I don't have any problem with that. You're a guy. I stood there in my underpants and she grabbed my balls and cock with those big manly mitts of hers. Some things a doctor can't change. I popped the biggest fucking boner. Some guys really know how to handle the goods. She was a pro. After a seductive struggle, which I lost, Tilla refused to show me her man-made vagina. My guess is the whole damn mess looks like one giant scab. She stripped down to her panties and I've got to admit, the confused fucker looked good. After the thrill of spanking transsexuals and lesbians wore off, I turned to shaving. We asked female listeners to come in and shave in front of me. A few times we even offered them free concert tickets to shave. One time we got a married woman to come up and shave herself. Her name was Maria and her husband was a big fan of mine. She was really cute. Brown hair. Big jugs. When she entered the studio, we started playing Happy Days Are Here Again. Over Fred's sound effects of an electric razor, I started singing. Lather up your hairy lap. Don't you listen to all that other crap. When Howard's on no one takes a nap. Lather up that hairy lap. Happy days are here again. The transsexuals, Tla and Hauna, me, exchanging shaving tips. She didn't like Jackie and Fred being there so I kicked them right out. Robin wanted to leave, too, but I forced her to stay, although we arranged Maria's chair so Robin couldn't see what was going on. Maria lathered up and started to shave. We needed a bowl of hot water to rinse her razor off so we grabbed Jackie's cereal bowl. We're always using Jackie's bowl or coffee mug for some skeevy scam, but he doesn't care. Jackie's one of those guys who uses the same mug every day without rinsing it out. It's always full of stains, spit and piss. Then he mixes his tea with a fucking pencil. It's disgusting. Me, I only drink from paper cups, I'm so terrified of germs. This guy is healthy as a horse and I'm the one who's always getting sick. So this girl was shaving her fucking disgusting pubic hairs all over his cereal bowl and he ate from it the next day. I wanted to vomit. I hope he enjoyed his Rice Krispies. Maria stood there naked with her thighs spread, shaking with nervousness. When she finished I asked her if she wanted to be spanked. She lay down across my lap. First of all, your behind is gorgeous, I said, inspecting the merchandise. She was shaking more. What are you uptight about? Nothing, Maria said. This is your fantasy, right? Okay, say, Howard, my master, please spank me. She repeated after me. I spanked her and she began to laugh. You could do it a little harder, she said. You getting excited? I asked. I do all male burlesque with Gary, Jackie, and Fred, left. Audience members at a live club appearance bobbing for tampons. I listen to him and I have to turn it off. It gets so foul. He talks about smelling underwear and he's got the bobbing for tampons. It grosses you out. Gary Collins. Yes, she sighed. I gave her a few more whacks and released her. This was a great show. We can go home now, I pronounced. All the hair is gone. Robin wondered. Everything, I said, it's all in Jackie's cereal bowl. Stripping, spanking, shaving, the possibilities were endless. We competed with each other to figure out new ways of getting women to get out of their clothes and new things to do to them once they were in the buff. For some reason our supply of women started drying up. We hadn't had a naked woman in a week. That's when I had a brainstorm. A very dim light went on in my head. One day we had 2 phone sex girls up to give a demonstration of their craft. When we found out that one of them was actually a nude model for art students, we saw great potential there. We chipped in and paid her to model nude for us while we drew her. Jackie, Fred, Gary, and I would become artists. So I bought easels, paints, and berets. Yes, we wore berets on the radio with our headphones on, and I put a call out on the radio for girls to come down to model nude for us. They came in droves. After all, this was a legitimate my drawing. Fred's attempt. Venture. There was nothing vile about it. Leonardo da Jackie. And Gary's worthless piece of shit. We brought in a model who was posing with her right arm in the air like a Michelangelo sculpture. Jackie, Fred, and I really tried to capture the beautiful flow. In our sketches you could see that we really tried to draw her. Gary just stood there staring at the girl. When we saw his drawing we burst out laughing. He just wanted to gape at this naked woman and paid no attention to his art. Her stupid arm isn't even up in the air. And check out the pubic bush and wishbone tits. Nice shoulders. Where the hell are her hands? Talk about pencil necks. And what's with that expression on her face? But he did spend a lot of time on his rather feminine and intricate signature. That smelly bastard. We haven't had another nude model since. He blew the whole thing. Drawing led to painting, and soon enough we were having naked girls up every St. Patrick's Day so we could paint their breasts green. Paint was always applied with little cotton balls that allowed me to feel up my studio guests without actually cheating on my wife. I walk a fine line. We even began subtle little games among ourselves, games the audience had no knowledge of. I devised a shoe trick that benefited Jackie, Fred, and Gary. Whenever a woman came in wearing a miniskirt, I would compliment her on her shoes. "Wow, I love high heels," I'd say, "can I see those shoes?" The unsuspecting female would swivel her chair and stick her shoe up on the console, so I could examine it. Meanwhile, Jackie, Fred, and Gary looked right up her dress. Every girl fell for the shoe trick. The guys got to see Tori Spelling's underwear that way. Tori was just the beginning. Our next conquest was the famous porn star Ginger Lynn. I got to spank her, but it wasn't easy. Ginger was dating Charlie Sheen at the time, and at first she didn't even want to take off her clothes. But I went into my patented, stern whining, and a few minutes later she was buck naked and lying across my lap. I gave her a nice spanking. She had one of the most incredible bodies I had ever seen. It was a real turn-on. "Oh, my God, Charlie's going to be so upset," Ginger worried. "I'll tell him that it was only the radio, I wasn't really naked and getting spanked." But she was naked and she did get spanked, and I didn't think Charlie was going to buy that bullshit. A few weeks later, Gary tried to book Charlie Sheen for our TV show, and we heard that he was furious and he wanted to beat the shit out of me because I had his girlfriend naked over my lap. As if it was my fault. This is a girl who's fucked everything that breathes in her porno movies, and he was mad at me. But I find it much more exciting to see regular actresses nude than X-rated stars. That's why when I get a regular movie star up in the studio and there's any chance of any action, I take out all my artillery. I tell her that my wife is dying of cancer. In fact, when I had Margot Hemingway up, I told her that Allison had already died. We were flirting like crazy and it looked as if something might happen. "I think about what I do to you," I moaned. Even with my fat belly hanging out, I was seductive in my Burt Lancaster role with MTV's Martha Quinn in a scene from Here to Eternity. "She's tall enough for you," Robin said. "We're a good-looking couple," Margot agreed. "We could do things standing up," I suggested. "If my wife is listening, I know you're up there in heaven somewhere, honey. Just close your ears because I'm ready to get back in the saddle. I've got to get back to it. I lost Allison, but I've got to get back on that horse and ride. Are you free for lunch?" She wasn't. Bitch. Sometimes I have to depend on Allison to stop things in the nick of time. One time I had Kimberly Taylor the penthouse pet on. I wanted her to get naked for me, but she wouldn't. "Howard, show me your penis, then I'll get naked," she insisted. She knew I'd never show anyone my small penis because of how uptight I am about its size. But since I was nursing a hard-on, my penis looked kind of big. So I didn't really care if she saw my penis. I pulled my underpants open and let her look down. "I can't see anything." "Okay, now I can see it." He's hiding it between his legs, she screamed. Here I thought my penis was so full that she couldn't even see it. How humiliating. She kept screaming, "Where is it? I can't see it." Stuttering John ran into the room. Allison's on the phone. "Honey, she didn't see anything," I assured Allison. "What are you doing, Howard?" "Stop it," Allison said. Allison is like the guards at Buckingham Palace about my penis. She loves it and guards it like the crown jewels. "Here's what happened, honey. Kim took her off her top and I took off my pants, but you didn't see much, did you, Kim?" "I saw a pubic hair," Kimberly said. "Howard, if you don't want to stay married, keep cheating," Allison piped in. "I'm bringing Kimberly home for us, honey. We have a new housekeeper." "I don't believe this, every day. It's getting boring already," Allison said. "What kind of wife are you? You let me keep doing this stuff," I said. "You want a nice weekend? Keep your clothes on," Allison warned and hung up. But the one woman who strained my marriage vows to the fullest was Stacy Gleaner, from Knots Landing. We had her on my TV show and we did a parody of Dirty Dancing called Sterny Dancing. During the Dirty Dancing scene, she tried to kiss me but I turned my head away. Then after we finished shooting, she followed me into my inner dressing room. In the full 2 years of that show, no one had pursued me that far. Robin, Jackie, Dan Foreman, everybody lined up with their ears pressed to the door to hear what we were doing in there. I thanked Stacy for being on the show. She told me that she was going to be in New York staying at her grandmother's house all weekend with nothing to do. It was a tempting offer but I was good and went home to Long Island. It was a really bad weekend. I had to masturbate 3 times to stay a family man. That week, Stacy was scheduled to be a guest on my radio show. "I was thinking about you the whole weekend," she said. "You're so cute. You must have tons of guys coming onto you," I said. "No," she said. "Believe me, if I was single, we would have had some blast this weekend. I had to go home and masturbate 3 times the other night. I was mad at everyone because I wanted to have sex with you, Stacy. If I was single I would have done you and your grandmother." Actress Stacy Gleaner shows me her beautiful ass cheeks, a rare public display. "Do you ever wear a thong?" I asked. "Underwear, but not a bikini," she said. "Are you wearing thong underwear right now?" "No." "God, am I turned on," I moaned. "What I would do to you sexually." "What would you do?" she asked me. "In 3 seconds it would be over." "But we would do it 10 times in one day," I said. "You're practically a virgin, aren't you? Fresh as a daisy. Now, why are you in love with me?" "Physically you can't be," I said. "Physically I am," she said. "I love you because you're witty. I'm physically attracted to you. You're smart." "Ram your tongue down my throat," I pleaded. "What a tease you are, telling me you love me. Why should we be tormenting ourselves?" Stacy wondered. "You give me a definite boner. You're cute, you're fresh. You're not a bimbo. I'm masturbating as we speak. Can I give you a massage?" I asked. "Yeah." "Oh, great. I'll kick the guys out of the room." "You mean it?" "Yeah," she said. "Fred, let's leave while he doesn't have sex," Jackie said. "I'm a little nervous." "I'd rather massage you," Stacy said. "What are you doing?" I pulled off my pants, put on a towel, and we dimmed the lights in the studio. "Are you naked under that towel?" Stacy asked. "What do you want?" I said. "Naked. Naked," Stacy laughed. She began to rub me down. "I love you so much," Stacy said. She was very clinical in her approach. Tilla did more for me. "What kind of rub down is this from a woman who loves me?" I asked. "You're rubbing me down like my wife rubs me down." "I love your hair," she said. Just then, my paradise was punctured by the appearance or stuttering John. Which could mean only one thing. Allison was on the phone. "My wife ruins everything," I moaned. "I'm nervous," Stacy said. "It sounds obnoxious," Allison said. "You're leading her on." Stacy stopped rubbing. "What happened to the rub down?" "There's something so dirty when a woman rubs you down with your wife yelling at you," I said. I'm really getting offended, Allison said. I'm not happy listening to any of this. You're not happy because I'm a desirable man. Well, how about giving me sex every once in a while and maybe I won't be so damn horny. You know why my wife's mad at me? Last week I made love to her and it lasted 30 seconds because I didn't give her any foreplay with her stupid vibrator. I said. None of that is true, Allison said. I bet you give me good sex tonight. You want me to bring Stacy home for a threesome? No, I don't. And I bet you don't either. Allison was fuming. Give me a kiss, Allison, I said. You're embarrassing me, Allison said. You're shaking, Stacy. You're so filled with lust, I said. You sound like a dirty old man, Allison said. The same position every time. I yawned. I'm hanging up, Allison threatened. This sounds like cheating to me. I don't want Allison to be mad at me, Stacy worried. She's not mad at you, she's mad at me, I said. Robin, I'm counting on you, Allison said. I love you, I said sweetly. I love you, too, Allison said and hung up. Where were we? I plunged right back in. Now that I've talked to Allison, Stacy sighed. The party's over. That bitch wife of mine can't handle that I have a little fun, I said. Stacy complained that her stomach was cramping up. I guess I have to say goodbye to you. Come over here. Sit on my lap, I said. I'm so depressed, she said, as she sat on my lap. Your breath smells great. I'm getting aroused, I said. It's weird, Stacy said. Love is difficult that way, I philosophized. You'll have to get another man and fantasize it's me. She kissed me goodbye. I don't want her to be happy, I said. I wanted her to suffer and miss me. She got all upset again. I searched for some words that might make this separation a little easier. Before you go, will you flush me? I finally asked. I can't, Stacy said. I have a padded bra on. Then she walked out of the studio and out of my life. But that's what usually happens. I'm doing my job, entertaining people, and my wife gets a call from one of her yenta friends whose husbands are cheating on them, and they get Allison all pumped up and she calls in angry. Then I go home and we fight. Who needs her to call in the first place? If I worked in the leather business like my sister's husband, do you think Allison and my mother would be so quick to call during the day to see what I was doing? I'm lucky Allison doesn't drive into the station and try to watch through the glass walls of the studio. But she doesn't have to. She's got Robin there. Robin, I'm counting on you. Well, one April Fool's Day, we got Robin back for all the times she's been Allison's police force. Let Robin tell the story. First, let me explain what it's like being the only woman on the show. Sometimes I feel like an anthropologist studying male behavior when I'm sitting in my studio overlooking Howard and the guys. It's as if they're in a men's locker room and I'm getting a dose of how men really talk to each other when they aren't afraid that women might hear them. That's why I don't object to what's happening, because they're pretending that this is a boys' room. They're not doing this to offend women, they're just being guys. If you look at Howard's life, I serve the same purpose as the other women in his life. He's more human because of us. If we weren't there, Howard would just be this huge ID, out of control, saying whatever, burping, farting. If it weren't for women, he'd never control any of his bodily functions. He'd never have a nice thought. This April Fool's thing started when a girl called up and said she was in love with Howard and he said she should come up to the studio so he could see her. Nothing out of the ordinary. She came up and she was sitting there, just looking at him, telling him how much she loved the way he sounded over the air and how much she was in love with him and how she would do anything for him. I was sitting there thinking, yeah, right, ha ha ha. I couldn't care less. All of a sudden, Howard said, you really do love me and you'd do anything for me? Make love to me right now, right here on the air. Man, I've been waiting for this all my life. He was telling her that it was cheating on his wife only if I did something, not if somebody did something to him. This woman had convinced me that she was really crazy in love with Howard. So he said, come over here. She got up and went around the console. What are we gonna do? He said. Let's just get down here, she said, and, all of a sudden, they disappeared under the console. I couldn't see anything anymore. And Howard was saying, all right, Robin. I'm down here and she's taking off all my clothes. And I started to see clothes flying out over the console. I saw a shirt. I saw a blouse. I saw a bra. I saw a skirt. I saw panties. Then I saw Howard's pants. Then I saw his underwear. I was thinking, this is ridiculous, and they started making sex noises and carrying on, and I was saying, no. This woman's crazy, she's out of her mind. I jumped up and I ran into the studio and ran around the console. I had to stop him from destroying his marriage. I thought he'd lost his mind, that he hadn't thought this through. There they were, lying on the ground with all their clothes on, with a bag full of clothes they were throwing out. April Fools, they screamed. But with our famous Super Bowl parties, we elevated this concept of fantasy sex into a true art form. It didn't start out that way, though. Our first Super Bowl party was when we were still back at WNBC, and it was just a gathering of the men who worked on the show. One of our sponsors, Big Al from Great Sounds, lent us a 50-inch projection TV, and we rented a room in a motel in Westbury and watched the game. No girls, no nothing. All we did was watch the game and smear cheese whiz all over the huge TV's corrugated screen. There'd be a close-up of a quarterback and we'd take the cheese whiz and draw dick going into his ass, mature stuff like that. The next year, we planned a more elaborate party. We had it at my friend Neil's house. And we realized that Super Bowl Sunday was probably the only day in the year that married guys could get massages from strange women and get away with it. So Ronnie, my limo driver, rounded up a couple of hookers who were absolutely disgusting. I don't even know if we can call them hookers because nobody would go near these skeeves, except for Jackie, the joke man, who wound up in the basement with them. He claimed that they only gave him a toe massage, but we never believed him. By the third year, things started picking up. We had the party at Neil's house again. We had more guys and more hookers. Then Neil's house was too small, so we moved to the Garden City Hotel, and I was in charge of booking the entertainment. I packed the place with penthouse pets and lesbians. It was Disneyland for men. The highlight of the whole party was when a guy named Joe mooned everybody. He had written, "Giants suck," in magic marker on his ass. As Joe pulled down his pants, Jackie, who was sitting on the floor eating a giant plate of ribs, nonchalantly reached over and shoved his finger right up this guy's ass. It was the single most disgusting thing I ever saw Jackie do. The infamous finger in the moon incident. Moments later, eating ribs. Joe grunted and turned green. Jackie pulled his finger out of Joe's ass and went right back to eating his ribs. Wash your fucking hands. My fantasy sex life gets more twisted. Bikini-clad women eating hot dogs on a string. Top left, the how quick can you put a condom on a banana contest. Bottom, and orchestrating one of the sickest moments ever. The Howard Stern prom show. I crowned this couple prom king and queen when she shoved her 5-inch heel up his ass. "You're eating finger food, you cow," we all yelled. Poor Joe was so freaked that he ran out of the party. Jackie had raped him with his finger. This was the funniest thing I ever saw. But Jackie was unfazed. Compared to the other disgusting things he had done, this was nothing. After all, Jackie had once urinated inadvertently in his mother's face and had taken a shit out of a moving vehicle in traffic. Each year our party got more and more elaborate. We got more booze, more food, more girls. Better girls, too. One year penthouse pet Amy Lynn came and was doing her hot oil strip routine for the guys, but I missed it because I was in another room getting a rub down from two girls who were doing all sorts of great stuff to each other. But by this time, I realized that my modest idea had grown out of control. It was too depressing to be at one of these parties. There were beautiful, willing women in any of the rooms and I wasn't allowed to have sex with them. My conscience wouldn't allow it. Who needed this aggravation? I put an end to the Super Bowl parties. It's just too hard to lead two separate lives. You can't be a family man and parade around with naked women tempting you every second. Massaging and male bonding on TV. Never before seen. The back of my office door, compliments of my listeners and viewers who send me pictures of themselves nude. Finding more stupid ways to get close to women. Spoke as Model of the Year. Top photo, a new game show called Guess Who Has the breast implants? Bottom right, and an audience member turned. Spoke as model endorses Snap. You can never get enough of But Bongo. By the way, I learned all of this family value stuff by reading that sensitive and inspiring work. I can't believe I said that. By Kathy Lee Gifford, my idol. Actually, my mother set me straight when I first got married. She told me if I ever started running around with other women, she would take Allison and the kids into her home and would never speak to me again. Penthouse pet Amy Lynn, left, and dancer Tempest assist me for the cover shoot. We posed for over 3 hours knowing full well these shots were too outrageous for the cover. But who cared? Like most of the other pussy-ripped men in America, I now spend Super Bowl Sundays home with my family. But my quest for the ultimate surrogate sexual experience continues. We recently went from spanking to butt bongoing, which is really just frenetic spanking in time to a rock record playing in the background. I even showcased butt bongoing on my last videotape, Butt Bongo Fiesta. But we're beginning to get jaded. The thrill is rapidly vanishing. There are fewer and fewer fantasy sex worlds to conquer. I knew we were treading on the outskirts of total dissolution when, as a practical joke, I decided to secretly tape record the first creative meeting for Butt Bongo Fiesta. I called Dan Foreman and John Lollos, the former executive producers of my TV show, to the meeting. I was going to tell Foreman and Lollos, two pretty straight, family-type guys, that our next tape should be just 90 minutes of enemas and douching. I was sure the idea would make both of them want to vomit and they'd take a righteous stand and refuse to work on it. Meanwhile, I would really nag them and try to convince them, and we'd have a great practical joke to play on my radio show. We'll call it the Howard Stern Enema and Douche Party. I pitched the project straight-faced to Dan and John, just 90 minutes of douching and enemas. What do you think? I hate to say it but I like it, Dan gushed, but I wish I wasn't saying that. Then I turned to John and asked him what he thought. He was against it and had a lot of reservations. He said, I don't see where we are going with this. I realized how far gone we were. Everyone was now taking me seriously. Everyone believed I was now willing to produce a douche and enema tape, whether they were for or against it. No more morality, no code of ethics. It didn't matter what it was, we'd do it. I told the guys to turn off the hidden tape recorder. We had definitely gone beyond the pale. We weren't philosophers, we were perverts. Star Wars Chapter 13. I'm good at starting fights, always have been. Even as a kid I would turn to my sister and tell her I was heading downstairs to get Mum and Dad worked up. My dad would come home from work around 7 p.m. and quickly race to the dinner table. After putting in a long day, he was tired and it was time to eat. I'd sit at the table waiting to start a little trouble. My father's partner in the recording studio had started a small record label called Ping Pong, which annoyed and frustrated my dad. The very words ping pong could set him off. Mom, how was your day, Ben? Dad, good, good. Me, hey, Dad, anything going on with ping pong? Ping pong? Dad, shut up. Me, just kidding. Dad, don't you know how to shut up? Even a moron knows to sit quiet at the table. Me, hey, I was just saying ping pong. Mom, you know your father doesn't like that. What's wrong with you? Me, I'm proud of ping pong. I just want to know more about it. Within minutes my father would be threatening me, my mother would be yelling, and I was ecstatic. It was real drama. And to think I make a living doing the same thing today, by pushing people's buttons and getting them to fight on the radio. One time there was a traffic guy at WNBC who was a Vietnam vet. I respect vets and I'm genuinely curious about combat experiences. I asked the guy if he had killed any gooks in Nam and the guy went nuts, and he complained to the general manager. The next day the general manager gave me a good ramming and said that I should deliver an on-air apology. Of course I protested. I never apologized, but I did tell him on the air that if I offended him in any way I certainly hadn't intended to do so. He was very understanding and just as he was signing off I said, so, did you or didn't you kill any gooks? The guy went nuts and changed his shift to another show. The traffic reporter who I believe really disliked me was Roz Frank. When I first came to WNBC, I had to kiss Roz's ass because they told me she was a bigger star than I was. We'd get into on-air fights all the time. Then she got pissed at me for an interview I did with the New York Post. They asked me if I was at war with Roz, so I told them that I really liked Roz except for her eye cheese. She called me at home, screaming at me to cut the shit. But I got her another way. Before she went on the air, Roz always cleared her throat. We recorded that, and every time, right before she came on with her report, we rolled the tape of her clearing her throat. We even used to play Celebrity Phlegm and have listeners call in to identify it. One time I got the entire staff of K-Rock's sister Spanish station pissed off. They were hiring the Spanish Dr. Ruth, a big star, and the general manager of the station, Frank Flores, told me that they were having this big press conference, and he made me swear that I would leave his press conference alone. Every major Latino newspaper would be there. I couldn't help myself. It was as if Satan got inside me. I went to this serious press conference and stood outside the doorway and held up signs that read, "Castro rules," and "Give me back my hubcaps." They went nuts. None of the Spanish people from the station ever spoke to me again. Some of my guests cry at the slightest provocation. I made Wham wince when they sat down, and the first question I asked them was, "Let's solve this once and for all, are you guys gay?" They denied it. I've made Richard Simmons cry 100 times, but that's easy. The last person to cry on my show was comedian Judy Tenuta, and it wasn't even my fault. She cried because Sam Kinison and Penn Jillette ganged up on her. Before Judy came into the room, Sam offered me 5 crisp, new $100 bills if I got Judy to show us her breasts. As soon as Judy showed up, Sam and Judy started going at it. Judy started goofing on Sam's young girlfriend, Malika, and her sister, Sabrina, whom Sam was also doing. Sam wouldn't take shit from anyone, and he came back at Judy with a vengeance. He kept attacking her relationship with Emo Phillips, the comedian, because Judy kept their marriage a secret. Judy thinks she can just come in here and slap and abuse every man in this room just because Emo turned out to be such a disappointment in her life, Sam said. "I don't hang out in daycare centers," Judy snarled. "We're the enemy just because we share genitalia with this disappointment you call your boyfriend. You're not even proud enough of him to claim him as your man," Sam bellowed. "Emo's probably locked in your trunk outside." "I've been good, can I come out?" "Yeah, like your poodles aren't on a leash outside," Judy shrilled. They were going at it pretty good. Finally Penn decided to do a card trick. He pulled out a deck of cards and he had Sam pick one. "Howard is a Buddhist monk in heat." Judy Tenuta. "I'm putting it back in the deck, shuffling it, remember the card, visualize it clearly." Okay, Judy, now take off your top," Penn said. Judy was pissed. "It didn't work," I said. "I have to go," Judy suddenly said, and stormed out of the studio. We were all in shock. Judy was upset because she thought that she was coming on alone. "Tell her, welcome to comedy and showbiz on the same day," Sam said. He was Mr. Sensitive. When she came in she wasn't wearing white slacks. Maybe it was a special day. Penn, who had run out into the hall to apologize to Judy, came back in. "I can't believe it. I say one thing and I'm the schmuck," he screamed. Penn suddenly jumped up and pointed at Sam. "This rat bastard set me up. He put my comedy balls up against the wall." Sam got her angry. "And she comes down on me. I'm from Massachusetts, I don't need this. I'm getting out." Penn made like he was walking out. Gary came back in and told us that Judy was crying when she left, saying she didn't have to take that crap, that she was ganged up on. "I can't imagine this crew being accused of ganging up. I wouldn't team up with anybody here," Ben said. "I bet she's driving home sitting on a towel," Sam laughed. "I just wish Emo would grab Judy's hair and use it like the bridle of a horse and ride her into a wall." Sam then told a story about the time he went to see Judy do a show in Denver years ago and they had a little makeout session. "I felt really bad Judy left the show. The next morning, I arranged for her to come up again, this time alone. I love Sam. I can't help it if he was acting like a baboon in heat," I said. "I was just surprised you had the whole small primate house in here." "And I was not crying," Judy started off. You were crying like Roseanne Barr had just stepped on your foot, I said. And I didn't make out with Sam in Denver. He was like Jabba the Hutt with blow. He came backstage, I didn't even know who he was. Suddenly, the hotline rang. I knew who it was without answering. Jabba the Hutt? You acne-faced. Sam screamed, I defended you yesterday. I said Roseanne Barr stole everything from you and you rip me with Jabba the Hutt with blow? You're making a stupid career move to mess with me. I guess it's fair that you said I should have my head rammed into a wall? Judy countered. I can overreact, too, Sam said, it's not a female prerogative. You two should kiss again and make up. Like in Denver, I said. Sam, I'm sorry, I was making a little joke, Judy apologized. I got to go on a diet. That's my only vulnerable attack point, Sam said. I love you, Judy. I think you're the best. If I hurt your feelings yesterday, I'm sorry and I apologize. I feel so good now, Sam, I'm going to cry, Judy wailed. It's good you two kids made up, I said. But this sucks for my ratings. Welcome to the jungle. One of my most celebrated on-air feuds began with a simple dispute I had with the rock group Bon Jovi and culminated in a knockdown, drag-out affair between Sam Kinison and me. It started very innocently when I got pissed at Bon Jovi for going on radio stations like Z100 and New to promote their new album yet shunning my show. I was mad because we were the only show to promote Bon Jovi when they were nobodies. I had what I thought was a good relationship with three guys in the band, John Bon Jovi, Richie Sambora, and David Bryan. One of my loyal listeners gave me John's home phone number, so I called him on the air and asked him why he wouldn't do my show. He gave me some lame excuse that the record company stopped him because the other stations threatened not to play the record if he came on with me. I knew this was bullshit and I teased him for kowtowing to the record execs. I renamed him John Bon Phony. John sounded really contrite and offered to come over to my house, wash the car, and babysit my kids for restitution, but I was merciless. You guys wanted to get sodomized and we allowed you to have some girls in the backseat of a K-Rock limo and this is the thanks I get, I whined. Meanwhile, here I was complaining that he wouldn't come on the air and I had already had him on for over an hour. Then Sambora called in and I started in on him. I refused to accept his apology. I told the sodomy story again, then I warned him that John would dump him as fast as he dumped me. Go ahead, Richie, name the other two Supremes besides Diana Ross. You guys turned on me quicker than a Greek waiter. I was a hurt woman. The next time Sam Kinison came to the show, he had a great idea. He had been hanging around with Bon Jovi and they even let him open up their show at Giants Stadium. I guess playing before 70,000 Bon Jovi fans did something to Sam that, to this day, I can't comprehend, but he decided that he would act as peacemaker between me and Bon Jovi. He suggested that the group come in the next morning and he would referee our on-air debate. What a stroke of kissing Aryan diplomacy. I immediately accepted. The reaction was instantaneous. Baba Booey was deluged with requests from the press to cover this historic radio moment. Fred and Jackie and I convened and prepared a pre-fight skit. I went to sleep early to be prepared for the event. The next morning, hundreds of hairless 13-year-old teeny boppers in miniskirts and knee pads huddled at the front doors, awaiting their hero's arrival. There was enough hairspray on them to knock out the entire ozone layer. The press had shown up in full force and we had set them up in a separate room. We were waiting for Sam and the guys to show. By 8:301 started getting pissed. We decided to run the pre-debate skit anyway. I had recorded a goofy parody of those stupid pre-fight profiles. Over the dumb Rocky-type music I did my best sports announcer. Welcome to the wide world of sports. They're calling it the war on the fourth floor. It all started back when Howard Stern befriended these young boys and put them on dial a date. But it all went sour since the boys got famous. Wasn't it John Bon Jovi who once said, "Hey man, somebody's working my mouth, I have no opinions"? Now Howard Stern is all burned up. Just wait till they get into the vicinity of infinity. First it was Motown vs. Showtown, now if as the king of Madison Avenue versus the tampon-wearing, moose-using polygram pussies. Polygram Records tells them to cut out and they do. Even though the man makes $180 million, you'd think he'd get an individual thought in his head. He cut out and listened to the record company and did not come onto Howard Stern's show. Thanks to the good graces of Mr. Sam Kinison, the Henry Kissinger of comedy, they'll come onto the show today and either bury the hatchet or sever the relationship forever. 780 QP Fahrenheit was the title of one of their cut-out records, but it'll get warmer in here if those sanitary belt-sniffing sissies show up. On the set of my interview show with Richie Sambora and John Bon Jovi. It was almost 9 by now and I realized that I had been had. They weren't showing up. I could believe Bon Jovi would do this to me. But Sam, one of my closest showbiz friends? How could he turn on me like this? I had only one recourse. I grabbed the mic and proclaimed Andrew Dice Clay, Sam's arch-rival, the new king of comedy. Goodbye, Sam, nice knowing you. Don't burn your friends. I've had it with you. Dice Clay is the future. Dice works his ass off. He's not passed out in some room. Everyone's laughing at me. We'll see who has the last laugh. 5 pussies from Sayreville, New Jersey, chump pussies who hit it lucky. We'll see what happens when they're on tour with Iron Butterfly. I expect something like this from Bonducci. It's Kinison I don't understand. What is that all about? Sam's upset I put Dice on. Who cares? I put a lot of comedians on. Maybe he's insecure because he hasn't come up with any new material in a while. I wonder why any girls are with Sam. Guess if his Rob Lowe looks. Believe me, I could get Malika. Let's see where those girls'll be when he goes through all his money. I don't hear people talk about Sam anymore. All I hear is people talking about Dice. Think Sam finished his 9th ham and egg sandwich this morning yet? What a phony. I'm sitting here with a knot in my stomach. I thought of my co-workers. Imagine how embarrassed Gary was, having to go into a room full of press and say we got burned. That was even more embarrassing than parking Robin's car every morning. Sam is dead to me, I pronounced. He used Jessica Light toilet paper and threw her away. Maybe she is a little wacky, but she's a woman and she does have feelings. It's like taking advantage of a retarded girl. You can run and you can hide but you can't dodge my airwaves, dude. Wait until you see the power I have. Wait until you walk down the streets of New York and people scream how bloated and fat you are. When you see Sam, tell him that Dice is your god. If you're going to Sam's show tonight, just chant Dice forever, troll never. The next morning we came on and the phones were burning up. Quite a few of the callers had been to Sam's show at Rascals the night before and they reported that 90% of the place was chanting Howard and Dice man. Sam had flipped out and said, "Screw Howard. Who the hell is he? I planned that scam yesterday." Howard had to be taken down a step or two. One caller even said that at one point Sam got thirsty and asked a ringside spectator for a sip of his water. The guy said he was a Howard listener and another guy yelled out, "Spit in it first, then give it to him." How great was this? My fans were tormenting Kinison at his own show. Finally, we got another call. This one was from Sam. "I haven't changed, man. It was a practical joke and I'm sorry. I didn't know you were going to freak out and turn on me like a rabid dog, man," Sam said. "Hey man, you made me look like a jerk," I fumed. Sam had expected me to just forget about it. My defiant tone meant a fight was brewing. "My girls aren't bitches. All you did was turn on me, man," Sam complained. "Man, you hurt my feelings." "I'm hurt, too," I said. "I don't know if I can forgive this stuff." "You're a vicious fucking guy, man," Sam said. "If I'm a vicious dude, you're just as vicious as me." "I don't get the point of the joke," I countered. This went on for the rest of the conversation. There was no coming together, we were both too hurt. "I made a mistake, you got press out of it. You can ride this for a week, it'll help ratings." All of a sudden, Sam was a general manager. "You didn't care what happened yesterday morning," Robin interjected. "Robin, you're such a snake. You're both vicious people. You deserve each other and I hope you have a great career together," Sam said, and then he hung up. I was bummed. I couldn't believe what had happened. But I couldn't forgive Sam. The next day, Sam called up from the airport and apologized. I was momentarily disarmed, but the following day, after hearing a tape of his remarks about me at his Rascals show, I was too hurt again. I really respect his work and wish we were still doing stuff on the radio, but in all good conscience, man, I can't have this guy back on anymore. He's dead to me. I don't want to make a habit of people burning me. You burn Carson, you don't get back on Carson. So good night, funny man. I missed Sam and he missed me. Almost every day I'd get on the air and moan about our feud, but we were both too proud and stubborn to make up. But leave it to Sam. He thought of a comedic way to get back on the show. We were having a radioton to raise money for Danny Philbin, Regis's wheelchair-bound abandoned kid. In the middle of this event, Sam called up from LA and donated $500. That was the icebreaker. Sam was back on the A-list. Jessica dumps on Sam. After Sam dumps in her room, this was an excellent radio war. It started when Jessica Hahn got upset with Sam because he had a short fling with her, used her in his Wild Thing video, and then never called her. Meanwhile, Sam was pissed at Jessica because the National Enquirer ran a story about this 300-pound ex-preacher, Sam, who was in love with this starlet, Jessica Hahn. Sam was convinced that Jessica had leaked the story and had gotten paid for it. Jessica was so mad at being spurned that she came on our show and said that Sam had fallen asleep inside her while they were making love. The stage was set for fireworks. It started with Sam on the show. Jessica called in and told Sam she felt used by him. She even mentioned she sprang for the outfit she wore in the video. Sam offered to pay her for her appearance. "I don't want your money," said Jessica. "Don't even start in, you cow-faced loser. I'll come after you like you won't believe," Sam screamed. They argued about who made what allegation on what tabloid TV show. Jessica, remarkably, was holding her own. "You think because your mom died you're the only one that knows tragedy?" Sam suddenly said. Jessica's mother had just died that week after a long bout with cancer. It was a low blow. "All I did was call because..." Jessica started, but Sam interrupted her. "Yeah, do another Mr. Red routine, babe, while your mom's dying." That was the coup de grace. A few days earlier, Jessica had taped a radio bit with me in which she had sex with Mr. Ed. Unfortunately, on the same day, her mother died. She had no idea that her mother would die that day, and we had, out of respect to Jessica, held off playing the bit. Now Sam was using this in a dirty, vicious sneak attack. What a dastardly guy. What sleazy underhanded tactics. What great radio. Jessica started crying, then she hung up. The feud was on, big time. A few days later Jessica called and was ready to spill her guts. She got on the air and told me the most embarrassing story I've ever heard in my life. Yes, it was true that Sam had fallen asleep inside of her. They'd checked into a hotel for a big romantic night. Sam had been doing lots of coke and beer, drinking tremendous amounts of alcohol that day. They made love and he fell asleep. An hour or two later, Sam got out of bed and was making a big racket, Jessica said. The room was dark and Sam was banging into things. Sam was looking for the bathroom, but was so out of it, he just lost control. He began to shit all over the floor. As he was walking he was blasting away. It was a big pile, like the kind an elephant leaves behind. Sam unloaded and without flinching strolled back to the bed and went right back to sleep. Now mind you, Jessica is telling us this romantic story, making herself out to be Florence Nightingale. In order to protect Sam from tabloid gossip, Jessica said she needed to clean up the room. If the maids saw a big pile on the floor of Sam Kinnison's room, they'd phone the Enquirer. Jessica Nightingale told us she quickly wiped up the shit with towels and wrapped up everything in big sheets. Then she took the brown-stained bedding down the hall and left it in front of someone else's room. Then she crept through the halls, grabbed Windex from the maid's cart, and cleaned the stains from the carpet. Sam woke up the next morning as if nothing had happened. In fact, he probably didn't even remember what he had done. Well, the story was fantastic and made for an unforgettable morning of radio. The next logical step was to milk it for all it was worth. A few weeks later, when Sam came on, I played him the tape of this conversation. "Oh, man," Sam exploded. "Not literally, thank God, oh, man. Dude, this is war. What's amnesty spelled backwards? How long will it take for Sam's face to turn purple?" I wondered aloud. Watch my face turn purple. Believe me, not only did she make this up, but you accept $260,000 of extorted money from misappropriated funds from a church and it's in your account. Doesn't this make you an accessory to conspiracy to blackmail? She ought to be in the cell right next to Backer. Oh, dude, I'm frothing, man. Now I knew Sam was pissed. He had used dude and man in the same sentence. Sam was almost choking on his cough lozenges. Let me tell you something. She's a sick pig. I've had it with her jealousy. She couldn't get me. She offered herself to me and I fell asleep inside her. That's the worst insult you can pay a woman, right, Robin? That's when the war started. I thought we made up. Is there any meat left on the carcass? How did Jessica get off on charges of conspiracy to blackmail? Believe me, if we had knowledge of that, we would be busted. Plus she gave bad head. It was almost time to go off the air, so I plugged Sam's show that night. There may only be 10 people there. They might be afraid I'm going to defecate on them from the stage, Sam said, when I shit in the hotel room. Maybe I was just trying to make her a little breakfast. Sam and I both dump on Dice. Figuratively, this time. Why was Sam always in the middle of these fights? Come to think of it, this one might never have started if it wasn't for that satanic Sam goading me on. Sam was in the studio one day when Andrew Dice Clay called in. Robin and I had been pursuing Dice for an exclusive interview about the circumstances behind his getting banned for life from MTV. That morning, I had heard from one of my listeners in Philly that Dice had actually gone on the air the first with one of my radio competitors. Dice called in and tried to smooth things over, but I wasn't buying. I let him know I was disappointed and I cut the conversation short. This was Sam's chance to goad me into a war with Dice, his hated rival. At the time, Sam had about 12 naked tits circling his head. We had some strippers in the studio that morning. After a while, Sam's prodding got to me. "That's it. Dice is banned from the show," I pronounced. "Then I respect you as a man and I'm there for you," Sam said. "Sam Kinison is the #1 comic in the world," I proclaimed. "You're cute, Sam Cood, I'd be your woman." Sam was pretty good at getting in the middle of a fight. His next time on the show, we called Kathy, Dice's ex-wife, in Los Angeles. Sam tried to squeeze dirt out of her and get her to confirm what he had heard, that Dice didn't want people to know she was married to him, this while she was supporting the guy for 3 years. Kathy did say their divorce was ugly. "It's a sad and sick story," I said indignantly. "I am so shocked by what I heard. For a man to deny his marriage." This probably put Dice over the top. A month later he was playing a sold-out show at the Spectrum in Philly and the crowd was packed with Stern supporters. At the first sign of Howard chanting, the Dice men flipped out. "What are you fucking yelling Howard Stern for? He's just jealous 'cause I talked to another radio show and he's got nothing better to do than rip me apart, that insecure cocksucker. Nobody fucks with Dice, Dice does the fucking. Nobody." All of a sudden, he saw a huge, Stern Rules banner. "I love my pants." "All right, sit down, jerk off. What are you showing me, Stern? Rules? But you're at my show, ha ha ha. Come on, stop jerking yourselves off. He's using you fucking people for his ratings. Not Dice man. I come out, I deliver. How much did he pay you to sit in the front row and show me that sign? He's a DJ arsehole. I'm the biggest comic to ever walk the earth. So he could wipe his ass with your sign, too. Hold it up. Yeah, beautiful. You did your job, collect your $50 from Stern in the morning." The man was obviously losing it. Dice stayed banned from my show for over a year. During that time, Sam took every opportunity to publicly flog him and challenge him to comedy showdowns. He claimed that Dice had stolen his whole act from him. But I missed Dice. Finally, we both agreed to bury the hatchet. Dice came in with his entourage, Hot Tub Johnny, Dutch Edsel, and Downtown Ronnie, and a photographer to record this historic reconciliation. We hugged emotionally. "I don't care if you go on other shows," I said magnanimously, "this is a nice reunion." "Hey, your ex-wife said she masterminded your career." Dice was in the middle of an ugly alimony suit with Kathy. "I can't talk about her," Dice said. "She won't get a dime," I said brightly, "don't worry about it." God, am I a diplomat? Before long, we got around to talking about Sam. Maybe they could make up, too. I wouldn't be friends with Sam. He's garbage. He started a fight with my bodyguard Hot Tub Johnny in the Comedy Store. Sam comes over to Johnny and he goes, "I ain't afraid of Dice." Sam wouldn't tell it to my face cause the guy's a pussy, that's the bottom line. I kept quiet for 2 years while this bloated animal destroyed his career by talking about me. So he starts calling Johnny names and makes like he's gonna hit him, and he goes to Johnny, "What are you gonna do about it?" Johnny goes, "Lay a hand on me." So Sam, with 5 guys around him, grabs Johnny by the throat. Johnny bangs him one in the face, Tubby goes down. He banged him right in his big, fat, bloated 2,000-pound head. Now he jumped on that fat bastard's back. He just jumps on him like a waterbed, right, and he rips the dirty rag Sam wears on his head right off, and holds it up and sees Sam is bald from the ears up. Now Sam's guys are jumping on Johnny, but Johnny is dragging all of them and Sam through the Comedy Store to the bathroom. Johnny's strong, you don't mess with Johnny. So now he sees Sam's a contestant for the new Fat Mr. Clean. He drags Sam into the bathroom and all Sam's guys are jumping over Johnny, but Johnny's pushing them off. He's got Sam in a headlock and he's looking in a mirror and he's going, "Sam, tell me what you see." And Sam's going, I'm Bozo the clown. I'm a big, fat, bastard bozo." Johnny let him go, but we kept the rag. Now it's a bit in the act. Howard versus all of LA. And the sex-crazed Magic. Hey, I don't only take on comedians who need to get back on my show to sell out their gigs. I take on whole cities at a time. One of those times was right after we got the news that Magic Johnson had tested positive for HIV. Of course I felt bad. But the media was honoring Magic as if he had just come back from World War II and had sacrificed his life for the honor of his country. The hero worship was sickening. And what I told my listeners was that Magic was pretty damn irresponsible to get it in the first place. It wasn't as if he got infected through a bad blood transfusion or from his dentist. No, this guy came down with it because he had incredible amounts of unprotected sex. Everyone was afraid to talk about Magic in an honest way. The press blasted me. Hate mail poured in. Ironically, after the story was out for a few weeks, many newspaper columnists and editorial writers ended up saying the same thing, that Magic was a womanizer who, in this day and age, should have worn rubbers. Some role model. He was out banging every night, the guy wouldn't stop. Unless we stop that kind of behavior, we're doomed as a human race. Look, we all want to see a cure for AIDS. But the cure exists. Instead of taking a magic pill or a shot, take your penis and put it back in your pants. And if you want to get some male ass, what you do is you go to a doctor and you both get checked and you stay with each other till death do you part. No more glory holing. That was basically my Magic rap, but the listeners were calling the station in droves, complaining. Hell, even my program director in LA, Andy Bloom, a guy who was with me years ago in Philly, called me up and asked me to tone down my remarks about Magic. Fuck him. He called me at home and left a message saying that he had never seen a reaction to anything like the reaction of the LA audience to the Magic raps, and the reaction was overwhelmingly negative. I thought that was great. But he was worried about these callers. When I asked him why they were complaining, he couldn't answer. They didn't know why they were mad, they couldn't specifically cite examples of things I had said that pissed them off, they were just angry I was attacking Magic. Well, I'd give them something to be angry about. The next day I went on the air and imagined one of the many phone calls Magic would be making to the women he banged. Magic, hello, baby, this is Magic Johnson. Yeah. Now, speaking about my Johnson, we got a little problem here. Woman, what is it, Magic? I never thought I'd hear from you again. Magic, well, you sitting down? Woman, I just want to say that night we spent together so beautiful. Magic, I say, are you sitting down, woman? Woman, Magic, I got to be honest with you. I thought you were like every other basketball player, you wouldn't call me back. And I know. You could have any woman you want. I've dated a lot of basketball players. I make a habit of dating sports figures and people in the entertainment industry, but they never call back. This is so beautiful that you called back. Magic, oh, baby, you're making it harder and harder. Baby, I was shooting arsenic. Woman, what? Magic, well, there's good news and bad news. Woman, well, what's the good news? Magic, the good news is you'll be losing a lot of weight soon. You can go bang away, you got nothing to lose. Woman, what's the bad news? Magic, well, I got something. Woman, a gift? An engagement ring? Not one of you guys has ever even called me back, now I'm engaged. Magic, no, 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 no. I got something. It rhymes with maids. Woman, now what rhymes with maids? Blades? Rollerblades? Magic, no, I don't got no rollerblades. Woman, oh, my God, wait a second, I think I know what you're trying to tell me. Magic, you know what, baby, it would be a whole lot easier if you tuned in the national TV. Just tune into my press conference. Woman, okay, but that doesn't sound like good news. Magic, look at it this way. You can smoke all the cigarettes you want, do lots of drugs, jump out of an airplane, and race cars. Now the phones and hate mail really went crazy. A few days later I picked out the best seething hate letter from a woman in LA. Named Laura, and I called her up on the air. Honey, you're a big phony, I said, you can't face facts that Magic Johnson, your supposed hero, was banging everything on 2 legs. Howard, you would have sex with lots of girls, but women don't want you. Let me tell you something, honey, I shouted, I could be out banging a different woman every night. In your dreams. That was it. I couldn't bear to talk with this moron. So I did all the talking. I had more to say than she did. There's no way you can stop my juggernaut of coming and barreling through LA. The ratings continue to grow. You're right, there's a lot of people like you who don't have any comprehension level. You read a book and you don't even know what you read. You speak and you don't know what you just said. You're a stupid woman who will never understand my show. You should not be listening. I don't sit and idolize Magic Johnson. I tell you the way it is. I tell you that he slept with thousands of women and that's why he got the AIDS virus. He used no contraception whatsoever and you can't deal with it because it's an adult opinion. I don't go around gaga about Magic. He's not my god and hero. You're your only god and hero, she said. Maybe she was more perceptive than I was giving her credit for. You should quit the Catholic Church and pray to Magic Johnson. Build a giant sneaker in your bedroom and pray to that instead of the Virgin Mother, I said. I have a basketball. Take the basketball and pray to it. Howard, you have this godlike attitude that ain't gonna work for long. If you don't like the show, listen to Rick Dees, Mark and Brian, J. Thomas, I'll name them all. In fact, I forbid you from listening to my show and you're only allowed to listen to Mark and Brian and Rick Dees and J. Thomas. Now I'll hang up on you. Thank you for calling and thank you for your hate letter. You are no longer allowed to listen. Thank you, Howard, she said and hung up. I don't want anybody like her listening, I continued, I want to hand select the people who listen. Their hero. They got a real hero. Meanwhile a real hero like Jonas Salk can't afford cable TV. Mugged at the grams. It's funny, after all these years doing my show, I never really got into a physical fight. Plenty of screaming matches, verbal threats, and posturing, but no fisticuffs. But it wasn't until we went to LA to do a live remote from the grams that I ever got into a real fight. This wasn't a real fight either. It was more like a New York mugging. We were set up in a hall at the Roosevelt Hotel, along with a lot of other radio stations from around the country. The problem was my show was so controversial that the idiots escorting the celebrities from station to station were shying away from bringing me guests. I wasn't going to take this lying down. I called over the jerk who was running the show and berated him on the air. He told me that I had a history of hogging guests. I told him to screw off, I'd get my own guests. It just so happens that for these purposes, I carry a megaphone. The previous year at the Grams, I used this megaphone on Lou Reed in an attempt to shame him into coming and sitting for an interview with me, even though I knew he hated my guts. Lou Reed? Lou Reed? Why are you ignoring me? I boomed, I'm a big fan of yours. I know all your hit songs. Walk on the Wild Side, Sweet Jane. Why do you ignore me? I picked up my megaphone and turned it on. Scanning the room, I spotted Elaine Boozler at the next booth. Great. Another jerk who didn't like me and wouldn't be a guest. I really wasn't interested in her being on my show until I heard she requested not to be on. The guy who ran the show told me that Elaine had been hearing me talk shit about her all week, too. This was going to be fun. Hey, Elaine. What's the matter? You don't want to come on my show? Everyone in the room could hear me. The whole room turned as one toward me. The other stations were pissed because my loud megaphone voice was interrupting their broadcasts. Elaine, you don't want to be on the Howard Stern show? What's the matter? It's such a horrible show? Yeah, you're so funny. So's your face, a strange-looking guy suddenly said. Who are you? Take a seat, I motioned toward my empty guest chair. All of a sudden, all hell broke loose. This jerk attacked me, slamming my megaphone into my nose. He was about to do more damage, but my faithful producer, boy Gary, grabbed him from behind. He poked Gary in the mouth and threw a full cup of soda at me before one of my brave listeners from New York, who had won a radio contest, managed to wrestle him to the ground and bloody his face with his studded wristband. During this fracas, Elaine Boozler came over screaming, "He's with me and he has taste." It turns out that this guy was Boozler's boyfriend. The entire room started buzzing with excitement. The best thing about the fight was we never went off the air. This was great radio. Elaine Boozler's people just beat up Gary, I immediately announced, "Are my earrings in?" Gary asked, "I think he pulled one of my earrings out." "You'll get punched in the eye?" I asked him. "No, I'm okay," Baba Booey said, "but I don't want you to ever say I don't do anything for you. I took a shot for you, man." He was absolutely right. I made a mental note not to berate him, at least not until we got back to New York. Howard Stern? I can't stand him. Lou Reed. More and more and more and more hate mail. I feel sorry for you, Howard. You are a man caught inside a world of his own ego. Who are all these fictitious people that are always mauling you wherever you go? Honestly, Howard, do you really think you are that recognizable? You look just like about 500,000 other tall black hair, big-nosed Jews that live in New York City. There are no people bothering you, Howard. It is all part of some warped make-believe world. A world that you have conjured up to support your own ego problem. You are worse than the addicts you occasionally make fun of. Arsehole. K. Suck. 600 Madison Avenue. New York, New York 10022. Dear Pig, you suck. 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 You. You suck. 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 Suck. You 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 suck. This is in response to your inhumane remark referring to lawyers as retards and mongoloids on your show of Thursday, July 9. I, on behalf of all handicapped people, demand a public apology for your heartless remark. Retarded people can't help what they are, but you can help what you are. You think you're so cool, but you're nothing more than a radio rendition of Don Rickles. You get your laughs, so you think, by tearing other people apart, which is so unoriginal and boring. You are a has-been and your sponsors hate you because your only appeal is to an all-male audience. Why don't you take a look at your own pathetic life before making fun of the less fortunate? It's too bad you weren't socially conscious enough to have had a vasectomy before bringing 2 more dregs into society like yourself. Retarded people will have more to offer society than your subhuman family. Out of the closet's turn. I am 6'5", weigh 190 pounds, and I have a tongue like an anteater. Chapter 14. Frankly, I cannot fathom how any man can look at another man's buttocks and get turned on. But this is America, and I will defend to the death the right of any man to insert his penis anywhere. And as for transsexuals, I think those sex change operations should be outlawed. These freaking doctors should spend less time carving vaginas out of penises and find a cure for cancer already. The truth is, I am one of the world's leading authorities on homosexuality, and I would like to take this opportunity to set the record straight on why men become homosexuals. Many people today lean toward the revisionist theory that homosexuality is biologically determined. In my opinion, homosexuality is just another way of delaying adulthood. When you're with another guy, you don't have to deal with the responsibilities of a traditional family. You extend the joys of your prepubescence. You're stuck in the phase of your life where you just hang out with boys. It's a simpler time. And a gross sign of immaturity. I believe homosexual behavior is not genetic but rather a deeply rooted defense mechanism that allows the human mind to ward off outside pressures. Like obsessive-compulsive behavior, alcoholism, or gambling addictions, homosexual behavior can be changed. I have nothing against homosexuals and support gay rights, but I can't fathom this as a sex object. I mean, why don't I just go and put my dick in a garbage pail? I could shower my backside 90 times a day, I could clean it out with a wire brush. That smell is a road flare to me. I once asked one of the guys I had on Gay Dial a date how he could stomach the smell of another man's ass. Dogs smell each other's asses all the time, he said. All I know, I said, is that you're a psychopath if you don't realize that a man's backside smells like a waste area, a human cesspool. You can take Colonix for a month, you can sit on a bidet, you can take a bottle of opium perfume and stick it up there with the cap off, and it will still stink to high hell. I yelled. I've done experiments on myself. I stay in the shower for hours and soap every nook and cranny, and when I come out and lie on the floor and smell myself, it still stinks. You better see a doctor, Howard, he said. You are a lunatic. You're attracted to the smell of a man who goes to the bathroom. You must have an air freshener lodged in your buttocks, Socrates. That area is an exit, not an entrance. Women have no odor? He said. They stink, too, but it's worth putting up with, I said. Once you feel a woman, there's nothing better. Sometimes I actually envy gays when it comes to having sex. If you can get over the fact that it's a guy's buttocks, there are no head trips involved. You don't have to have 3 dates. You don't even have to be attractive. You stuff your ass into some jeans and go down to a gay bar, and guaranteed someone will pull down your pants and blow you. No begging, no guilt, no game playing. Got an ass? Wham, bam, thank you, Stan. No, so what kind of work do you do? With gays, it doesn't matter. What's your job? Actually, I'm out of work at the present. Bend over. And if that doesn't work because you're so damn ugly, all you have to do is stick your dick into a glory hole. Gay bars take a wall and drill some holes into it so you can have totally anonymous sex. You just stick your dick through a hole in the wall and someone on the other side starts sucking you. I could never go to one of those places because I'm so small. I couldn't reach the other side of the wall. One of the more interesting things I receive in the mail over and over again is a list of objects gay guys put in their asses. One thing is certain, this is definitely a guy thing. Women don't seem to shove a lot of stuff up there. Men are weird. We've got really bad habits. Here's a list of things doctors have harvested from men's asses. Imagine spending all those years in medical school only to specialize in doing this. Some doctor actually chronicled these items and detailed the information for a medical journal, so if any politically correct scumbag thinks I'm making this stuff up, you're full of shit. These guys' asses are like garages. They store stuff in their holes and then forget about junk that's in there. How do you forget about stuff that you lodged in your ass? Look at the size of these things. 1. A bottle of Mrs. Butterworth's syrup. Now that's a big bottle, complete with her head and those big round shoulders. 2. An axe handle. 3. A plastic spatula. 4. A Coke bottle. 5. An antenna rod. 6. A 150-watt light bulb. That's very thin glass. 7. A screwdriver. 8. 4 rubber balls. 9. A paperweight. 10. An onion. 11. A frozen pig's tail. 12. A broomstick. 13. An 18-inch umbrella handle. Ouch. And all this disappeared. I don't understand it. This can't be possible. 14. An oil can. 15. A toolbox weighing 22 ounces. This was in a medical journal. It's not as if I'm reading this in the Inquirer. 16. A flashlight. 17. A turnip. 18. A pair of eyeglasses. 19. A polyethylene waste trap from a U-bend of a sink. What the hell is going on? I mean, you walk into the kitchen and look at the drain and say, I know what to do with that. I'll stick it in my ass. 20. A live, shaved, declawed gerbil. The gerbil thing is pretty wacky. They shave the hair off the gerbil, clip its nails, break its teeth out, put it in the freezer for a few minutes, then put Vaseline on it, and shoot it up with Coke. Then they insert a tube up their rectums and squeeze one end and the gerbil runs up the tube into the tushy. As the gerbil starts fighting for air, it's supposed to create a really erotic sensation. Who would think of this? Someone ought to call the ASPCA. Someone called them on me once because I was doing a show with a guy who had live mice dipped in olive oil. 5 ASPCA marshals came down and threatened to arrest me. Vinnie D'Amaco offered to eat a mouse at my live show. But the weirdest story was reported in the Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology. It seems that one guy had his life mate pour a batch of concrete mix into his ass through a funnel while he lay on his back with his feet against the wall at a precise 45-degree angle. After a few hours the concrete hardened and it became so painful he had to go to the hospital. Under general anesthesia, his anus was dilated and 2 catheters were inserted. A suction was created and they chiseled the concrete cast of his rectum out. The best part was they found a ping-pong ball inside the concrete. Meanwhile, a lot of these guys are putting the goddamn Eiffel Tower up their butts without incident, for the most part, and I'm the one with the anal fissures. Go figure. One time I was sitting in my office and I noticed an ad in the paper for the gay party line. I decided to call it because I wanted to see just how far I could go before I made a gay man throw up from disgust. Hi. I'm 6'5", I weigh 190 pounds, and I have a tongue like an anteater, I proudly announced. There were a bunch of voices immediately responding to my sexy voice. One deep masculine voice gasped, "Hey, you sound cute. Let's get a private line." I dove right in, "I want to shave your balls. I want to drop some scalding hot candle wax on your scrotum." He was getting really turned on. He actually wanted me to burn his scrotum. He was hot for me. Suddenly an operator interrupted. "You two are getting very graphic. Exchange phone numbers and call each other on your own." Evidently the operator's job was to make sure that homos like me don't get too obscene. Something to do with the FCC again. They never leave me alone. I told the operator I wasn't ready to give out my number because I still had a few questions for my friend to see if he was my type. She said, "Fine, but nothing too graphic. "Are you still there?" I said in my seductive voice. "Yes." "You know what I really want to do to you?" I had to think quick about what would turn this guy off. "I want to piss in your ass." He moaned with lust. There was no stopping him. Thank God the operator threw me off the gay party line. I hadn't even gotten to the concrete and ping-pong ball discussion. I'm probably the only guy ever thrown off a gay party line. Over the years, I've gotten so many complaints from humorless listeners about my gay material that I decided to write a hate letter to myself. Dear Mr. Stern, at 6:30 a.m. on September 3 you referred to a gay couple as a pair of lunch pushers and made references to them opening beer cans with their sphincters. Horrifying. At 8:45 on September 18 you called a gay caller a weenie genie and asked him if he really thought other men's private parts were a party. Which is so mean. At 8:15 on September 22 you said Rock Hudson died of botulism, bad meat in the can, which the gay community found unfunny and terribly offensive. At 9:15 on October 2 you made the so-called joke, what do Henry VIII, Rock Hudson, and Donald Mayonnaise have in common? They all screwed queens and died. Also not funny, Mr. Stern. At 7 on October 23 you referred to a homosexual caller as a log breath, a BV deviant, a tube steak Tarzan, and a flagpole sitter from the Burloni Cavalry. So incredibly demeaning. On December 3 you again berated a gay caller with an endless list of rude homosexual nicknames, including bun splitters, tonsil jockeys, knob gobblers, pickle chuggers, bone smugglers, worm worshippers and Haines grazers. Did I miss one? On December 22 you did a 10-minute soliloquy on your personal AIDS research and made comments about the laboratory rats not cooperating because they were always at the ballet. This, you putz, even I laughed at. I'm sure I'll never win an award from any gay group, but I think I've actually done a few things to make people more tolerant of different lifestyles. Here's Donahue pandering to ridiculous and insulting stereotypes of gay men by parading a bunch of drag queens around as a symbol of homosexuality, and GLAAD, Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, gives him an award. 99% of the gay community isn't running around in drag. Why are they honoring him? I haven't won any awards, but I've given some award-winning performances in skits such as Lean on Meat, Gay Squirty Dancing, Gay Wall Street, Raging Bulimic, Gay Bonanza, Butt Cheek Fever, Homopile, 2010, A Gay Space Oddity, and my three favorites, Homocop, Buttman, and My Gay Left Foot. Although I am very tolerant of the gay lifestyle, there is one aspect of it that I truly abhor. NAMBLA, the North American Man-Boy Love Association. These guys are twisted. They advocate sexual relations between grown men and underage boys. One time on the air I called the NAMBLA hot line and was totally repulsed when a guy who sounded like a cross between Count Dracula and Jose Jimenez delivered the following message. Hello, this is NAMBLA. If you're a boy, do not despair, be true to your feelings. Times will change and your oppression will end. If you're a man, be safe, be brave, and above all be proud to be a boy. Lover. On second thought, the guy on the NAMBLA message sounded just like Ricky Ricardo. Listening to that I imagined what it might have been like if Ricky had decided to call NAMBLA. I asked my favorite artist, Drew Friedman, to illustrate how I imagined Lucy would react if she discovered that Fred and Ricky were having sex with young boys. I'm excited to present to you my first cartoon ever of the most offensive subject I could imagine. The television epic Gay Monsters. From left to right. Robin, Grandpa Lewis, me as Gay Herman, Fred as Lily, Gary as Eddie, and Jackie as Marilyn. Cartoon. More and more hate mail. You have no talent, looks, class, or any redeemable social value. You have as much appeal as watching cottage cheese turn rancid. As far as your nose is concerned, it looks like the business end of an enema tube. As for Quivers, I'm surprised you haven't inserted plates in her lips and used her to rest coffee cups on. Your show should be shown to prisoners awaiting the death sentence as an alternative. What's with that mass of weeds you call hair? You are so ugly. You could replace Medusa. It also looks like you cultivated your staff in a toxic dump. Stuttering John should have been terminated at birth. Tell Gary that a padded coat hanger makes a good butt plug. Fred should be force-fed a mouth's worth of morning tooth crust from Pig Boy Del Abate. And as for Jackie, it shows what can happen if syphilis goes untreated. Stern. You ugly geek bastard. You use the word mafia, the Jew disease. You say Italy changes governments a lot. Not true lately. Italy has the 5th greatest economy in the world. And we ask nothing of the US. Unlike the slimy country of Israel. Your country. These faggot Jews always fighting and begging the US for money. That's partly why you hate George Bush. God bless him, he won't give your faggot state of Israel the $10 billion. Speak of your country of Israel, Jew slime's turn. The begging Arab killing of beasts of your country of Israel and finally Jew bastards' turn. Keep out of politics. You don't know squat about politics. Stick to sex and filth and your ugly Jew wife stinking and snoring and farting, and may you and your slimy family die screaming for all the hurt you cause all others. You are the Jew demon. The dreck of the world. Die. Dear Howie. Our membership voted today to pray for the following. Your ratings go to 0. You lose the show. You go broke. Your wife leaves. Takes the children to her mother's. Gets a court order. You cannot visit. You get AIDS and cancer. You join the homeless and linger for 5 years among the homeless. A charity benefit is held for you in message. No one shows except the director of the FCC. He gives you $5. You fall to your knees and kiss his hand. Burial is held at New York City Potter's Field. No one shows except the entire staff of the FCC. They all piss on your grave and then attend the sold-out celebration at Yankee Stadium. If there is anything else we can do, please call. I feel sorry for you, Howard. You are a man caught inside a world of his own ego. Who are all these fictitious people that are always mauling you wherever you go? Honestly, Howard, do you really think that you are that recognizable? You look just like about 500,000 other tall black-hair, big-nosed Jews that live in New York City. There are no people bothering you, Howard. It is all part of some warped make-believe world. A world that you have conjured up to support your own ego problem. You are worse than the addicts you occasionally make fun of. You have the worst addiction anyone could possibly have. You, Mr. Stern, are addicted to Howard Stern. The comics. Guinness, Dice, Seinfeld, and more. Chapter 15. Comics love appearing on my show. Are they attracted to me because of my brilliant wit, my intense interviewing skills, or my incredible improvisational abilities? The truth is that just like everyone else, they use me, apostrophe. Nobody loves me. They all come on my show because they know that a plug to my audience guarantees them a sellout crowd at Goofy's, Zanies, or whatever godforsaken little club they're appearing in. I've always been jealous of anyone who earns a living passing judgment on the talent of others. I will now attempt to set myself up as a critic with the hope that USA Today will hire me to become the Mr. Black Ale of comedy. This will enable me to fulfill my lifelong desire to quit my radio career and do something fulfilling. Criticizing other people in print. Stern picks who's hot, who's not. The 3 greatest minds in comedy. Sam Kinison, most natural, most spontaneous of all. Eddie Murphy, Oni, of the greatest stand-ups of all time. Jackie Mason, you want to hate him, then when you see his show, he wins you over. He's great. Jay Leno, funny. Johnny Carson, not funny. Richard Pryor, funny. Larry Miller, I don't know who he is. Tim Allen, not funny. Paul Reiser, not funny. Robin Williams, not funny. Rita Rudner, not funny. Bill Cosby, not funny. Never was. Steve Allen, not funny now. Alan King, funny until he did those stupid Toyota commercials. Elaine Boozler, lame. Jerry Seinfeld, funny. Richard Lewis, funny. Billy Crystal, funny. Richard Belzer, funny. Judy Tenuta, she showed me her tit once. That was funny. She's funny. Dennis Miller, funny. Joan Rivers, funny. Andrew Dice Clay, funny. Woody Allen, not funny now. His testimony's a riot, though. Rodney Dangerfield, funny. Cheech and Chong, really funny movies. The original Beavis and Butthead. Steve Martin, no longer funny. A serious actor. Roseanne Arnold, not funny. Tom Arnold, definitely not funny. He will ruin his wife's career. Chevy Chase, never been funny. Gabe Kaplan, not funny. Dave Thomas, funny. Gallagher, not funny. Dennis Wolfberg, sometimes funny. Gary Shandling, really funny. Gilbert Gottfried, absolutely funny. David Brenner, funny. Albert Brooks, always funny. Pat Cooper, extremely funny. Robert Klein, very funny. Stephen Wright, witty but not funny. Rosie O'Donnell, not funny. Sandra Bernhard, funny. Damon Wayans, not funny at all. Don Rickles, I loved him when I was a kid. Bob Hope was one of the greats. I truly respect anyone who can get up in front of an audience and make them laugh. Especially in those smoky little rat hole clubs with the uncomfortable wooden chairs that you can't sit in for more than 2 minutes. Here are some of my favorite moments with comedians who've paid their dues in shitholes like that. Dennis Miller. Dennis is a great stand-up comic but an annoying, arrogant arsehole. Incredibly, he switches from a great fun guest 1 minute to an overly sensitive scumbag the next. I really think he dislikes me, but when he needs the promotion, he runs to do my show. I remember one time he called me when comedian Gilbert Gottfried was in the studio with me. Miller was just starting his miserable late-night show and he really needed a plug, so not only did he call in, but he was calling in while he was holding his baby boy, Holden. As Dennis began to plug his show, Gilbert and I began to talk only to his newborn son. Instantly, we turned into mock pedophiles, begging for sexual secrets about baby Holden Miller. "Holden, this is Uncle Howard," I said. "Holden, what are you wearing?" Gilbert wondered. "I'm sorry? Did Gilbert just ask my son what he was wearing?" Dennis asked incredulously. "Holden, how big are your testicles?" Gilbert screamed. "Holden, can you send me a Polaroid of yourself?" I said. "Holden, put your hand inside your diaper and rub," Gilbert said. "Gilbert's a little pervert. I hope you never have him on your show," I said to Dennis. "Holden, I want you to unpin your diaper, okay? Just reach around and slowly unpin it. Now slap some baby powder on." Dennis was not amused. He hung up, but Gilbert and I continued wooing Holden. "I'd like to be holding Holden," Gilbert said. "Holden, go under the tree and pose." "Holden, you're so natural and uninhibited. And your skin is so pink," I whispered. I remember the last time I saw Holden he was wearing Pampers. And the Velcro was just a tiny bit open, Gilbert reminisced fondly. When Gilbert was in the hospital, I interrupted. He would slip into a doctor's uniform and go to the pediatrics ward. "Time for your rectal examination, Gilbert riffed. "This won't hurt a bit. Bounce up and down on my lap. Why don't you climb up on my leg, like you always do? Climb up my leg and slide down." "Touch Uncle Gilbert's candy cane," I said. "Would you like a spanking, Holden?" Gilbert asked. "We've both been bad boys, it's time for our discipline." "Enough, Gilbert," I interrupted, "even I'm disgusted by you." Another time Miller came up after his TV show had been cancelled. He must have thought he'd get some sympathy from me. But I just dreamed him because he blew it. He was blaming Jay Leno for stealing his guests when the real issue was that publicists were not going to book celebs on a show with no ratings. "Fuck Jay Leno and guests. Your show sucked," I discreetly explained. He had all these conspiracy theories, meanwhile the show blew and he didn't want to blame himself. He's another one of these guys who gets a little bit of fame and then his marriage breaks up. I had him on once when we were out in Hollywood and he brought this model he was marrying. So I asked him about his first wife. After we finished the show, he begged me to edit out the stuff about his first wife. So I did him a favor and edited it out. He stayed away from the show for another 4 years. He was so pissed off that we even asked him about his first marriage, but as soon as he got the TV show, and the ratings weren't there, boom, He was my best friend again. First, he wanted me to be a guest on the show and I said no. I was honest. His show was floundering and I wasn't going down on that ship. Then he told me they'd devote a whole hour to me on the same night that Jay Leno took over. The Tonight Show. Why would I go up against Leno? Suddenly I was the guy to talk to when he was desperate for ratings and he couldn't talk about his first wife, this Hollywood guy who got some luck and married a model. It was funny, he was one of these politically correct guys who women thought was cool. Me, I'm perceived as a fucking sexist pig. Meanwhile, I'm the guy who sticks with his wife in real life and he's the one whose marriage broke up as soon as the fame kicked in. Strange world, huh? Milton Berle. People mention Milton Berle and they get all teary-eyed. He's a comedy pioneer, revolutionized television, blah, blah, blah. Hey, the reason those early comedians had such huge shares on television was because they went up against test patterns, okay? I never saw the Milton Berle show when I was growing up. I didn't know anything about Milton Berle. The only reason I had him on my show was because he was infamous for having a huge fucking cock. That fascinated me. I found Uncle Milty to be a great guest, interesting and quick, but all I wanted to hear about was that cock. But Uncle Milty didn't want to talk about it. Hey, if I had a penis like his I'd rope cattle with it. I'd be showing it all over the place. I'd be so proud of it. The first time we had him on I tiptoed around his cock. Then we booked him again. His publicist warned Gary that we shouldn't deal with the penis thing. Yeah, right. Here comes Milton Berle into the studio, I announced. Mr. Berle, every inch a gentleman, by the way, if I may say so. The last time you were on everyone said to me, but Howard, you didn't ask him about his weenie. Oh, stop, that's terrible, Milton protested. I have always maintained that you and Forrest Tucker had the biggest ones in the business. Man, it's got to be great to have a big one, I went on, you know, when they circumcised Uncle Milty. They threw more away in the pan than I have. Doesn't it make life easier for you? You don't have to put that much effort into it. I have to do stuff to my wife just to get her excited. Your wife must be like, oh, my God, this is unbelievable. Milton wanted to drop the subject. Yeah, it's easy for you to be humble, when you've got a thermos in your pants, I snickered. I asked Uncle Milton if he'd be so kind as to take phone calls from my audience. What he didn't know is that I had Gary pre-screen the callers and set them up with penis questions. The first caller came on. Listen, Uncle Milty, when you get aroused, have you ever fainted from all the blood rushing into your tool? Very funny, Berle said. You see? People are genuinely interested in the size of your genitals. Uncle Milty, don't deny this aspect of show business. We went to the next caller. Mr. Berle, is it true that you're hung so well that you have a 5 skin? These callers were very well rehearsed. Oh, boy, Milton moaned. We put the next caller on. I'm dying to ask you this, Uncle Milty. The thing is, you always wear those baggy pants, so it's really hard to tell. Do you hang to the left or the right, or do you wrap it around your waist? I punched another call through. I have a legitimate question for Milton. Thank God. Milton was relieved. When you wore a dress on stage, Uncle Milty, did anything ever stick out and graze the floorboards of the stage? See, that's all they want to know about, Uncle Milty, I gloated. No more phone calls, Berle screamed. But we had made our point. We had exposed a true giant of showbiz. Jerry Seinfeld. I love Jerry's comedy and he's always been nice enough to come on the show. But his appearances do seem to revolve around his latest Nielsen rating. When his television show went up against Home Improvement, and his show's ratings were in trouble, he was an almost weekly visitor to the show. Then, when NBC switched him so that he followed Cheers, we never heard from him. One week they shift his time slot and his ratings plummet, boom, he's in our studio before the ink of next week's TV guide is dry. But I love making fun of Jerry. The main reason I get on Jerry so much is that I'm jealous of him. It drives me fucking crazy that every babe on the planet, especially these Long Island housefrows who are looking for husbands, thinks Jerry's a great, regular guy and they could get him. Meanwhile, He's going from model to model, dumping one and picking up another one a week later. Every imbecilic single woman I know wants to meet Jerry Seinfeld. Even if they look like a truck hit them in the face, they still think they can get Jerry Seinfeld. This guy is living the dream bachelor life. I saw it on that Barbara Walters special. He's got a $3 million house with 2 refrigerators in the kitchen. A woman who once had a date with Jerry called into the show. She said he picked her up and took her back to his place where they watched Jay Leno do his monologue on TV. To top off the evening, the dream date included a running critique of Jay's monologue. Now that's incredibly romantic. If a regular guy did that on a first date, any normal woman would be disgusted. So whenever Jerry comes in, I am sure to bust his chops about his womanizing. But women are such idiots, they keep going out with guys like Jerry because he's famous. They never dated me and I have a much better personality than Jerry Seinfeld. Aren't you nervous about getting the AIDS virus, Jerry? I asked. No, I'm not nervous about it, he laughed. What? Do you check the girls? I asked. Yes, Jerry said. What, you spread their legs and use a flashlight? I said. I only go out with girls that can do a split on the hood of a car. That's how I check them. And then I get behind the wheel of the car and I look through the windshield, he laughed. And you just put on the wipers, right? I like that, I said. I get the windshield wiper fluid with non-oxynol 9, Jerry said. Then I found out Jerry was dating a 17-year-old. How immoral. How wrong. God, how I wish I were doing it. I saw the pictures of her in the Inquirer. She had the breasts of Jane Mansfield, the hips of Marilyn Monroe, and the butt of Betty Grable. My God, she had the body parts of all dead people. We even wrote a song about her. Her name was Shoshana. It was a parody of, at 17, the old Janician hit, and, even better, we got Janice to sing it when she came into the studio to plug her new album. At 17. Seinfeld's girl is 17 and innocent with double Ds. He saw those breasts and flipped his lid for a real young busty high school kid. A horny lonely TV geek. Her major jugs made Jerry weak. Can't he find girls his age to date? She's 17 and she's jailbait. He takes her out in New York town, that lovely girl, and the TV media clown. She'd barely shed her training bra. She'd kiss his lips for candy bars. A nice guy you turned out to be. Did she sit upon your knee? You shouldn't really grope for them at 17. Her panties must smell like a rose. Is Seinfeld just like Piscopo? Seducing girls in a limousine while his fans think that he's so damn clean. Can't Seinfeld find an older dame? Do private parts all look the same? Does he make her parents shout when he sticks his tongue into her mouth? You're making such a spectacle thinking with your testicles. If you're gonna make some glue, you should date girls as old as you. Fell for an old man from TV. Her pubic hair grew in last week with fresh and firm and round bust checks at 17. As of now, Jerry's not talking to me because of this song. I got word through a publicist that he wouldn't appear on my TV show because of it. Jerry should be flattered I wrote a song about him. I wished someone would write a song about me. One of my favorite comedians is Gary Shandling. His Larry Sanders Show on Ho is about the best thing on television. Andrew Dice Clay. I happen to think the Dice Man is truly funny. Especially when Dice first broke on the scene, I thought his material was hysterical. Dice makes me laugh hard, and these other comedians who put him down are just jealous assholes who wish they could fill a stadium with rabid fans. How anybody could think this guy was somehow more than a comedian is beyond me, but all these nudnik journalists started writing essays like, The Politics of Hate, and suddenly Dice was being treated like a politician, as if his words really mattered. Hey, lighten up, the guy's a fucking comedian. I also despise this idea politically correct people have that no one can make their own decisions and evaluations in life, and that the average guy who goes to see a show is such a moron that after he hears Dice he's going to go right out and rape 2 broads and get drunk and do some coke. I can't believe anyone would place that much significance on Dice's act. Dice is a very nice guy, and I think he's a very talented comic. But I think he reacted to the criticism the wrong way. When his critics really came down hard on him, His reaction was to say, "Hey, I'm a character." By saying that, he turned off his core audience. They didn't want to know that he was a character, they wanted to think that Dice was that guy they saw on the stage. And you want to know something? I've spent a lot of time with him and he is that guy. I remember one time Dice called me at home and told me that now that he had a wife and a baby he was going to buy a house. He was finally going to move out of Brooklyn. Dice had a really nice house in Brooklyn, but he was a fixture in his hometown neighborhood. I didn't understand how he could have stayed there that long, but he didn't care. His whole thing is, he'll go anywhere. He doesn't give a shit, and if people come up to him and ask for autographs, he says, "Fuck off." When Dice decided he was going to buy a house he figured he should live near me, so I agreed to go house hunting with him. I called the realtor who sold me my house, a really nice, sweet woman. Dice kept saying, "Don't call a realtor. I don't like realtors." "Fuck those realtors," I said. "Well, Dice, I really don't know what's on the market, quite frankly, so you've got to deal with the realtor." "Well, does she understand what I want?" he said. "What do you want in a house?" I asked. "I'd like a ranch house." "I've seen your house, you got stairs." "I don't want stairs. I'd like a ranch house, but not so modern. I'd like it more regular, you know." Fucking Einstein could not have interpreted that description of a house, but I called the realtor I knew anyway. Meanwhile, I can't believe he really talks like Dice, all the time. People who knew him early on told me that he didn't talk like that, but I think he's actually become that guy. So we made an appointment with the realtor. I took Dice and his humble assistant, Hot Dub Johnny, to a parking lot at the post office near where I lived to meet the realtor. While we were waiting, a guy who appeared to be Indian came toward our car to ask directions. Dice rolled down the window. "Excuse me," the Indian guy said. "What the fuck do you want, you fucking dothead?" Dice said. I was like fucking crunched down on the seat. I didn't even want to be seen with these guys because this is where I live. And Hot Dub Johnny was videotaping it all on a camcorder he had brought along. "What do you want? I don't understand you. Speak some fucking English," Dice was yelling. He was totally rude, and I was just dying, but finally this guy left. I started yelling at Dice. I told him if he was going to act like a fucking asshole, I wasn't going to go with him. "Calm down," said Dice, "we're going to have a lot of fun today. Because when Johnny and I go house hunting, we like to run up and down people's stairs and videotape it. If you bring a video camera with you and start running up and down other people's stairs, then I'm not going with you." I was getting the feeling the Dice was showing off for me. I just wanted him to act normal. About this time the realtor pulled up. We were all going to go in her car. Dice said to me, "You think she'll let me smoke in the car?" "I don't know," I told him. "Well, smoking to me is like a big deal. And I don't like these realtors," Dice said, "but I've got to test to see if she's really okay." So we got into her car and Johnny started videotaping the realtor. I was saying, "Hey, guys, can you put away the videotape?" Amazingly, they put it away. But then Dice had to light up a cigarette. "Do you mind if I smoke?" Dice said to her. She didn't really say anything, but you could tell it was annoying the hell out of her. Before she could answer, Dice said, "Well, I'm lighting up a cigarette anyway." He was puffing away, and I was dying. We got to the first house and Dice and Johnny decided that they were going to run around. I didn't know if they were putting this on for my benefit, but it was as if I was the dad now, and I was in charge of these two little boys. At each house we went to, Johnny turned on the video camera and he and Dice went running through these people's homes, while the people were there. Meanwhile, the realtor was looking at me as if these guys were crazy, but she knew Dice had to have some serious dough because he was looking at really expensive houses. One thing you find out when you go house hunting is that the owners are very emotional about their homes. And one of the things you don't do, even if you don't like the house, is say anything negative. But Dice would just turn and, at the top of his lungs, right in front of the people, bellow at the poor realtor, "This house is no good. This is not what I asked to see. You're not showing me what I asked to see. Come on, next house, next house." he wouldn't even go through the houses out of courtesy. Finally, I pulled him and Johnny aside. Listen, you two fuckheads, number 1, put away the fucking tape recorder, you're making me crazy. Number 2, you gotta fucking lighten up. This is this poor woman's whole fucking gig. You're being totally rude. She lied to us, Dice yelled back, right in front of her. She told us she had houses that I would like. And these don't even fit what I like. Andrew, she said calmly, I am trying to get an idea of what you like, and by seeing what you don't like. No. No. No, he interrupted her. I know what you guys do. What youse do is you don't have anything to show us, but you wanna hook us in. You knew you didn't have what I wanted. I want a ranch, he was all pissed off. Meanwhile, he was talking about a house that didn't exist anywhere except in his head. This went on all day, and I was going out of my mind. We took him through new construction, everything, to no avail. That night the realtor called me. What's with this Andrew? She said, he's a little wild. I said, let me call him up and see what he thought of the day. So I called him up. I don't know, that realtor, I didn't like her, he said. Dice wanted to live in my neighborhood, but Satan chased him away. Listen, you really did her a disservice, I said. Why don't you just go out with her a couple of times? Now she has a good idea of what you want, she'll be able to find you something you'll like. So he called her up and he made an appointment to go out with her. And they went off on their own, thank God, because I didn't want to be there for this. So they went out and Dice found a house he liked. It was a new construction, and the guy who built it needed some quick cash. Dice called me up, I don't know, you think it's a good house? So I sent my architect out. The guy did me a favor, he looked it over. He said the house was a steal, it was fantastic. I told this to Dice. I didn't hear from Dice after that. I figured he was going ahead and buying it. Next, the realtor called me. Do you know what happened with the house? She said, Andrew didn't call me. We went to contract and then I never heard from him again. Does he still want to buy the house? I called him up and he said, look, I had a problem with that house, I couldn't buy it. I just couldn't buy it. What do you mean you couldn't buy it? We spent weeks working with you. I don't want to say. You'll think I'm crazy. Don't tell the realtor. Don't tell anyone. Okay, so I agreed to keep it a secret. The house had a bad vibe. What do you mean a bad vibe? What happened? I asked. Well, we was going to contract, and I walk into the lawyer's office, and I sit down and the guy's got voodoo heads all over the walls, Dice said. What do you mean, voodoo heads? I said, the walls was lined with voodoo heads. They were like shrunken heads, Dice explained to me. Okay, I tried not to react to that. But then, when she handed me the key, 'cause I wanted to take someone to see the house, on the keychain they had a voodoo head. And then I still was hanging in there, but I said to the real estate lady, how could I reach you at your phone? So she says, here's my number, and it had 666, sign of the devil. Yeah, so? What's that got to do with the house? I said. Howard Stern is one of the most positive people I ever met. He believes in winning. Even at times when the media was all over me, Howard would tell me, never back down and show no fear. Ya hear? I hear you. Andrew Dice Clay. Hey, those are too many bad signs, so I just backed out, he said. Okay, Dice, I was just curious because the realtor called me, I said. Well, don't tell her what I said, he cautioned me. So I called her back and I said, look, Dice backed out for various reasons. He was uptight about your phone number, because it had 666. Everyone in this area has 666. It's the exchange, she said. Well, he told me not to tell you this, but he said the lawyer for the other guy had voodoo heads all over the wall. Voodoo heads? She screamed. The guy is an African art collector. He's collected some of the most expensive artwork in the world and he has it on display in his office. It's the most beautiful African sculpture and art that anybody could ever find. That's the last time I'll ever go house hunting with Dice. Sam Kinison. I remember when Sam Kinison first burst onto the comedy scene. It was with rage and fire, and I never laughed harder in my life. He really changed the face of comedy. Only Sam could do a bit about the people in Ethiopia who are starving to death from the drought and scream at them for not moving. Why don't they go to where the water is? They're living in a desert. It's all fucking sand. Then he'd do a bit about the people who worked in funeral parlors having sex with corpses. He'd talk about dying and his body would be on the slab in the morgue, and it would finally be over. No more worries, no more pressure. Then a guy would come into the room and start boning him up the ass. It never ends. It never ends. As great as he was on stage, I think he was at his best on my show, ad-libbing and talking about his life. It was like a spiritual purging for him. He'd come in and just open up. Nobody would consistently exorcise demons on the air the way Sam would on the show. He would not hold back one iota. And afterwards he would say to me, "I'm ruined, I'm ruined. Thanks a lot, man," as we walked him to the door. Meanwhile, he was the one who brought up all these subjects. But I ruined him. He was a true outlaw, of comedy and of life. A friend of Gary's once came up to the show. She always thought that whatever went on during the show was just shtick, but they were sitting in Gary's office at 11 in the morning right after the show broke, and Sam walked up to them. He was wearing that long preacher's coat of his, and he had that famous black beret on. In one hand he had a glass and in the other a bottle of Dom Perignon. "Gary, could you cool down and order us some hamburgers and some Milky Ways and stuff?" Sam slurred. Gary's friend couldn't believe that stuff went on. But Sam was always roaming the halls up at the station with a bottle of champagne in his hand. Plus, he used to come into my office and plop down at my desk and lay out huge lines of coke. "Sam, what the fuck are you doing?" I'd yell at him. "This is a radio station. We're regulated by the United States government. You could cost me my job." I felt like my father screaming at some funny Sid to get straight. But he gave magic radio. One time he asked me who my favorite comedians were, and I told him he was in the top 3. "Hey, man," he complained, "I do everything for you and I'm only in your top 3? I couldn't take his whining anymore. "Sam Kinison will be the greatest comic that ever lived," I exulted. Sam got so excited, he pulled his penis out of his pants. He just whipped it right out. He ran over to the glass booth where Robin was and started waving his penis around the studio. It was thick, but not that long. Jessica Hahn said he was the best lover she ever had. She must be wide, but not deep. There are so many Sam memories. We were out at the Grams once and Sam was up for an award in the comedy album category. Sam was up against Andrew Dice Clay, Sandra Bernhard, Uma Bomek, and BDQ. Bark. He was so sure he was going to win that he had an elaborate speech all written out. "I don't care if I lose to Clay," he confided, "but there's no way I'm going to lose to Uma Bomek or BDQ. Bark. That's a fucking music record." They got to the big moment. "And the winner is BDQ. Bark." "Man, do you believe that?" Sam moaned. He was drunk and depressed. BDQ. Bark. "Or, man, it was a setup," Sam said. "It's a setup, dude." Everything to him was a conspiracy. Sam was scheduled to make a presentation that night at the televised portion of the Grams, and he was plotting how he was going to ruin the presentation. "Oh, man. Tonight I'm going to tell those motherfuckers off." Sam growled. His sycophantic entourage, which usually consisted of about 20 people, all egged him on. Owing to his out-of-control coke problem, Sam had just blown a movie deal with Columbia and cost the studio $5 million. No one in Hollywood wanted to do business with him. He had a shot at a series with Fox, but they had to make sure he was in control. They were on the fence about the deal, and if they saw a crazed, coked up, rambling drunk Kinison at the Grams, he would have destroyed his career permanently. He really wanted to get off the road, and the Fox deal was his way out. But these misfit hangers-on all around him were reinforcing his destructive behavior. I really cared about him, so I pulled Sam and his manager Trudy over to the side. She had been pleading with him not to do it, but he wouldn't listen to her. "Let me tell you something, Sam," I said. "You want my advice? Just go up tonight and read those stupid fucking cards the way they want you to. If you want to still be the showbiz outlaw and not do business with Fox, Then tell them to fuck off. But you say you want to get back in the movies. You want that? Read the cards straight. His manager turned to me and said, "Thank you, because everyone here is telling him to go up there and trash the place." Can you believe that I, the king of all idiots, was exhibiting good judgment? Why couldn't someone have pulled me aside as I single-handedly ruined my own career by trashing every single employer I ever had, including Fox TV, when I had a deal with them, Macau TV, when I had a deal with them, New Line Cinema, when I had a deal with them, every fucking radio executive I ever had a deal with, and every human being I ever had a deal with. I'm a big fan of his. He's the best. Howard's the king of shock radio. Sam Kinison. Sam went up, read the cue cards, and got his deal with Fox a few weeks later. He thanked me, and he finally fucking sobered up. The next time Sam came in, he was totally sober. About an hour into the show I kiddingly said, "You know, you're much funnier drunk." Even though Sam boasted that he had just finished 50 days at our, he was looking for any excuse to start drinking again. He ordered a few bottles of Dom Perignon and started swigging away. And you know what? Sam was a lot funnier drunk. David Brenner came on and started talking about his custody battle with his ex-wife. David couldn't believe how drunk Sam was. "David," Sam said, slurring his every word. "He's expecting me to make a comment on your custody battle, but I won't. I wouldn't offend you. Howard keeps looking at me like go. Snap. Snap like a rabid dog in the 15th century. No, I won't do it. I love David Brenner. He's one of my heroes." "How are you gonna get sober in time for Joan Rivers?" I asked Sam. He was due at her show in a few hours, which, of course, he missed when he later passed out drunk in his hotel room. "How do you know I'm drunk? How do you know this isn't just an act? People expect a certain behavior pattern out of me, and I'm only trying to supply them with what they think the image of me is," he said. "We just got a fax from a guy who said he's drunk from listening to you," I said. Sam prowling backstage at my Nassau Coliseum, U.S. Open Source show. "Who sent that in? Dice Clay or his assistant Hot Tub Johnny West, the sewer boy I smacked around with rings I won't even wear anymore because they touched his skull?" Sam roared. "Let me ask David Brenner something." I tried to get a word in edgewise. "Yeah, you ask him why Dice's concert movie didn't make as much as gay porno. Do it to me, you nasty sailor made 10 grand more than Dice's concert movie," Sam said. Another bottle of champagne was delivered to Sam. He got so loud that Robin had to scream to do her news report. Robin did a story about Teddy Kennedy and I was about to start in with my analysis when Sam butted in. "He was never a real Kennedy. Teddy was the Shemp of the Kennedys. He wasn't Moe, he wasn't Curly, he was the Shemp of Kennedys." At this point, Sam was almost delirious. He was so drunk he missed his appearance on the Joan Rivers show, and when the Letterman people found out, they cancelled his appearance that night, too. He was on a roll. Down. But he didn't give a shit. He was a real outlaw. Sam never shook his fondness for drugs. He was always drinking and doing coke. One time he invited me to his house in L.A., which he was really proud of. "Everyone thinks I'm a real scumbag and I don't live nice. But look at this place. First we went out to dinner. We went to the Palm or some shit." Sam told me he was swearing off coke and was going to get healthy. At dinner he announced, "I'm gonna eat healthy." So he ordered a lot of fried shit and steaks and I said, "Sam, that's not healthy. What do you eat that's healthy?" He asked. "I know what I'm gonna order. Spinach. That's healthy, right?" So he ordered spinach. It was cream of spinach with globs of butter. He turned to me and said, "See, I can eat healthy stuff. It tastes good." He was serious. That spinach had about 10 million calories. He had no concept of how to diet. But he was getting healthy. Then we got into his car. He had a little black Trans Am. He used to drive Corvettes, but he kept smashing them up. He would drive them into trees. Then he would call one of his assistants and get him to sit there so when the police showed up there would be someone to blame for the accident. He had such a bad driving record because he was always high. He was so proud of this Trans Am because he had put in one of those 10 CD players. He couldn't believe how great this thing was. So we got into the car to drive to his house after dinner, and his girlfriend, Malika, decided to put me in the front seat. Robin and Malika got in the back. The reason they got in the back was because of the way Sam drove. No one wanted to be in the death seat with Sam. I was screaming, "I don't want to be in the death seat." He was saying, "No. No. Don't worry. It'll be fine." Sam started driving and he couldn't keep his mind on the road. He was so excited about his CD player with all its buttons that he kept reaching over and fucking with it. Now, he was using both hands to operate the music, he wasn't even looking at the road, and he was driving with his belly. He was actually holding the wheel with his belly driving this car. I was totally nipping out at this point, screaming that he was probably high and he was going to get us killed, and he was completely nonchalant. "Shut off the fucking music," I said. "No," he said, "you've got to check out this empty CD, and besides, I'm not doing drugs because of my heart. I went to a doctor because I was having heart palpitations." Great, I thought. He was on heart medicine. Medicine to calm him down. I started to relax, then Malika yelled out, "The pills put him to sleep." He drove up to his house with his belly. Then he gave us a tour of his castle. The pool was heated to something like 150 degrees because he didn't know how to operate the thermostat. Steam was coming off it like a cauldron. He hadn't figured out how to lower the temperature since he'd moved in a year ago. It was a 50-degree night and the pool was evaporating rapidly, so he kept the hose constantly going. Then he took me out on his porch in the Hollywood Hills, which had an incredible postcard view. He was so proud. "Look. Look. Look at how beautiful my view is. I live like a king." We turned to go back in. Sam's castle was more like a dungeon. The dilapidated door was badly in need of repair and it had locked behind us. We couldn't get back in. Some castle. Sam was pounding on the door, screaming to get in. I was laughing hysterically, but Sam was upset. He had failed to impress me. Now he was popping heart pills like crazy. No way he was off drugs. He was on heart medicine. And it was a sedative. Then he insisted on driving us back to the hotel, which was stupid, because it then became a race to get back to the hotel before his heart medicine kicked in. Good thing he ate a full meal. As he was driving he said, "I'm going to be real drowsy in a few minutes." Oh, great. And I was in the death seat again. Suddenly we passed the billboard for his new record album on Sunset Boulevard. He saw it and had a fit because someone had put graffiti all over it. Boom, he slammed on his brakes and started backing up in traffic. He was driving backward. He was falling asleep, and I was screaming like crazy, "Sam! Hurry up! Your heart medicine's going to kick in." Fuck it, some prick drew all over my face. Sam was on fire. Miraculously, we made it to the hotel in one piece. I could have ended up like road pizza the way he did a few months later. Still, Sam had a very tender human side for all his wild antics. There was a moment that sticks in my mind to this day. It was so out of character for him. Sam always dressed rock and roll, and it was odd to me that he didn't have any earrings or tattoos. He had heavy metal t-shirts cut the right way, bandanas and rock and roll pants. One day I said, "Sam, let's go get our ears pierced." I was on my third hole already. "Oh, I'd love to," he said, "but I can't." "Why not?" I asked. Sam. Getting looser backstage. Sam, with the loves of his life, wife Malika, right, and her sister Sabrina, left. "My mother will kill me," he said seriously. "If she sees me with an earring she'll beat the shit out of me." Here was the rock and roll bad boy of comedy whose public displays of drinking, coking, and whoring were chronicled in every newspaper in the country, and he was worried about some little hole in his ear. I didn't think Sam gave a shit what anyone thought of him, but he cared what his mother thought. By the end of his life, he was trying to get it all together. He came on my show with his soon-to-be wife Malika. Then Sam went into explicit detail about his affair with Malika's sister, Sabrina. For years the two sisters had lived in the same house with Sam. For years, Sam had always clowned around about getting Sabrina in bed, but Sabrina wouldn't have anything to do with him. Then things changed. Sabrina changed her mind. They devised an elaborate plan to hide their hot affair from Malika. Sam would sneak out of the house under the guise of going for videos and would meet Sabrina at a nearby motel. What broke it up, ironically, was that Sam discovered the ugly truth. Sabrina was cheating on him. He felt that was wrong. Can you believe it? I would argue with him about it. But Sam, I'd say, you're cheating on her, with her own sister. Sam missed the point. But I loved her and she broke my heart. She cheated on me, so I threw her out, he cried. Did he come home smelling like videotapes? I asked. He was real quick, 40 minutes, an hour, Malika said. Your sister wasn't that good, Sam lied. Sam told us how he broke the news to Malika. They were staying in the Cary Grant suite at the Dunes in Las Vegas when he told her that his whiner fell into the wrong place on the way to the video store. Sam said, Malika, I cheated on you with your sister. If you want to break up with me, I'll understand, but I don't want to break up with you. I love you and I've never loved you more. And I promise, and I'll keep this promise, that I will never lie to you again, and I'll never cheat on you again. Unless it's your idea and we like the girl an awful lot, Sam said. I thought he was kidding, but he wasn't. Malika, who is a strikingly sexy beauty, then proceeded to give us a detailed description of how she went out and picked out girls to bring home for the two of them. Oh, this is straining the little Cub Scout in my shorts, I moaned. When's the last time this happened, Malika? She just laughed. Was it last night? It was last night, wasn't it, you devil? 7 months later Sam was killed on a highway in California when his car was hit head-on by a 17-year-old kid in a pickup truck. Sam was on his way to a gig in Vegas. He had just married Malika, and, oddly enough, they were scheduled to call into my show the next day. We had an on-air wake for him, and Corey Feldman, Jessica Hahn, Richard Simmons, and Joan Rivers all called and shared Sam's stories. A few days later, we presented a more formal tribute, replaying a lot of Sam's old appearances. Norman Lear called in during the tribute and gave his own epitaph for Sam. In the land of the Walking Dead, he was a very live one. Sam could have written his own epitaph. He once told me, I have lived a carnal life. My view of life is if you're going to miss heaven, why miss it by 2 inches? Miss it. I don't have to go through the thing of paying for it in the next life. I know I'm screwed in the next life. A few months later I went on the air with another thought about Sam. I thought that instead of burying Sam we should have taken his body on tour. The Sam Kinison funeral tour. We could have put Sam in formaldehyde like they did Marcos. We could have stuffed him, like Drigger. Don't laugh, Drigger did 35 states in 4 months and made a fortune. Sam could have kept that date he had in Vegas. It would have been beautiful. We could have played a tape and worked his mouth by remote control. We could have had a nice Follies section, where we put Sam on skates and talk about reviving his movie career. Sam Kinison in Weekend at Bernie's, Part 3. Hey, now every studio would love him. He'd be so reliable. Sam Kinison as the Mummy. Sam Kinison in Awakenings. He could have played a totem pole in any Indian movie. He'd be a pleasure on Letterman. Jessica could invite him over without any fear of a mess. You wouldn't even need a stunt man for him. You want him to fall out of a building? Just drop him. I'm telling you, the Sam Kinison funeral tour, it would have been huge. And the funny thing is, Sam would have totally dug it. I really missed the guy. Another lesbian story. Vagina Girl Chapter 16. It's time for a good lesbian story. You can never get enough lesbians. I had a regular caller named Gina cheer me up with a hot lesbian story after I had just come back from my vacation. Gina had previously sent me nude pictures of herself, so I looked at them as I listened to her story of lesbian lust at a nudist colony. No one who hears these stories on the air ever thinks the girls are good looking. Well, now I have proof. Now for the first time in publishing history you can look at her pictures while you read her story. Gina and her boyfriend had gone to a nudist campground where she met up with another couple. I met this really hot-looking girl there. She was swimming in the pool, and I was lying on the side of the pool. She came over and sat down next to me and we started talking and swimming. She was real nice looking. Kinda small-framed, like me. Blondish hair, muscular. Medium chest. Were you immediately attracted? I asked. Yeah, Gina purred. We got to know each other, played around swimming, and you could tell each of us was attracted to the other person. That night there was a dance. Everyone came kind of dressed. What do you mean, kind of? I probed. Half on and half off. I wore a white skirt so I could pull it up and I had nothing on underneath. She had a white spandex dress on. So we started dancing together. Gina said, it started off fast but we had our tops off by the end of that dance. Then we started dancing slow and I hiked up my skirt for that. We were holding each other tight. Then we started kissing. Did she put her hand on your butt? I asked. Yeah, her hands were pretty good, Gina said. There was also a pretty wild dance where about 15 girls were all dancing nude together and one girl would go underneath all the other girls' legs. The girls would touch you as you went underneath them. Is this a nudist colony or a sex orgy place? I asked. The party got pretty wild that night, Gina admitted. Then we left the dance. We were pretty hot and we just turned to each other and said, let's get some. So we started walking outside. You're walking around naked? I had my top with me, but it was opened. My skirt was hiked up, Gina said. She had the top of her dress pulled down. Then we walked to my tent. I have to take my pants off, I suddenly said. I just pitched a tent myself. I'm right in tune with the story. She was a little bit nervous, Gina said. She had never done anything like this before, so we talked for a long time. I took her by the hand. You're like the old grow lesbian, I said, so you go into the tent. We just started kissing. Clothes came off and we had a good time, Gina reported. Everything? How long did you spend? I asked. A couple of hours, Gina said. We fell asleep in there, actually. And did the guys come and join in? I had to know. They came in, but they didn't join in. They watched. Your boyfriend doesn't get horny from all this? I asked. I did stuff with him. It was discreet. The other couples were sleeping. It was a pretty big tent, Gina said. So the other girl dug it? Did you guys get it on the whole weekend? I had to get back to lesbianism. The next day, Sunday, we had a really great time outside. We put a blanket down in the woods, behind some trees. The sun was out. It was really nice. We thought nobody could see us, but there was a guy who was watching from far away. He thanked us afterwards, Gina said. Jesus Christ, what's going on in America? I said. I did nothing for my whole 2 weeks vacation. All I did was work. Nobody put on a lesbian show for me. You would dump your boyfriend for me, wouldn't you? I said. Oh, yeah, Gina replied. I'd move you up to New York. You'd have to give up your nursing job so we could go full-time to the nudist colony, I explained. You would have a great time, Howard, she said. And you know, you're smart, you're not a bimbo. I could have a conversation with you. You're no dope. You know what you like. I'm aching for you. We have to clone you. Every girl should be like Gina, Robin. Well, you have 3 daughters that we can start with, Robin said. Oh, put a knife in my heart. You just be quiet. Gina took pity on me. We took some pictures together. I could send you some, she said. Overnight them, I begged. Lesbians. Lesbians. I love lesbians. Stuttering John. Hero of the Stupid Chapter 17. Look, in an ideal world, there wouldn't be any need for a stuttering John. In an ideal world, celebrities wouldn't be on their high horses all the time and they'd all come on the air with me and have a good time. But we live in an imperfect world and I soon realized that if I was going to get all the celebrities on my show that I really wanted, I would have to go out and stalk them in their natural habitats. I was the original celebrity interview stalker. I started showing up at the Grams, the Emmys, and the Oscars, where I could confront the celebrities who avoid me and my show. I'd stand out on the red carpet with all the other press with my trademark megaphone in hand, booming insightfully moronic questions to the glittering stars. One time at the Grams, as I was battling arsehole paparazzi who were pushing and kneeing me to get at the stars, Dan Rather came strolling in. It was mass pandemonium. I clawed my way to the front, turned on the megaphone and blasted, Dan Rather. Dan Rather saw me with my long hair and he had no idea what was going on. He came up to my mic and said, "Hello. Rock and roll forever," and walked on. How hip, Dan. But I was soon to retire as a non-location celebrity interviewer. I felt like a real dick when all the press would gang up and scream at me that my stupid questions were getting in the way of their own moronic questions. And God, were their questions stupid. I remember Jeannie Wolf from Entertainment Tonight asking stars ridiculous hairstyle questions as they walked in, like, "I noticed your new hairstyle. Have people been complimenting you on it?" She asked everybody the same question. And in another corner there was a guy from England representing the so-called legitimate press asking every single celebrity this riveting question: "Your fans want to know, will you be coming to England soon?" What a dope. How could anyone be annoyed by my stupid questions? I hated being subjected to constant ridicule from the press and from these arrogant stars. What I needed was someone less self-conscious, someone with a higher tolerance for abuse. In short, I needed an innocent, someone with childlike curiosity. A light bulb flashed in my head, and two words stood out clearly: boy Gary. Gary started out fine. We went out to the Ems the first year Fox hosted the show and they had no idea what was going on. I sent Gary out on the red carpet with Fred and Jackie, who were writing down questions as they saw celebrities. They'd hand a dopey question to Gary and he'd ask it. Gary got Mary Tyler Moore really pissed off when, at the beginning of the AIDS scare, he asked her if she would actually touch her Emmy or was she afraid of getting AIDS from it. Gary was the first one we sent out to cover a specific event. Diane Carroll was going to be signing books nearby, so we dispatched Gary and his tape recorder and some silly questions. But we were novices at this art form, so I told Gary to tell her that we had polled our listeners that morning and these were the questions they wanted answered. I figured this was a way Gary would feel more comfortable asking stupid questions. After a few fluff ones about Dynasty and her youthful appearance, we hit Diane with our zingers. We asked her how she felt about Reagan bombing Libya and why she broke up with David Frost. She managed to avoid answering these tough ones. Even though they were pretty tame by today's stuttering John standards, they stood in stark contrast to the totally lame questions most celeb puff piece journalists routinely asked. We were on the road to mayhem. Gary did a few more interviews with people like Yoko Ono and Robert Plant, but it was his short encounter with Itzhak Perlman at a Grammy ceremony that pointed us in a new direction: total absurdity. The more absurd the question, the more foolish the celebrity might look. So we asked Itzhak Perlman, a staid classical performer, whether he thought that the Grams were discriminating against Buffy Sainte-Marie, a folk singer from the 60s who happened to be an American Indian. Gary: Itzhak, do you feel the Academy is anti-Buffy Sainte-Marie? Perlman: I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Gary: do you feel the Academy is anti-Buffy Sainte-Marie? They never nominate her for anything. Perlman: I don't know. I wouldn't know if they were anti-anybody. That's an inside tip, I suppose. All right. Okay. We were honing our methodology and refining our interview aesthetic. Unfortunately, we lost our interviewer. It happened when we sent Gary out to interview Van Halen at their concert at the Meadowlands. Gary was ushered backstage to a private dressing room where he conducted the interview. It went off without a hitch and then Gary joined about 100 other people who were partying at a pre-canned publicity dinner in a huge adjective waiting room. Alex Van Halen happened to bump into his manager and he told him that he had just done a wild interview. The manager asked him what he meant by wild. Van Halen told him that one question to Sammy Hagar, the singer who replaced David Lee Roth in a controversial move, was, if you were driving by a shopping center on a hot day and you saw a dog and David Lee Roth locked up in separate cars, who would you save? The manager was beside himself. He rushed over to Gary and started going through his bag to get the list of questions. When he started reading the actual questions, he went ballistic. "Oh my God," he screamed, "you are a piece of shit. You piece of shit. Get out of my dressing room, you piece of shit." Gary was being screamed at in front of 100 people. Gary felt like such a dick that he decided to hide behind his mantle as producer of the show, and he delegated the task of doing these interviews to a lowly intern named Dave. He was a good-looking GQ type of guy, but when he'd interview a celebrity he'd just read the questions right off the page in an incredible monotone. Thus, Dead Dave was born. He did a great interview with Dr. Ruth. Dr. Ruth wouldn't even let him finish his first question. Dead Dave: "When I was in boarding school I had anal sex with my roommate." Dr. Ruth: "I don't want to hear such nonsense, okay?" After Dave, there was Mitch, another intern. Mitch was a little neurotic Jewish kid who aspired to be a comedy writer. He loved the notoriety of being on the air, but he was afraid that the interviews he was doing would ruin him in the business. What business? He wasn't in the business. I'm barely in the business. He worried, but he was fearless. At Pose Comic Relief, Mitch asked Norman Lear if he thought Fox Television was responsible for the death of Joan Rivers's husband, Edgar Rosenberg. Lear freaked out and Mitch was thrown out of the press conference. Bo was so angry that we were banned from all Bo events for the next few years. When Mitch left, he suggested that we hire a New York University classmate of his as the new intern. Gary came into my office. "Mitch says this guy John Melendez would be a good intern, only there's one problem, boss." Gary got serious. "He stutters pretty bad." "What a find. Hire him," I screamed at Gary. "I haven't even met him yet," Gary protested. "I don't care, fucking hire him," I said. "I don't care how lame he is, I don't care if he's fucked up on heroin, just fucking hire him right now." I couldn't believe I'd good fortune. A stutterer. Now we could really go after those pompous stars. We could ask them the most degrading, disgusting, and tasteless questions and they'd be fluttering out of the crippled mouth of a stutterer. These celebrities would have to listen to these questions, better yet, work to listen to these questions, and then they'd have to respond or run the risk of being accused of being insensitive to the handicapped. Thank God for political correctness. When John came up, he was even better than we imagined. John is a long-haired rock and roller with a cherubic face that becomes instantly demonic when he starts to gag on a difficult word. He is a blank slate, with no basic knowledge of contemporary culture. He's never heard of any of these celebrities or their problems. This is a man who has no idea what Mike Wallace does for a living. Combine that cultural illiteracy with a bulldog-like dedication to pleasing his superiors and you have the most awesome celebrity stalker/interviewer possible, Stuttering John. Hero of the stupid. There was no doubt in my mind that in a short while John himself was destined to become a STSTST star. John's first assignment was to cover a great protest. We knew that Carly Simon would be there, but John also came back with some tape of Danny Glover. But what was great was John's patter in the studio. Right off the bat, he told us he was so nervous he was going to shit a brick. He was totally oblivious to the fact that he was on the air. Then, as he started stuttering like a machine gun, he was almost flying out of his chair. Perfect. John was great on the first few interviews. Even though he was instructed to just ask about grapes, he managed to ask both Carly Simon and Danny Glover why James Taylor had lost all of his hair. He even managed, while walking on a California grape boycott picket line in front of a supermarket, to ask Danny Glover if he thought the Pope was the Antichrist. Awesome. I knew I had my man. That was confirmed when we sent John to Ringo Starr's press conference. Ringo had assembled a couple hundred reporters to hype his upcoming American tour. They were treating Ringo like the president, then Stuttering John strode up to the mic. Stuttering John: "What did you do with the money?" Ringo: "What money?" Stuttering John: "The money your mum gave you for singing lessons." Ringo: "Well, I actually spent it on fish and chips." 398. Thank God this was Ringo, the nice Beatle. John escaped unscathed and he even got a mention for the question in Rolling Stone magazine. So when Paul McCartney held a press conference to announce his upcoming tour, the PR people were lying in wait. John got thrown out of the press conference about 4 times. Yet he managed to sneak back in. Stuttering John: Hi, Paul. Stuttering John from the Howard Stern Show. What's the most girls you've had in bed at once? Paul: Difficult question. Think I'm gonna tell you that on live television with my wife in the building? Think again, buddy. Fat chance. You have to put these events into perspective. Here's poor Stuttering John, who's convinced he's blowing his life's goal of making it in the rock business by asking these musical demigods these embarrassing questions, yet he's doing it for the sake of the show. Hey, is it great to have a guy who'll take a bullet for you, or what? Thankfully, John wound up interviewing some musicians who were hip enough to really dig his act. ZZ Top were captivated by John's penetrating questions to them. Did you guys ever throw up and get big chunks in your beards? How many people compliment you on your cough drops? Since you look Jewish, why don't you call yourselves ZZ Dreidel? In a pinch, would you wipe with your beard? Even the great James Brown cracked up when John ambushed him at an MTV Awards show. Stuttering John: When you do a split, do you bang your testicles on the floor? James: No, I think they're hip. They know I'll be down there temporarily. We sent John out after everyone who hates us. He got Harvey Feinstein to spit out about 900 fucks in 2 sentences, informing him that he wouldn't even answer any questions for that fucking asshole Howard Stern. Then, failing to get Harvey, John actually had the balls to ask a few of Harvey's gay friends the questions we had prepared for Harvey. What was the worst disaster, AIDS or legs? Diamond? Did you ever insert wildlife in your behind? John was unstoppable. He got Donna and his wife, Mario Thomas, and he also caught that loudmouth Gloria Steinem, controlling Mario's every word like a puppet. Stuttering John: All right, Maria, can I ask you a question? He didn't even know her name. Marlo: Do you know Gloria Steinem? Stuttering John: Hi, Gloria. Let me ask you a question, Maria. Do you and Phil still get horny for each other? Marlo: He's coming, you ask him. Stuttering John: Please, Maria. Don't go, let me ask you, please Maria, I'm a big fan of that girl. Marlo: All right, okay. Gloria: Why are you asking these silly questions? Marlo: Yes? Stuttering John: Let me ask you, what word for women do you find most degrading? Marlo: Degrading? Stuttering John: Chick, bimbo, bitch, babe, slut, or whore? Marlo: What is most degrading? Stuttering John: Yeah. That's a good question. Gloria: Not especially a good question. Why repeat all those words? Marlo: Right. I don't like that question. As soon as Gloria started in, Mario realized she was supposed to be indignant, too. She was like a well-trained dog. Stuttering John: Well, I'm a feminist. Gloria: Why don't you just say women and let it go at that? Marlo: We like just to be called women, that's all. I hate that fucking Howard Stern. Harvey Feinstein. Gloria: We're not going to publicize the issue. Marlo: Yeah, that's right. Stuttering John: All right. www. I'm a big fan. You look great. You're so thin. Did you ever stick your finger down your throat to throw up? Gloria: You're really hopeless, you know that? Stuttering John: Why do you say that? Gloria: I'm so glad I don't have to be interviewed by you. Well, no one was interviewing you, Gloria, so why didn't you just keep your mouth shut? Stuttering John: Hey, Maria, did any of Phil's sons hit on you? Maria: What a masterpiece. He got Cher and he got Chastity. In fact, he even had the balls to ask Chastity if she ever kissed her mother on the mouth. Of course, not knowing for 1 second that Chastity was accused of being gay certainly helped John deliver these questions. But nothing stopped John. His conquests mounted. Regis, Chevy Chase, not once, but twice. He managed to get Family Ties TV actress Justine Bateman twice. and he even used the same questions the second time. Here was Justine, on the brink of breaking out of the shit-ass world of sitcoms, doing the famous Arthur Miller play The Crucible off-Broadway, and along came John to puncture her self-inflated balloon. Stuttering John: did Arthur Miller write the play you're in while humping Marilyn Monroe? Justine: go fuck yourself. Justine freaked out and walked away. John didn't even get to ask the follow-up question, were there stains on the script? The beautiful part of it all was that he didn't even know who Arthur and Marilyn were. He then had the balls to go up to Eli Sheedy, a known bulimic, and point-blank ask her, when was the last time you threw up? But despite the negative reactions, John persevered. Arthur was thrilled to talk to him. Stuttering John: what do you think of Howard Stern? He made some nasty cracks about me, so I don't listen to him anymore. I used to listen to him and go, oh, how could he say that? But then when he hit me, I thought, oh, that son of a bitch. Stuttering John: yeah, but he equally offends everybody, you know. I know that. It reminds me of what they used to say about Hitler. First they came for the Jews and I didn't do anything, and then they came for homosexuals, and then they came for me. You know what I'm talking about? Stuttering John: let's go to a lighter topic by asking you, what Hollywood star would you like to nail most? Is this man a genius or what? What a segue. Problem was, thanks to that fascist-hating he got bodily thrown out of the event about 2 seconds later. The celebrities who give John the hardest time are baseball players. Especially ex-baseball players. They have no sense of humor. I'm the biggest fan of Howard Stern. Keith Hernandez. John interviewed Ted Williams at a baseball card show. I guess Ted was pretty grumpy because he was out charging money for his autograph. I know serial killers with more class. Stuttering John: do you know all the words to the national anthem? Ted: no. I wish I did. I don't sing. Stuttering John: did you ever accidentally fart in the catcher's face? Ted did a double take. He stopped signing autographs and leaned over to John. Ted: pardon? Stuttering John: by any chance, did you ever accidentally fart in the catcher's face? Ted: who the hell are you? For God's sake. That kind of shit. See ya later. He dismissed John with an ominous sweep of his hand. The same thing happened when John interviewed ex-Boston great Carl Yastrzemski. He got past the fart question, but Carl got miffed when John asked him if he liked Dolly Parton's implants. One baseball guy you'd expect to be pretty cool is Tommy Lasorda, the Dodgers manager. Hey, this guy is Mr. Showbiz. He hangs out with Sinatra and he did all those Slim Fast commercials. But our human litmus test revealed that Lasorda is just as self-serious as the rest of them. After we let him ramble on and give a big plug for that stupid Slim Fast junk he scarfed, John got to the more controversial questions. Stuttering John: how much do you want to bet that Pete Rose is gambling again? John never even got up to the farting in the catcher's face question before Lasorda blew him off. But that was nothing compared to what some fan of Tommy's did to Stuttering John. John was going home late one night on the Long Island Railroad. He was just sitting there minding his own business when the train stopped and a guy who had been sitting in front of him turned around and faced John. This guy was middle-aged, dressed in a nice suit, a typical commuter. Except when it came time for his stop. He paused, looked at John, and said, "I don't like what you did to Tommy Lasorda." And then he threw his whole orange soda all over Stuttering John and ran out the door. The price of fame. You think that's humiliating? Hey, Stuttering John's used to it. When I was in elementary school, everybody called me Stutterface. Kids threw rocks at me, everyone wanted to beat the shit out of me. Then in high school, people called me Ship. So when I got to college, I didn't want anyone to know I stuttered. I was a good student, but I was in a class and the teacher said, "Did you read the book?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "What color was the girl's dress?" I tried yellow a couple of times, but I couldn't say yellow and that was the right answer. I said green instead. That's the most humiliating thing I can remember. John's 5th grade report card. Stuttering John can be brutal, but he is not without human feelings. They surfaced once. I was interviewing gossip columnist Cindy Adams and her husband, Joey, and I was asking him questions about senility. I had no idea who they were, and when Joey walked out he looked as if he was going to keel over. I respect old people, and I had to ask him when was the last time he had a solid bowel movement. I was really freaked. I didn't know who the hell he was. I remember looking at Kevin, the TV producer, and saying to him, I can't do it, and Kevin was egging me on and I said, alright, fuck it, and I asked him about his bowel movement and how many times he'd seen Halley's Comet. That was an interview I felt really bad about. John was also pretty brutal with Mike Wallace of 60 Minutes. Stuttering John, alright. Let me ask you. How could you be so old and still have pimples? Listen, I'm just curious. Howard is not a favorite of mine. I just don't like being nasty and spiteful to people. Cindy Adams. But it was the most venerable of our news anchors who provided us with a transcendent Stuttering John moment. The first time John nabbed Walter Cronkite, he was walking up to a charity event. John asked him if he was there for the charity or because his publicist thought it was a good idea. Uncle Walter got really pissed off and pushed past John into the event. But the second time, John donned a disguise and waylaid Walter. Stuttering John, since you stopped doing news, don't you think the quality of it has really slipped? Walter, well, yes. I think the quality of all life had slipped over the last several years. As a matter of fact, television has reflected that and has been part of it and perhaps, in some ways, responsible for it. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Stuttering John, what did William Paley ever do that was so friggin' important? Walter, that's the way you phrase your questions, is it? Stuttering John, yeah. Walter, well, I don't want to indulge in that kind of radio, thank you. I don't believe in that language. That's what's the trouble with our business today. Stuttering John, would you concur with Howard Stern? Walter, that's what's the trouble with our business today. Using that kind of language. Upgrade your language and you'll do something for human beings and for our civilization. You can't use language like that. Stuttering John, oh, I didn't curse. I didn't curse. Walter, frigging. Do you think frigging is a good word? Stuttering John, well, it's not a curse. Walter, it's a bad word. It's a bad word. What do you think it means? Stuttering John, it's just another word for saying, you know, I don't know. Walter, what do you think it means? Words should mean something, shouldn't they? Stuttering John, it's kind of an adjective, you know. Walter, but what does the word mean? Stuttering John, it just gives it like emphasis. Walter, come on. Stuttering John, would you ever concur with Howard Stern? Walter, of course not. Stuttering John, thanks a lot, Walter. See ya. Walter, you bet. Right. For God's sakes. Does this sound like two mental patients talking in the backward or what? How did this guy get to be so old and humorless? Of course, you don't have to be old to be humorless. Just ask Richard Gere. John got to him when he went to interview the Dalai Lama. This guy was supposed to be like God. He walked in with his hands folded and he was praying, and Richard Gere was like crying because he loves him so much. I was on fire, I was so nervous. I asked, what was it like to wake up one day and realize that you were God? Which was a question I really didn't understand. Richard Gere, that's a very strange one. How about another one? Stuttering John, okay, all right. Do people ever say, do people ever say, hello, Dolly? Nobody laughed. They hated me. Kevin, the producer, was acting like a wuss. He got me there, went over the questions, then disappeared behind people. I was alone, like on the fucking island. Then this big black guy was standing behind me for the rest of the press conference. He wouldn't let me move. I was trying to get to Richard Gere, but I felt hate all around. I felt Richard Gere wanted me dead. and I couldn't even get in my follow-up questions to the Dalai. Do you have sex? What is truth? Have you seen any of the new full TV shows? At that point, I dismissed ever making it at anything. I figured I had blown it. Gary convinced me that I was fucking nuts. Insulting a Beatle and a god. I thought I'd never get my band signed at that point. In fact, John became the focal point for a lot of hostility and overt aggression. Morton Downey punched him out during an interview at a restaurant when John asked a sensible question: if Morton was bankrupt, how was he paying for this big press party? When he asked Eric Bogosian why his movie bombed, Bogosian pulled him over to a corner of the room and threatened to beat the fuck out of him. Then a huge bouncer picked John up by the neck and carried him down 2 flights of stairs and threw him out. After he finished a Spike Lee interview, 2 guys claiming to be Spike's henchmen went out to John's car and they grabbed his bag. But John was too quick. He threw the tape to an intern who ran away with it to safety. But it wasn't until the stutterization of the Jennifer Flowers news conference that John got the instant national recognition he so richly deserved. Picture the scene. A ballroom in New York City. The place was packed with reporters waiting to hear the story of her alleged 12-year affair with a presidential candidate. The seriousness of the occasion was absurd. They were treating Jennifer as if she was the presidential candidate. John got right to the point. Jennifer, did Governor Clinton use a condom? A totally relevant question, but our people were offended. They threatened to throw John out. She was there to talk about her sexual relationship and she found this question offensive? He had another one for her. Will you be sleeping with any other presidential candidates? John's booming stutter permeated the packed hall. The press was cracking up. While John was used to receiving scorn from the suckass entertainment press, the more cynical political reporters were delighting in this. John erupted again. Was there ever a threesome? A star was born. Everybody came up to me at the end and asked me who I was. I was thrilled, especially when they talked about me on the McLaughlin Group, and they referred to me as Mr. Melendez. I had no idea it was going to be that big. I actually was hoping I could get on Letterman. John's instant celebrity began to go to his head. He actually developed the delusion that he should be getting paid for his work as an intern and he began making unreasonable demands on management. But we developed a strategy to jerk his chain a bit. We found a guy named Don who suffered from Tourette's syndrome, an affliction characterized by wild uncontrollable grunting, cursing, and involuntary muscle spasms. Then we sent Don out to interview some porn stars, and on our TV show that weekend we ran Don's best interviews alongside the worst of stuttering John's. Then we asked the viewers to vote on whom they preferred. John was devastated. Would we dump him for someone with Tourette's? Of course John won, and we got him a nice salary. Despite his newfound celebrity, not too much had changed. Recently, John went to the Grams and got thrown out after he asked Debbie Gibson, if the group Wilson Phillips should win the award, do you think the fat one will eat the statue? As a result of our insightful questions, we were disinvited to the Grams. In response to the overwhelming complaints from celebrities, managers and other important electronic media who shared the TV/radio room with representatives of the Howard Stern Show last year, I am afraid that we cannot accommodate your request for radio credentials. It isn't easy being stuttering John anymore, but still he goes out into the night in search of his elusive prey. He hunts down Madonna so he can ask her, "Do you bleach your pubes?" He trails John F. Kennedy, Jr. so he can find out, do girls encourage you not to use condoms so they can get their hands on that Kennedy moolah? John stammers it up with Debbie Gibson. And there's no describing the joy he feels when he finally nails someone he's been searching for years. That happened recently when John met up with New York's distinguished mayor, David Dinkins. John asked him if he would ever park his car in a Puerto Rican neighborhood and if, after he's done in the bathroom, he checks after he's done wiping. An aide came out and knocked him aside. It was a classic stuttering John confrontation. But the mayor realized how foolish it was to avoid stuttering John the first time, so the next time they met the mayor was ready and he graciously answered John's stupid questions. Stuttering John, because you sweat so much, how many gallons of water do you have to drink? Mayor Dinkins, about 7 or 8. Stuttering John, are there any mayoral groupies? A. Dinkins, sure, bunches of them. That's how I got elected. Stuttering John, do you sleep on a sponge? Mayor Dinkins, no. Do you recommend it? Stuttering John, how many shirts do you sweat up in a day? Mayor Dinkins, about 14 or 15. Stuttering John, do you sweat in the shower? Mayor Dinkins, it's hard to tell because water is pouring on me. I'm not a supporter of David Dinkins, but even I felt the interview had been a bit over the line. It was disrespectful. The mayor was so gracious that I felt guilty. I was also afraid he'd send the police chief after me. I immediately started yelling at John for asking such rude and ridiculous questions. I was outraged. John was perplexed. But you told me to ask those questions, he cried. I know, but it doesn't matter, I said. I knew that there was only one thing to do, call the mayor's office and blame it on someone else. I got through to the mayor's press office and put them on the air. I want to inform you of a hoax that may have been played, I said. There was a gentleman who represented himself as a reporter from the Howard Stern show and he interviewed the mayor. It was not the Howard Stern show. It was another radio station that did it. We did not ask the questions about sweating and sleeping on a sponge, and while some people might find that humorous, I do not. I think the mayor works pretty hard and just because he sweats a lot people shouldn't be making fun of that. I think the mayor can be asked fun questions, but those questions were just a little rough and presented the mayor in a bad light. I had nothing to do with it and neither did Stuttering John. It was either the Len Berman show on Farn or possibly Scott Shannon or someone like that. I'm sure he's upset about it. I don't know if the mayor's upset about it, his spokesman said. The mayor's under a lot of pressure and he gets a lot of attention and sometimes you'll catch the mayor wiping his brow. I think that's an illustration of how hard he works. By the way, do you carry the towels he uses? I said. But for me, the classic Stuttering John interview will always be the one he did with Imelda Marcos. She was totally unflappable and silent as John squeezed out a few quick ones. Does it bother you when people speak to you on the bowl? Do you think ugly people should be allowed to have children? Imelda was probably wishing she had one of those millions of shoes right then to hit John over the head with, but she remained calm. Until she got stuck in front of a revolving door and John had her trapped. She looked like a cornered chicken. It was just me and her. So I went for it. Imelda, if you pass gas at home in front of others, do you blame the family dog? Imelda's face reflected a mosaic of revulsion, fear, anger, betrayal, but mostly nausea. Her eyes pleaded for a way out. After what seemed like years, someone grabbed her arm and ushered her inside. Then all we saw was John's face. A look of unmitigated, unabashed, sheer ecstasy was splashed across his face. He was happy. He was calm. He was Stuttering John, hero of the stupid, now and forever. Stuttering John's greatest hit and wish 51st. Jim Abbott. One-handed star pitcher. New York Yankees. Can you shuffle a deck of cards? Warren Beatty. Did you forget to pull out with a net? Benning. Tracy Chapman. Are you still in show business? Chevy Chase. Do you read the scripts of the movies you choose to make, or do you? Go, eeny meny miny moe? Connie Chung. Whose fault is it that you can't get pregnant? Dick Clark. Did you ever consider making love to the teenage girls on American Bandstand? Jimmy Connors. Don't you think Steffi Graf has great legs and a collie's face? Cindy Crawford. Does your gynecologist send you love letters? Sharon Stone. Any movies with crotch shots coming up? Gina Davis. Were you Thelma or Louise? Phil Donahue. Did you ever use your glasses to burn ants by pointing them at the sun? Richard Dreyfuss. Do you have great pubic hair? Griffin Dunn. Who are you? Bob Dylan. How does it feel to be on your own, like complete unknown, like a rolling stone? Frank Gifford. Does your son ever accidentally call you Grandpa? Arsenio Hall. Are you mad at your dentist? Leona Helmsley. Where's the craziest place you and your husband have made love? Michael Jackson. Did you learn how to walk backwards to avoid your father's punches? Billy Joel. When you look at your wife, Christy Brinkley, do you thank your mother for making you take piano lessons? Larry King. Isn't it a disgrace how many times Liz Taylor's been married? Rush Limbaugh. Are you called Rush because you're in a rush to eat? Liza Minnelli. What good is sitting alone in your room? Eddie Murphy. Now that you've conquered comedy, acting, and music, will you become a brain surgeon? Martina Navratilova. Do you hate bananas? Paul Newman. Does driving a car really fast give you an erection? Oliver North. Did you ever have a nightmare where your penis got caught in a paper shredder? Sinead O'Connor. Will you order Howard Stern's Butt Bongo Fiesta? Luciano Pavarotti. Ever fart while belting out a high note? Regis Philbin. Don't you wish Kathy Lee would sink on one of those carnival boats? Pat Riley. Who is the biggest Nick Genitally? Liz Taylor. Was selling perfume one of your career goals? Leonard Nimoy. Is your penis pointed like your ears? Robert Redford. How did you keep a straight face when you were looking at Barbra Streisand's nose? Geraldo Rivera. Are you recognized at cockfights? Charlie Rose. Who's failed more on TV, you or Dick Cavett? Sliced Alone. Do you think that headband on your mother's head was placed there by space aliens? Barbra Streisand. Are people who need people really the luckiest people in the world? Dr. Truth Westhamer. Is it possible to be in love with a girl and her dog at the same time? Montel Williams. Didn't you steal my car? Bruce Willis. What is disappearing quicker, the ozone or your hair? Liz Smith. First off, I would just like to apologize for the fat remarks I made the last time I interviewed you. I realize how insensitive I was and how bad I felt when I saw you embarrassed on national TV. Obesity is not something to make fun of, and through my recent spiritual uplifting I am trying to right my wrongs. So tell me, how many cows did it take to make your leather jacket? Hate mail artwork. Cartoons. Stop Howard Stern Chapter 18. 10 Reasons Howard Stern Must Be Stopped. These are actual quotations from his radio show. 1. Commenting on the William Kennedy Smith trial, any mention of how big Willie's penis is. 2. Commenting on Magic Johnson, he can't even bang his wife. How can he bang his wife? Here's a guy that was banging every day and now he can't bang anybody. 3. Commenting on radio personality Garrison Keillor, hey Garrison Keillor, FKU. 4. I've seen guys light their penis on fire to get on TV. 5. Imagine what people are doing in their cars right now while they're listening. Guys masturbating. 6. Speaking to a member of TVS, Knots Landing, cast. Do you ever bang a guy during love scenes? Like, does the guy ever get aroused? 'Cause I know there'd be no room on the screen for my boner. 7. Speaking about his wife, sometimes you bitches are so hard to live with. 8. Commenting on President Bush, who couldn't kick Iraq's ass. I could kick their ass and I'm a big pussy. How about his son Neil Bush and his daughter Fur Bush? To hell with all of you. F.Q. 9. Speaking to Geraldo Rivera, the closest I came to making love to a black woman was I masturbated to a picture of Aunt Jemima on a pancake box. 10. Speaking to a female guest, you're very lovely, I'd love to see you nude. Hundreds of thousands of children are listening to this filth. Help me force him off the air. Send your petition today. Literature from Americans for Responsible Television. Do not detach. Membership reply form. Dear Terry, you're right. I don't want Howard Stern to bring his filth to my community on our public airwaves. I've enclosed my petition to the FCC. And to help end the exploitation, smut and violence on radio and television today, I'm continuing my support of ART. With my maximum contribution of $10, $15, $20, other $. Please make your check payable to ART. Americans for Responsible Television. contributions or gifts to Americans for responsible television are not tax-deductible. This is because the law does not permit a deduction for contributions to any organization which substantially engages in lobbying activities. 2. From Terry Ray Coker, Director. Americans 4. Left page, why are they raising money to force me off the air? Send the money directly to me, and if it's enough I'll leave voluntarily. So, my radio dreams came true. The moron who started out doing X-rated marionette shows is now the #1 king of radio in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia, simultaneously, a feat never before accomplished in the annals of radio history. Of course, I owe a huge debt of gratitude to the jerks at WNBC who fired me. At K-Rock, where I landed, I got my wish to do mornings and to go head-to-head against Amos. It didn't take long before I destroyed Amos and General Electric was forced to sell off the whole radio station. When I was there the station was valued at $50 million. After I left, they sold it for $20 million. I cost them $30 million. That means I'm worth $30 million. Why can't I get anyone to pay me $30 million? Life is very unfair. No one cares about me. So here I am at the top of the heap, and some heap it is, heap of shit. When you're in an industry with Cousin Brucey, Zookeepers, and Rush Limbaugh, what would you call your heap? I know I'm too talented for radio. God is punishing me. I must have been a serial killer in a previous life. Unfortunately, my triumph as numero uno radio personality has been ruined by the actions of a bunch of sexually repressed lunatics who, in the name of decency, are trying to destroy the most fundamental human right Americans enjoy: the right to begin your mornings listening to the Howard Stern Show. Throughout my career, I have been dogged by prudes who probably want me to butt bongo them, but instead they spend their day running to the Federal Communications Commission to monitor my every erotic move. I think my shit little show actually turns them on and they don't know what to do about all the sexual energy they feel. So instead of masturbating and having a good time, which any normal person would do, they fucking write letters. Dear Sirs. Between 6:45 and 7 a.m. on August 1 to radio station WWDC-FM in Washington, D.C. released a transmission in which the on-air personality named Howard Stern encouraged a female caller to take nude pictures of herself and send them to him. As I write this mildly vitriolic missive I hear the same Stern singing doggerel about passing gas and large-breasted Cubans. I can't passively accept the fact that the license to broadcast includes the right to solicit nude photos. I can't even make the distinction between that and Dan Rather asking for a blowjob on the late news. Dear Sirs. Fartman was bad enough, but this morning at 7:10 a.m. on my way home from an early morning swim practice with a 6th grader and 2 7th graders in my car, I was treated to the moans and groans of Mr. Ed, a horse, having intercourse with his owner's wife. This program has no redeeming social value. Dear Congressman. I am usually in my car with my children when the Howard Stern Show comes on the air. It doesn't take very long for him to start talking about sex, and as a practice, I turn him off. On one occasion, however, my children were not with me and I left the show on just to see how bad it would get. Until that time I never realized that hardcore radio pornography actually existed. Howard Stern was arranging a blind date for a black woman named Brenda, who was in his studio, and a man who telephoned, named Lars. When I tuned in, Howard was discussing the physical attributes of Brenda. He said she had white features and one of her ancestors must have been had by a white slave master. He also said that he figured her to be a D-cup. Then Howard asked Lars if he makes love to little boys. That was the finish for me. Howard Stern's sense of humor is more than warped, it is sick. To mention men making love to little boys, in fun, makes that type of behavior more acceptable. Something must be done. Dear Mr. Bongarten. WNBC General Manager. Mr. Howard Stern, an announcer I was not familiar with before this day, was on the air in the afternoon of March 1 between the hours of 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. He and his female sidekick carried on a conversation in which they discussed at great length the new sponge contraceptive that had just reached the New York market. Mr. Stern was quite graphic in describing the possibilities of using a handy wipe, stuffed up there, instead of a contraceptive, saying it was a quicker picker-upper. In addition, Mr. Stern and sidekick had a conversation with a young girl who had called into the studio concerning her boyfriend's ability to keep it up from 10 to 30 minutes. All this was on air, Mr. Baumgarten, while I was riding in a cab from Kennedy Airport to my office in Manhattan. I was being driven by a man who was clearly not balanced. We were locked in bumper-to-bumper traffic for 2 hours, during which time he harassed me continuously and threatened to kill me. It was a medallion cab with no partition between front and back, and the locks on the doors were controlled by the driver. Believe me, it is difficult to recreate the terror I felt being locked up with a man who was big, mean, and seemingly ready to hurt someone, and I was the one who was there. Please add to this situation, already chilling, the presence on the radio of your Mr. Stern and the conversation outlined above. My driver was physically aroused by this conversation. He was moaning and giggling and turning to look at me face to face every few minutes. In addition, he adjusted his rear-view mirror so that I was in full view all the time. 2 hours is a long time, Mr. Baumgarten, to be in this situation and to try to stay calm. I strongly believe you should be aware of this man being part of the audience that Mr. Stern is reaching. The contents of his conversation aided and abetted a terrifying situation controlled by an unpredictable person. I believe this occurrence shows rather tragically the heavy responsibility that the media carries and must constantly reassess. I have reported this incident to the police and to the Taxi and Limousine Commission. I am also sending a copy of this letter to the FCC. I don't have any doubt that the coarsening of the minds of young children by listening to this kind of stuff can have a very serious consequence on children. John Silber, President, Boston University, who has recently been questioned on his ethics. Now you know why I'm the most dangerous man in America. Because somewhere out there some man is rubbing his penis while driving a cab and I'm to blame. I'm the troublemaker. I'm responsible for these lunatics and their whacked behavior. What kind of a shithead writes a letter like this? I don't want to live in the same country as a woman like this. But the letters go on. Dear Senator Bradley, I refer specifically to a radio broadcast I heard on WNBC AM. The person hosting the show was named Howard Stern. He started to discuss the size of his penis and of the others who were in the restroom with him, whereupon he challenged the men in the control room at the station to drop their pants to see who had the largest penis. He even chided one man concerning the size of his penis and suggested that the reason his wife didn't wait up for him at night was because it was too small. Mr. Bradley, I'm so sorry to have had to type the above. Believe me, I never thought those statements would come out of my typewriter. But there is just no other way to report it. The FCC is aware of this situation, but has not lifted a finger to stop it. What is their function? Are they not there to protect us from such a cancer as this man? The answer to that question, at least until 1987, was no. And then the shit hit the fan. And old Howie started racking up fines the way Charles Barkley does points. It used to be that as long as I didn't say the famous 7 dirty words, I was cool. Here they are: shit, piss, cunt, fuck, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits. Anybody pass out? Anybody never hear these before? I heard them all by the 5th grade. Then the rules changed. The new rule is, don't say anything that is patently indecent or offensive to your community. What does that mean? No one knows what it means. But I do know that I live and work in a community where priests rape young boys, where pit bulls chew through kids' heads, where you get shot in your car, where an angry black mob stabbed a Hasidic Jew and the mayor turned his back, where crack runs free like the river Ganges, and where movie directors fuck their wives' daughters. Now you tell me what I should talk about on the radio. Somehow saying the word testicles pales in comparison. But the FCC bureaucrats got on me anyway. They soon realized that they were getting a lot of attention from the press, something they loved. They started paying attention to this irritating man, a minister from Tupelo, Mississippi, named Donald E. Wildman, who claimed I was single-handedly leading America straight to hell because I was doing satire of a sexual nature for 4 hours a morning on a radio program that this celebrity seeking nothing couldn't even hear down in Mississippi. What was going through his mind? Was he hearing the cash registers ringing because of all those rubes who empty their savings accounts to support his ridiculous Morality in America campaign? This Wildman character is the same guy who led a protest against Mighty Mouse cartoons because he claimed they promoted cocaine use when Mighty Mouse would sniff some flowers to rejuvenate his superhero powers. This is the same Wildman who picketed the TV show Taxi because he claimed it was overtly sexual. And it probably was. To his puny little mind. This is the same mindset that led Jimmy Swaggart to campaign against Penthouse being carried by 7-Eleven stores because he personally knew that when you see pictures of naked women you just want to go out and pick up a ugly hooker with a hairy butt and take her to a hotel room and jerk off while she fingers herself. Just because Jimmy Swaggart and other idiots like him can't control their carnal impulses, they want to regulate what the rest of us can do. So this bald minister from Mississippi decided to orchestrate a national letter-writing campaign to the FCC to report me. He sent out a flyer to his faithful flock urging them to report my every romantic move to the FCC. Meanwhile, after his whole heavily promoted campaign, the FCC got just 3 tapes complaining about me, one from a woman in Philadelphia and the other 2 from Wildman himself. Some campaign. Because of these 3 complaints, in April of 1987 the FCC took a closer look at me and decided that I was about the worst thing they'd ever heard on radio, that I, Howard Stern, had single-handedly ruined the planet and everything on it. Where there were feces, I wallowed in them. Where there were breasts, I dared to play with them. If there was a problem with lesbians, I dared to lick it. You get the idea. They said I was offensive. They gave me a warning. This warning encouraged every cook in the universe to come out of the woodwork and report me. Reporting Howard Stern to the FCC became the second most popular sport in America, next to reporting me to my sponsors. If you wanted fame and power, if you wanted your name in the paper, if you wanted to appear on Nightline, you could report me to the FCC. And to Miss Ann M. Stommel, spinster. It was Wednesday, December 14, 1988. We were planning our guest list for our gala Christmas party, which included the usual cast of characters: lesbians, strippers, mental patients, lowlifes, a guy who was going to play the piano with his penis, everyone Jesus loves. After I left work that day, Ann Stommel called the radio station to complain. I think she felt we were anti-American, anti-Christian, anti-God, and pro-communist because she didn't like my Christmas party guest list. I couldn't wait to call her when I came in the next morning. Ann, you're on the air. Welcome to our radio show. Please don't say anything obscene or dirty, I cautioned. Who are you going to invite to the Christmas party? I wonder if you invite these kind of people to a Hanukkah party. It must be rollicking, she said. I believe that in her mind we were blaspheming her high holy day. If I had invited strippers up for Hanukkah, I had the feeling she wouldn't have minded. What is it, honey? I asked. You're a Christian and you think we're being blasphemous to Christmas? What's all this Christmas nonsense with you? I said, wake up and smell the roses, honey. What are you hung up on? What are you afraid of? Who's it gonna hurt? Why don't you go out and help the homeless if you're so Christian? Now, wait a minute. She got feisty. 165 BCE. Parenthesis before the Common Era, and I used to know that that was before the Christian era. I was having a difficult time understanding her. You're so silly, you're so hung up, I laughed. You may be the silly guy. Our society has BC and AD. Even Adam Clayton Powell. Now, you like Negroes, Adam Clayton Powell said. Negroes? I screamed. Adam Clayton Powell said the birth of Christ was like a miracle. Don't you know it's blacks, not Negroes? I said. It sounded to me as if this woman was a little out of touch. She told me she was 65, she'd never been married, she lived her whole life in Monmouth County, New Jersey, and she'd gone to Vassar. Oh, now, she continued, one of your guys said all you have to do if you don't like Howard Stern is to use 2 fingers. Turn it off. I don't want to turn you off. I want to know what you're doing, she said. Oh, so you're going to monitor me, I said. I want to know what you're up to, she said, Talk about freedom of speech. My idea presently is just to copy down the people you're inviting to the Christmas party, and I'm going to listen this morning to find out who else you're going to invite, and I'm going to write it up because I'm a professional technical writer in communications and electronics. You're dangerous is what you are, I said. I think you've been suppressed your whole life and you love this kind of radio, and that's why you can't stop listening. You love it, you love the freedom you're hearing. You wish you were at the Christmas party. You wish you were naked serving those drinks. Oh, go on, she snorted. Yes, you do. I was beside myself. You only wish you were a young voluptuous woman and I was spanking you. That's what you secretly wish for. Anne M. Stommel, spinster, and I were not getting along. I tried to seduce her with my wit and charm, but all she wanted to do was ruin me. The truth is, I love characters like Anne M. Stommel, and I never would have believed that anyone would take her seriously until the Five Stooges at the FCC started listening to her. She was their kind of gal. Well, I may write to someone that you like so much, Senator Bill Bradley, who happens to represent me, she said. No. You're not going to write to Senator Bill Bradley because I'm shaking in my pants, I said in mock fright. Look, Bradley's a senator of the United States because he was a basketball player. People are enamored with basketball players. He's got as much brains as you do. Oh, fine, that's lovely, and that's another thing I'll include to Senator Bradley in my letter to him. Anne said. Ask him about his hookshot, I suggested. Anne and I went on like this all morning. This mental masturbation went on for hours. After she hung up, I couldn't get her out of my mind. Anne had drawn me in like a black widow spider. I had to have more of her. I'm a married man, but I needed Anne. She was the great-great-grandmother I never had. Most radio hosts would never have called her back. But I called her again later that morning and the conversation was still the same. All she was interested in was recording my every word and listening over and over and over again. My whole adolescent life I hoped and prayed that women would worship my every word. Now I had what I'd always wished for. And it was pissing me off. I want to have tapes, to have it recorded and documented, she said. Are you fixing up a time capsule? Robin asked. You can bury it in your backyard, when they bury you, I said. Our Christmas party passed and we fell back into our usual routine. Little did I know that behind the scenes, people were actively plotting against me. Anne's letter to Senator Bradley got routed to the FCC, which requested tapes of any shows that offended Miss Stommel. Of course, Anne was more than happy to send them a tape of our Christmas show in its entirety. The FCC chairman, Alfred Sykes, a Republican do-gooder, suddenly decided that the FCC should go after disc jockeys. Sykes took it upon himself to clean up the indecency from the radio airwaves. They attempted to do that by staging a vendetta against one man, me. Later that year, the FCC announced their decision. I was guilty of indecent broadcasts and they were going to fine my bosses $6,000, $2,000 for each city we transmitted that Christmas show to. FCC fines mount for Stern. Howard Stern employer faces $600,000 fine. Don't muscle Howard Stern. The FCC is fining Howard Stern's employer $600,000. FCC, Stern show indecent. FCC's Stern warning. Stern, equal opportunity offender. Howard Stern wrapped as indecent by FCC. Nothing like opening the morning paper and reading what a scumbag I am. I made one decision immediately. I would never mention this incident on my resume. For the rest of my life I was going to have to lie on my resume. This is not the kind of thing an employer likes to read. I wondered if my guidance counselor was right. Maybe I should have been a speech therapist. Less pressure. It's not easy being me. The government was getting very aggressive. And I knew that inside I didn't have the constitution to stand up to these idiots. I'm very delicate. I work out in a gym for 3 days and I'm ready for the hospital. It was with a heavy heart that I started my show on Election Day 1990. Where do I begin? Yesterday I learned I'm being targeted by the federal government again. I'm about to be fined by the FCC. But I'm not gonna lie down like the rest of these sheep in the broadcast industry. The FCC, I don't know who these guys are, I don't know who elected them, I don't know what their particular political affiliations are, I don't know what their morality is, I don't know if they're having sex in the back of a bus with a young boy, I don't know anything about these people. I just want to preface all of my remarks by saying that. But I will be going to the Supreme Court to fight this. You're gonna start at the Supreme Court? Robin asked. My freedom rally at Dag Hammarskjöld Gerald D. Plaza at the United Nations. Thousands unite for free speech. Yes, I want to go right to the Supreme Court. There's not a person in America who would find me guilty of obscenity based on what they're about to charge me with. You ready for the horrible things that I said? Here's a guy who plays the piano with his penis. Have we finally arrived at the day in this country that you cannot use the word penis? I was just watching a tape produced by Henry Winkler for kids and it says we shouldn't call our private parts anything other than what their name is. Why do we have such hang-ups about sex? I swear to God, I was talking to my 7-year-old about sex the other night, and she was asking about babies. My wife has basically told her that married people have a special way of hugging each other, you do a broad stroke deal. And she asked about the penis and the vagina. She's 7 years old. She does more penis jokes in a day than anybody I know. These uptight, jackass FCC commissioners, who sit there every day, evidently have a hang-up about their penises and vaginas. And where's the clue during all this crap? They're defending the KKK. They're right on top of things. You think another DJ would come to my defense? Forget about it. I'm being set up because I'm number one, I'm in New York, I'm high profile, I go on the Letterman show, I have a TV show. It's perfect to get me. Move over, Lenny Bruce, I'll crawl into that box with you. It's unbelievable. Listen to what I'm being fined for. There's a big black lesbian out of her mind with lust. I don't know where I said that, but I'm sure I must have. And I'll tell you something, I'll say it 900 times, until I'm blue in the face. Big black lesbian with lust. I guess all 5 commissioners listened to that tape and went out and started raping people when they heard it. They're fining me for that. But I'm sure Neil Bush is enjoying no fines from the government. I'll tell you what, I'll pay the $2,000 when Neil Bush is in jail. That's when I know there'll be some justice. But President Bush sits idly by, him and Bubblehead, his wife, they're lying back enjoying Air Force One. Get him out of office. Ya creep. He should walk in tomorrow to the FCC and say, "Excuse me, what are you guys doing? We have tremendous problems in this country. Come here, I got to smack you in the head." Why doesn't he ask his son what happened? And Jeb? What kinda name is that? What does he live in, a log cabin? Jeb Bush. But Neil Bush will never have a problem. He will play the piano with his penis is indecent. Can you imagine this? And a big black lesbian filled with lust. Excuse me, do I hear the word lust? What are they objecting to, the word lust? Or is it the idea of a big black lesbian? If I said a man filled with lust, would that be obscene? They better think this through, because I will not pay this fine. You're telling me that the word lust is no longer acceptable on radio? If I talk about sexuality comically, that's no good. But if Donahue puts a doctor on the stage and talks about sexuality in a clinical way, even though we are both after the same thing, ratings, Donahue's okay, but I'm indecent. You're going to have a hard time arguing that in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. Even Justice Souter, that guy who's been locking himself up in a log cabin, could figure that out. Should I wear a white coat and a stethoscope to work every day, then I could say big black lesbian filled with lust. Who are they kidding here? I recall tuning in Saturday Night Live a couple of months ago and seeing a bit where every other word was penis. I don't see them getting fined. No, they're going to pick on me because they're going to use this lame-ass excuse that I'm on from 6 to 10 in the morning, where children can hear me. Excuse me, it's in the morning that parents are around their children, and actually have control over what they're listening to. This is the only time in the day when parents are around their kids and know what they're doing. If I was the president's son, this wouldn't happen. If I was Howard Bush, no government would be coming after me. I put on my best George Bush voice. Hello. Alfred Sykes? That's my boy on the air in New York. There's nothing wrong with him, he's a good boy. Good, I'm glad we see things eye to eye on this. These stupid rich dicks don't have any clue as to what real life is about. Get fired up today. Vote out all the incumbents. Vote him out. Haul him out. Way out. Out. I hope Al Sykes had some money. I'm taking him to court personally. For damages. I'm working my ass off and these bureaucrats sit around, having long lunches. I want to know his schedule. I want to know the hours he puts in. Skunk. Why can't he realize this is just bogus? I got to take this guy to court and clean him out. He can support me financially for the rest of my life. Now, this tirade would have made most people back down. But not the FCC. What did they care? They had nothing else to do. This was only the beginning. Of course, we appealed the FCC's initial citation for that Christmas show. And on October 16, 1992, the FCC upheld the $6,000 in indecency fines. It was interesting that on the same day, former FCC Commissioner Stephen A. Sharp was sentenced to 10 years in prison for sexually assaulting 3 boys, one of whom had become his legal ward a few years earlier. This guy was sodomizing 3 boys, ages 12, 13, and 14. I was amazed that he didn't blame it on me. Maybe he was just trying to play the piano with their penises and got carried away. Meanwhile, as part of his sentence, the judge forbade him from seeing his own 8-year-old son until the kid reaches 18. These are the guys who sit in judgment over me. After Ants Tommel there was a whole group of listeners, excuse me, audio stalkers, who became obsessed with me and my show and made careers out of reporting me. I've listened to Howard Stern for years and I will continue to listen to Howard Stern for years. Roger Clinton. 3 citations later, my radio stations have been collectively fined over $900,000. And my guess is that not a penny will ever be paid after this goes before the U.S. Supreme Court. And me? I'll just wait it out the way I waited out Pig Virus, NBC, my Washington, D.C. general manager, the Israeli back at my first radio station, and every other disbeliever on this planet. I knew that all I had to do was to keep my big fat mouth shut, but of course, that's impossible. So they decided to make an example out of me. I got slipped some information that FCC Chairman Al Sykes had said off the record, look, we have to stop the spread of Stern. Why was I being singled out by this guy Sykes? Everyone in the media from Donahue to Dr. Ruth to 2-bit Stern imitators was doing stuff just as, if not more, risky than what I was doing. But they were only going after me. Then, a few days later, we heard that Al Sykes was in the hospital being operated on for prostate cancer. I felt that, in his own mysterious way, God was taking care of my enemies. On the air that morning, a caller started asking me about my travails with the FCC and inspired one of my more celebrated lunatic moments. Maybe the doctor will find more cancer in Sykes. That's the only thing I can pray for. Cancer's a good thing when it hits the people you hate. This guy's targeting me with a vengeance and a vendetta. What did I do to him and his family? What did I do to him? I'm trying to make a living. The only way I have a chance of ridding this guy out of my life is if people elect Bill Clinton, and we get rid of the religious yahoos. Do you understand the hypocrisy of this situation? I only pray for cancer for all of the FCC. I lowered my voice to a whisper, I pray to you now, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus, I pray to you that the FCC gets cancer. I pray that Al Sykes' prostate cancer spreads into his lungs and his kidneys. I pray to you, Jesus, answer my prayers. Make their medical problems so bad that they cannot pay attention to me. Well, I just pray that Bush gets out of office, my caller said. I'm in the middle of prayer, sir, I reprimanded him. I thought you were finished. I apologize, he said. Oh, Jesus, I continued, Jesus, please bring the blessed cancer, the freeing cancer. You brought cancer to so many of my enemies, do it one last time for me and I will no longer ask for cancer. Thank you. Oh, I feel that warm glow, like I'm gonna get my wish. See, I don't pray to Jesus for stupid stuff, like ratings. I pray for the important stuff, like eliminating my enemies through cancer. I went back to my prayer. Our Lord in heaven, I pray that terminal disease will get them, a nice, terminal, contagious disease, and it will spread to the other FCC members. I know you gave him prostate cancer, but that's curable. Give incurable cancer to all of the FCC. All of their secretaries, everybody in the government, cancer. I pray for cancer. Please, please, Jesus. Jesus, I see you on the cross. I'm envisioning you. You have a beautiful body, may I say that? A beautiful swimmer's body. You think he responds to flattery? Robin asked. Everybody does, Robin, I said, then went back into prayer. Drop a cancer net all over them, a net of cancer, cancer so strong. I've prayed to you a couple of times and you've always answered my prayers, even prayers that seemed unreasonable. Remember when I prayed for the end of communism in Russia, and you ended it? And I prayed that the Berlin Wall would come down, and it did. Now I pray for cancer for the FCC, my one last prayer, then I will forever be your servant. Please, Jesus, don't make me turn to Satan. Help me with this. I see you on the cross, I see you with nails in your hands and feet, and I know you can answer my prayer. Notice I'm not praying to Buddha, or any of the other jerks that people pray to, like Muhammad, or someone stupid like that. I've always stuck with you, you stick with me. We're together in this, Jesus H. Christ. Anything you want to add, Robin? Controversy followed me to television. The above scene never aired because my legs were spread so wide. And I was playing the Virgin Mary. They ran close-ups of my face instead. Ch and Chong appeared as the wise men with bongs, and I as the Virgin Mother gave birth to. Baby Dan Foreman, my producer, as the Holy Child, left. Another scene deemed too offensive was Handicap Beat the Clock, where a paraplegic took on a one-legged man in an obstacle course. No, I think you covered it all, she said. That was a lot of groveling. That's not easy for me to do, I said. Just then, Gary came into the studio. It seemed that there were a couple of callers who were very angry about my cancer prayer. My father called me that night. Howard, you've gone too far. My radio bosses were very upset over my comments. But I swear to you, I didn't mean anything by it. Many times in my life I've wished other people dead. This was just a more creative way to say it. Besides, why wasn't I allowed to have a tantrum? Why couldn't I act like a 2-year-old? You have to admire that I'm not a phony. A lot of angry callers made their way onto the air. So you want people to suffer through cancer? Yes, I said. Why don't you just vote him out of office, the caller suggested. I can't vote the members of the FCC out of office, I explained. So then work through the laws. I can't pray to Jesus? You have never said, "T hope someone dies." I asked him, do you think the guy's really gonna get cancer by me praying for it? Why don't you go cross the path of the black cat? 434. See what happens. Walk under a ladder. Like Jesus is listening to my stupid prayer. Oh, I got to work on that right now. I'll forget about Somalia right now and I'll go over and take care of Howard's problem. Jesus is busy. You don't even have his number, do you? Robin asked. Actually, I do, that's the funny thing. It's 1-552's turn. It's the same number to order my tape, at Bongo Fiesta, as a matter of fact. But forget it. Who cares? It's so silly. It's like saying Casper the Ghost is real. I always love it when people get upset when you make those pleas, Robin said. I'm talking to Jesus privately and everyone's got to comment on it. Do I comment on what they pray to Jesus for? I asked, did anybody ever pray for a house to live in? Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm praying to Jesus that he gives cancer to the guy who's trying to end my career, so I can keep my house. That's all. And you guys must think I'm pretty powerful, that Jesus is gonna answer my wish. I don't think he's gonna pay attention, personally. Maybe I should read my Christmas list while I'm at it, in case Santa's listening, too. Well, Jesus never listened to me. Sykes recovered, retired, and is still running around blabbing about me. It's the only way anyone will interview him. Now there's another FCC commissioner and he seems to have a real appreciation for my art. Speaking to the Michigan Association of Broadcasters, FCC Commissioner James Quello said, "I wouldn't be a bit surprised if someday a lightning bolt comes out of the sky and hits him right in the crotch." How dignified, how eloquent. How I would love it if anything hit my crotch at this point. But this guy Quello is a bit confused. I believe he secretly loves me, too. He confessed to Jill Brooke from the New York Post, "I'm almost ashamed to say it, I find him tremendously funny. He's a very entertaining smartass." But that's just it. None of this makes any sense. He says he's ashamed to admit that he enjoys me. Why is there so much shame in this country? Why are we so afraid to say what we like and to talk about sex? What happens to a man when he hears the words breasts and vaginal? Will it turn him into an axe murderer? There are thousands of broadcasters talking about sex every day. In fact, there are thousands of people having sex, but out of all those people, when I talk about sex, people get nuts. No one in the history of broadcasting has ever been threatened with fines close to $1 million because he found Aunt Jemima sexy. No one, until me, that is. But I do have my supporters, I must say. And I applaud their bravery. Because you've got to be brave to stick up for me. Ed Koch, the best mayor New York has ever had, a workaholic who tirelessly gave to this city, had this to say about me. For the FCC to try to limit and turn you off is an outrage. It is more than an abuse of power. It is hypocrisy at its worst. One of my biggest supporters through all my tribulations with the FCC was our great U.S. Senator from New York, Alphonse M. D'Amato. Dear Chairman Sykes, I am deeply concerned by the Commission's contemplated actions against radio personality Howard Stern. I therefore urge the Commission to reject these narrow-minded calls for punitive actions against Mr. Stern, to stand up for common sense, and to preserve our constitutionally guaranteed freedoms. Sincerely, Alphonse M. D'Amato, United States Senator. But very few people have come forward to defend me. The reason they don't is because most people don't think that this censorship thing is for real. The FCC is trying to scare radio stations away from working with me. They've put a chill in the air by making an example out of me. I had hoped Bill Clinton would see the lunacy in all this, but to date I've seen no let-up in this ridiculous crusade against freedom of speech. All the religious nuts and zealots will continue to talk about the corruption of our children and will continue to receive huge donations to help get me off the air, all the while knowing that this is a bullshit issue. As a person, as a style, he's not the kind of thing I normally listen to. But the question of his right to speak and his right to say the things he's saying, I think I would have to defend that even if I didn't like what he was saying. Mario Cuomo, Governor, New York State. But they won't stop me. 'Cause I've been through it all. Major mental illness, limited dick, a small penis, and the jungles of Vietnam. It's funny, but sometimes I look back on my life and I remember the times I was a little kid, thrilled to have a holiday and to have a chance to drive to work with my dad. I remember him tuning the radio, going from station to station, trying to find a voice that could make that horrid commute a little more tolerable. And I remember how much I wished that someday one of those voices would be mine. I've become one of those voices now, despite the fact that everyone said I'd never make it, that I needed something to fall back on, and that I should shut up and sit down, you moron, as my father mercilessly said to me for most of my life. All my life the thing that drove me the most was probably trying to find a way to please my father. He was very tough on me, and I really wanted him to think I was great. A couple of years ago my father said, "Howard, I still go from station to station when I'm driving in the car, and since you've been on the air, I've noticed a real change in the parameters of all those other guys. You've really opened some doors. Suddenly, you're hearing things you never heard, words that people never used. And it's good radio." Then out of the blue, he shockingly said, "Howard, you're a genius." He was right. Finally, he knew the truth. It took me 30-some-odd years of saying stupid things on the radio to get my father to give me one big compliment. And I mean a big compliment. My father doesn't throw that word around easily. I save at the moment. "Hey, Dad. Let me clarify that. Next to the guy who invented the polio vaccine, how much of a genius am I? Shut up and sit down, you moron, he said. Howard Stern may play butt bongo on the radio, but Washington regulators are ready to spank the syndicated radio personality for real. If they do, the Federal Communications Commission will only succeed in making Stern the nation's latest First Amendment poster boy. They should leave him alone. Emil Guillermo USA Today December 10, 1992.